The little pixel knight stood in front of the defeated enemy, with a plaque of congratulations towering above him. The boy clenched his fist joyfully. He had finally made it through. He had made it. There was no limit to his joy. The game chat was bursting with messages. He's crazy. He got through that shit. He's the first person to do it. A game that boasts unreal difficulty, defense of the empire. And 10 years after its release, someone managed to successfully complete it. The boy smiled broadly, pleased with his accomplishment. No matter how difficult a game was, it existed to be passed. He was a streamer. Sitting at his workplace, he was staring at the monitor. Someone sent him a very large donation, $300. He began to thank his viewer. Streamer leaned back in his chair and exhaled. But honestly, his technique of playing the game was just so cool. For a gamer, there was no better achievement than passing the game. However, there was one thing he regretted. Someone in chat wrote that it was sad that Saint died in the final battle. For an A-rank character, she had been through a lot. The guy was a little upset. He stared at his computer screen. Well, his goal wasn't to reach the end without loss. The game character stood in front of the defeated enemy. The game location had been passed. The hellish difficulty in Iron Man mode has been passed. The boy fell silent for a bit, still recovering from the hard game. For a while, the boy felt bitter about losing his companion for some reason. He propped his face with his hand and continued to stare at the monitor. Afterward, he was a little sad. A message popped up in the chat. Why shouldn't the developer give him a prize or something? The guy grinned. Why would the developer give him a reward? However, the viewer replied that they were criticized for this level of difficulty, yet this guy proved that the game was passable. However, he was perplexed. Why would they give him any reward? He doesn't need one. As long as he can have fun like this, he doesn't need anything else. However, the discussion continued in the chat room. The viewers could see the greed in his eyes. He definitely wanted some kind of reward. The streamer looked at the game disc. In 10 years, the developer hadn't bothered to make a sequel. The boy leaned back in his chair again. It was impossible to contact him during this time. Suddenly, a message from the developer popped up on the computer screen. It greeted the player. Streamer raised an eyebrow in surprise and moved closer to the monitor, looking at the message. The chat also reacted violently, with smiley faces everywhere. The developer said he'd like to say thank you now. He had already given up and thought that no one could succeed. The boy didn't understand anything. He looked at the monitor in surprise and said that he shouldn't be thanked, and I couldn't believe it myself. The developer said he was very happy that the boy still had hope. The boy was surprised at the message. The developer said the boy had proven his worth and the height of his skills. The boy was still flapping his eyes in surprise. Does it look like some noob is just looking for attention? There was no way it was the creator of the game. He still couldn't believe that it was the developer talking to him. He started to make fun of the strange man. He wanted to say something else, but the space around him started to change. His eyes started to darken. The guy seemed to lose knowledge. He himself still didn't understand what had happened. It seems he had been playing for too long, and his body just shut down from overexertion. Something very large and massive crashed into the ground at high speed. There was a loud explosion. The guy woke up and immediately began to look around frightened. A scream came out of his mouth. There was a look of incomprehension and fear in his eyes. What was that sound? He stood like a statue in front of an incomprehensible structure, from which one stone broke off and flew straight at him. The boy finally realized that he might die and screamed in terror. What the hell is that? He was terrified and prepared to be crushed, but the rock flew past him. The boy was breathing heavily, and there was a distinct smell of smoke. The boy covered his face with his hands to protect himself from the acrid odor. Several men were standing near a large cannon. They were dressed in knight's armor. After a second, the cannon fired with a loud sound. The boy bounced aside, not understanding anything, and just looked at them, frightened. He was trying to understand where he had gotten to, and what the hell was going on here. He didn't have time to finish his thought, as the cannon began to rumble again. Now, it was starting to get annoying. He screamed for it to finally stop. What he saw shocked him even more. His eyes widened even more. In front of him stood a veritable army of knights. Each of them was dressed in shining armor, and in his hands was a huge bayonet. He was in the very center of the battle. There were shouts everywhere, people bustling about. He looked around and clapped his eyes uncomprehendingly. Meanwhile, all around him there was bacchanalia. Explosions were heard. Shards of stones were flying everywhere. Knights dressed in armor were rushing into battle. They were firing crossbows to prevent something terrible from coming up to them. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that they were in the middle of a war? He was still standing like a statue. Turning his head back, he saw a knight coming towards him. The man was frightened by something and called him Emperor. It was obvious that the knight was terrified. He shouted and tried to find out if his lord was all right. The boy was at a loss for words. "Is that an enemy soldier?" He recoiled in horror from the man and covered himself with his arms in an attempt to defend himself. The knight stopped and looked at the boy. He continued to scream in fear. Seeing that the knight had stopped, the boy calmed down a bit and looked at him in surprise. After a second, the warrior knelt down and began to tearfully apologize to his lord. The boy was even more shocked. The man was apparently terrified himself and begged for mercy. Tears were streaming down his eyes. A player with this old man? Why is he begging for his forgiveness? The boy tried to get up, still not taking his eyes off the strange man. The knight at this time ducked his head to the floor without even thinking of getting up. The guy walked up to him and asked if he was all right. He wanted to help the man, but he didn't notice the terrible fire flash coming at him. At the last moment, he managed to bounce away, and the flash hit the ground, scattering rocks. The boy fell nearby, hitting his arm painfully. He clenched his eyes in surprise. He was in pain, but he immediately tried to get to his feet. He couldn't recover from the shock. His heart was beating very fast, his eyes bulging. He stared in fury in front of him. What the hell was that? Was that a bomb? He raised his head and looked at the place where the shell had hit. Green flames were blazing there. What the hell is going on here? People were screaming in pain, in death agony. Suddenly, he heard someone's loud voice, someone calling out to them. The knight stretched his arm forward and ordered everyone to go to attack. The enemy was attacking them. The boy looked in their direction in surprise. Bewilderment reflected on his face. Several knights were running straight towards the edge of the fortress in an attempt to defend themselves. Something incomprehensible burst out from around the corner and in 1 second stabbed a knight through and through. The man died instantly. His lifeless body hung from a huge bayonet. A second later, his arms broke off and one of them fell right in front of the boy. Suddenly, one by one, the soldiers began to drop dead. Their faces were full of horror. What the hell was behind that wall? A chill ran down the boy's spine. It didn't take long for the answer to come. Something formed in front of him in a split second. It looked like a huge spider. On its ugly face were 6 burning eyes. The monster opened its stinking maw and made a sound like crackling. The boy had to cover his ears to keep from going deaf. "Is that a spider?" The other soldiers rushed to attack the monster. They swung the balls around. The monster shifted its gaze to them. Literally seconds passed, and the beast sliced them in half with one swift blow. The boy shuddered with horror. The bodies of the knights fell to the ground, showering it with blood. The boy's eyes widened in horror as he saw the huge monster moving towards him. For a second, he thought it was just a dream. The monster was standing only a few meters away from him, a vile liquid dripping from its huge fangs. The monster squeaked and raised its huge paw more like a scythe. The monster lunged at him, venom dripping from its fangs. The boy stood right in front of it. His whole short life began to flash before his eyes. To die like this was unbearable. Another man appeared from somewhere. He had long hair and a nice, calm voice. The knight appeared literally out of nowhere and rushed straight at the monster, swinging his sword. The monster barred. The sword hit right on target, and the monster's body began to disintegrate. In front of the protagonist stood a knight dressed in shining armor. He was just like the knight in the book. The man had clear blue eyes and light white hair. He smiled and asked, "Do I think it's a cliché for a boy to deny reality?" The boy looked at him with a surprised look. This world was starting to seem crazier and crazier. Suddenly, knights hesitated and looked at the boy in surprise. Immediately, he jumped up to him and began to worryingly ask why he looked like that. Seeing that the knight was very worried about his lord, he examined the boy for injuries. For some reason, the man's face looked familiar to him. Finally, rising to his feet, the boy jabbed his finger at him. "Lucas!" The knight's face grew concerned. He was silent for a moment. The man theatrically wiped a tear from his face and said he knew his master had hurt his head. He grabbed the misunderstanding boy by the shoulders and said happily that he was happy to finally be called by his name. The boy was in complete shock. He shook his whole body and looked at the knight with bulging eyes. "Is this the real Lucas?" The knight looked at him with his blue eyes and remained silent. Another guess came into the boy's head, but it was simply impossible to believe. They were standing at the site of the battle, and next to them lay the carcass of a huge spider. A battle was raging all around. The battle didn't stop for a second. The fortress began to catch fire, and the hordes of black huge spiders were approaching. Burning arrows were flying everywhere, and the inhabitants of the fortress were defending themselves strenuously. His hunch made the guy feel bad. Could it be that he was inside the game? At that moment, the guy realized that he was in a real mess. It was a real nightmare. He was not prepared for it. The bomb fell next to him and began to pulsate like a living organism. A second later, it exploded, and the boy covered himself with his hand to avoid being hit. There was only one question on his mind. How the hell did he get inside the game? Lucas addressed him again, calling him His Highness. The boy looked at him in surprise. The knight grabbed him by the shoulders and told him that the enemy was attacking them right now. It's the Black Spider Army. These creatures were getting bigger and bigger. They were already approaching the entrance of the castle, and they were starting to break through the gates. The sun was nearing sunset and gradually hid behind the mountains, scattering its last rays. Lucas stood in front and shielded his master, protecting him from the enemy. He turned to his master and said that while there was still time, let him do his best to hold out. All the while the boy wondered, why is this knight protecting him? What do they call him? Your Imperial Highness. Soon the sun disappeared over the horizon and the battle ceased. All around lay the corpses of defeated soldiers. He sighed heavily. Finally the sun had disappeared, which meant everything was fine. He was covered in spider blood. Frightened, he looked up at his lord. The boy looked at the foot of the castle, where there were many monster corpses. There were clear traces left after the battle. Many spider corpses were lying at the bottom. Everything was drenched in green blood. The boy looked at the knight and worriedly asked, what was today's date and where was he even? In a trembling voice, the knight replied that today was the last day of February, 649 in the imperial calendar. The boy clenched his teeth. It turns out tomorrow is March 1st, 649. Lucas nodded his head. The boy squinted his eyes. A very familiar situation. Monster attack on a forward operating base. He bit something on his lip to the point of pain. Something in his head told him that this was very bad. After all, he remembered, having sat for the game defense of the Empire for half a year, he had been in this location hundreds of times in the exact same story date, going through training. That's it, he's got it. Ash. Lucas looked at him in surprise. The guy was beating his chest with his hand and shouted that his name was Ash von Hater Everblake. He grabbed his head. Why? Lucas nodded his head. That's right. He found himself in the body of a game character. She's their worst commander ever. And also, worst of all, the character who died the most horrible death. The boy was holding his head and was terrified. The situation was worse than ever. After the battle, he went to his private home. The boy stood in front of the mirror and shouted furiously at his reflection. Bastard! Couldn't you just sit still? Why did he stick his head out? The guy was breathing heavily. You're going crazy. He was the only one in the room. The reason why this game was considered unplayable was because of the difficulty level hell, and also the Iron Man mode that forcibly saves progress. Well, he's the only one who got past that mode. Doesn't seem to care which of the game's moments he gets into. He is confident in his abilities and that he can find a way out. The boy opened the system window. He could pass everything except this location. The tutorial was made in such a way that the player will fail sooner or later anyway. Because the story begins after Lucas single-handedly saves himself from the monster invasion. In this game, the story that lasts 3 years, you can only start hunting the army of black spiders after a year and a half. He massaged his head trying to find a way out. Already, he needed to pull himself together. He's been through this game before. He knows every pebble. If he can pull together all his knowledge and experience, he can definitely find a way out. After an hour of searching, he's desperate. There is no way out. There is no way out. The boy was starting to laugh hysterically. He's totally screwed, isn't he? Opening the system window, he began to study the parameters of his opponents. Level 55? There are over 000 of them here. What the fuck was this? This was too much to learn. Besides, the weapons that were in this fortress were total bullshit. He tried to regain consciousness and regained his breath. You just have to make the save at the right moment. The moment one screws up, the whole game will be broken. He had played this game long enough to realize something in any situation you have to do something about it, and try to find a way out to survive. He reached his hand towards the system window. The guy pressed his finger on the touchscreen. There it was! Found it! Guy opened the door with his foot and started calling out for Lucas. The knight stood nearby and looked back at him fearfully. The boy looked at him with crazy eyes and ordered him to quickly assemble a squad under his direct control. Lucas looked at his commander in surprise and fear. Does he mean his guardsmen? The man looked at him in surprise. The king had never summoned them. Why so suddenly? The boy roared, "Just have Lucas call them in." The boy jabbed his finger at him. The knight looked at him with a completely uncomprehending look. A smile appeared on the boy's face. He said he had figured out a way to defeat them. Soon, he was sitting at a table, with his entourage in front of him. Lucas stood nearby. It could be seen that all the knights were worried about something. However, the commander was calm and serious. He folded his arms across his chest and looked at his charges. Familiar faces. The girl with the staff was called Lily. The guy who was always dissatisfied with something was called Ken. The kid with the big glasses on his nose, hugging his knees, was Damien. Of course they were familiar to him. He played this game all the time. He had seen events where these characters had died countless times. Ash looked at Damien and asked why he was shrinking so much. Lily shrieked. Indeed, Damien looked quite bad. He was scared of something, tears glistening in his eyes. Lily smiled and said that he was like that because he had lost his comrade today. She asked her commander to understand that. The boy began to recall indeed because some strange status was placed on this man. He was the first to die. He nodded. All right, so be it. Sitting in the main seat, he began to speak in a serious voice. He would start by telling everyone their roles for tomorrow. He turned to Lily. The girl looked up at him with a smiling face. Her class was Mage, Element Fire. She's the main damager on this team, able to hit with one powerful spell after another. The guy said she would be their shield. Let her block the spider's attacks as a tank. The girl looked at her commander in surprise and fear. Then, the guy turned to Ken. The man was standing as always dissatisfied with something. Here he was, just like a tank, able to withstand a large number of blows. Ash said he would have to infiltrate the mid and stealthily make a mess there. The man looked at his superior in surprise. Now that left Damien. He was a hitman. The kid still sat shrunken. He's a very important class in the game. Ash said that from now on, Damien is the gunner. The boy raised his tearful eyes. Then the boy turned to Lucas. He said that the soldier would command the others and maintain the front line. For a second, there was silence between them. Well, maybe they'll say something. Ken finally couldn't take it anymore, gritting his teeth. He growled. The man slammed his fist into the wall and he calls, "That's the plan!" That's some bullshit. The man was furious. Their emperor is saying this in all seriousness. Ash stood there in a bit of a daze. He didn't expect this from his subordinate, although it was actually nonsense. However, this location really wasn't one that could be passed through using the standard method. The boy's eyes lit up, and he suddenly changed his face. His voice became rougher. Something predatory flashed in his eyes. He looked at his subordinate and asked in such a state he dared not respect the subordination. The man came to a horror. He physically felt the aura emanating from his commander. The man immediately shut his mouth. Soon Ash stood up from his seat. Okay, the plan was clear. Since what he came up with sounded like complete recklessness, something must be done. Lily stood beside him and was also trembling with fear. He took hold of his sword and drew it outward. Without waiting for a response, the boy swung his sword. The others were horrified by what they saw. The boys couldn't say a word. Damien was shaking with fear, a lump stuck in his throat. The sword stabbed right into the girl's chest. She didn't even have time to realize anything and just stared frightened. Ash smiled and continued to hold the hilt of the sword. Each of them is capable of accomplishing the tasks at hand, right? There was a pause between them for a second. If he found himself in the body of a crazy person, why not behave the same way? Ken was trembling with fear. The prince had really lost his mind. What is he doing? How could they go into battle with such a madman at their command? The boy was completely adamant. Suddenly, flames began to ooze from the girl's wound. It grew stronger and stronger, but the boy seemed to expect it. He smiled, exactly what he had planned. All roles had hidden skills, special abilities completely at odds with their tasks. The boy looked at the girl and asked, She had been wounded by a dagger as a child, right? When the goblin army invaded her village, the poor girl looked at the dagger stabbed into her and almost cried. After that incident, she obtained the fire skin skill, right? This skill allows you to resist any injury with fire. She didn't say anything and looked at him with big eyes. The boy continued to look at her, however. Lily didn't say anything. This was a tank skill that somehow ended up in the mage's possession. It couldn't be used in the game, but reality was different after all. Now, he was going to squeeze anything out of this skill. A devilish smile appeared on his face. Then he has no choice but to use cheats. The flames were growing stronger and stronger. Now let the developer see how he gets through this game. He pulled the dagger out of the girl's chest, but she was not injured. The boy apologized to Zato that his method of demonstration was too rough. The poor girl came to her senses and said she was fine. However, how did he know? The boy answered nothing. Next, he shifted his gaze to another member of the team. He was approaching Ken. The man trembled with fear. Ash said, "This guy was a petty thief when he was a kid." The man shuddered. Coming from a slum, and the family had many mouths to feed. The man didn't understand anything. How did this man know everything about him? He stepped back. However, the boy said it didn't matter. He came closer and closer. He asked the man if he could become invisible any time he wanted, could hide to avoid attention. He grinned and began to stroke his sword. Or should he give another example? The man came to a real horror. He really didn't want his master to go off on another tangent. He was right. It was like this. The boy put the dagger on the table. Good. In that case, he could do his bidding. And finally, the last member of their squad, Demian. The boy continued to sit in the corner, shrinking with fear. Ash approached him at a leisurely pace. The most important person in his plan was this particular boy. He leaned over to him and asked, "His most important skill is his incredibly good eyesight, isn't that right?" The boy sat squirming and said nothing. His eyes began to fill with tears again. His head was all mixed up with fear. He said he and his friend were from the same town, grew up in the same orphanage until one nightmarish event happened. In the midst of a battle, his friend sacrificed himself for him by throwing himself at a huge spider. The boy cried again. Why did their leader bring them here? Why? The boy sobbed. What great purpose was he pursuing? He stood and looked at his subordinate in silence. Demian continued to cry, or were their pitiful lives nothing more than a plaything? The boy begged his leader to bring his friend back. He could no longer cope with his emotions and finally cried. A small flower was growing near the foundation of the building. It was like a small sun that grew out of the ground. Ash put his hand on his shoulder. The boy continued to sob. His gaze was completely serious. He told him that Damien could blame him, of course. If he wanted to, he could even despise him. However, his friend sacrificed himself to save his life. Now is he going to sit here and wait for his death? The boy became serious. Does he really want to give up the life his friend gave him? He must be grasping at any string to avenge him. Ash put his hand to his chest. Let him kill the spiders. Let him get out of here alive. Let him teach him a lesson. Ash asked the boy, does he want to get out of here alive? Kill those spiders. The boy quietly nodded his head. Ash asked again if he wanted to finish him off. After a second of thought, the boy answered, yes. The others were dumbfounded at that answer. No one expected that from this boy. Ash smiled. Great. He promised that if they made it out of here alive, the boy would take his life, whereas Lucas was about to object, but the boy stopped him. He said that if their plan failed, they would all die anyway. If that happened, he would let Damien be the one to take his life. At that moment, the boy swore the honor of the imperial family. Now he would ask him for just one day to obey his orders. The boy looked at him with wet eyes. Sometimes hatred should be used as an engine. Lowering his head, the boy stood up, even when that hatred is directed against himself. The boy stood surrounded by his companions. He nodded his head. No need to make excuses. Indeed, because of his mistake, the army is almost all destroyed. However, if they followed his plan, they could still defeat this army of spiders. The boy was completely confident in his words, so this time, just this once, let them believe him and do as he says. The boys looked at him with serious looks. It was obvious in their eyes that they believed him after all. He didn't know if he would succeed, but there was no other choice. The knight in armor struck a drum with a large hammer, calling everyone to a general assembly. The others looked at their leader with concerned looks. The boy assured them that everything was fine. Let them just do what he said. The huge horde of spiders was already approaching the gates of their castle with great speed. Crackling could be heard everywhere. The plan was that while his companions distracted and bought time, the others would find the queen who was giving the orders. Then it would be a simple matter of killing her. They rolled out a huge cannon, the barrel glowing. When they removed the weapon's restriction, its damage went up, so now it could damage even the queen. Location was the only problem. Seeing the queen from this distance was impossible. Then there was no choice but to create a map. The boy's face lit up with pleasure. He stood on the edge of the tower, staring into the distance, waiting for the attack. The fortress was fully prepared to fend off another attack from the giant spiders. A bluish shield unfolded around it, scanning the terrain. It passed through objects, analyzing their location with precision. The boy opened the system window. This character's main skill is map-making. This character's maps were useless to say the least. He was looking on the system monitor for the queen's location. If only he could find the boss marker. However, something was wrong. The boy pulled his eyes out in surprise. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't see where the spider was hiding. But it didn't show up on the map as the spider army rumbled toward the fortress. Ken. Standing at the entrance of the fortress, the gate was open. The man was on full alert. Before doing so, the commander had given him all the stamina potions he had managed to find in the fortress. His task was to go outside and distract attention. The man was honestly a little afraid. Lily was trembling with fear. She was clearly unprepared. However, the boy had a painful role for her. In the case of infiltrating the artillery unit, he would order her to use the skill of skin from fire and block the entrance. Lucas shouted for everyone else to get ready, get into position. The crossbowmen stood up and prepared their guns for defense. Everything was on full alert. Lucas stood and watched from above as the hordes of spiders were already very close. The man shouted that it was the responsibility of everyone else to hold out while their emperor defeated the queen. 293. Lucas turned around and looked at his master, who was already in full alert. The man raised his shining sword upwards and addressed his army. However, Ash wasn't ready at all yet. Just a moment, he didn't realize anything. Drops of cold sweat were building on his face. However, the army didn't even notice it. Lucas gave the order to defend, and all the guns started firing at the spider army. Deafening shots were heard, the shells flying precisely into the target. The spiders scattered, but they were not getting smaller. Lucas looked at his leader and gave an approving gesture. The flames from the explosion raged in the man's background. Ash glanced at his subordinate and tried to remain calm. The boy realized that the purpose of training was not to defeat the boss. No wonder it didn't show up on the overall map. The queen would probably appear after a full-scale attack. The battle was heating up. Ash walked over to Damien and pointed his finger somewhere in the distance, asking the boy if he could see it. His hand went somewhere in the distance. There was without extreme sky and a wasteland. The boy nodded. Yes, he could see the spiders just standing there doing nothing. Ash wondered something wasn't right. The queen must be among them. The boy turned to his subordinate and asked if he could see her. Damien squinted and activated his farsight skill. He was able to see the monster. It had a human upper part and a spider-like lower part. Ash grinned. There it was. Everything is going according to plan. He put his hand on the weapon exactly. The boy stood beside him, trembling with fear. The cannon swung around, assuming the correct position. It had to be turned to the southwest. Ash and Damien would take aim. One of the knights poured mana into the weapon and ordered it to fire on his command. Ash and Damien prepared themselves to slay the monster with one blow. The boy was trembling all over with fear. He turned to his leader. It was obvious that the kid was really worried. He had never done anything like this before, and here it was all so sudden. Ash calmly turned to him. He tried to look as friendly as possible. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder and calmly said yes, he might miss, but Ash would take full responsibility. In a kindly tone, the guy said that even if the boy failed, it was okay. The responsibility would still be on him. Damien, eyes wide open, he stared at the commander. All he had to do was pull the trigger. Let him remember that he is avenging his friend. The boy was transformed after those words. His eyes lit up and with fury. The skill of an eye 1,000 miles away activated. He pulled the trigger, and the weapon hummed, releasing an incredible amount of energy. The gears moved, the gun was almost ready. A second later, there was a deafening explosion. A projectile of energy, more like a pulse, erupted from its muzzle. It flared up with renewed vigor, a huge jet of energy moving at an unspeakable speed. The projectile flew off into the distance with only one target in mind. Ash screamed furiously, the boy standing beside him, shaking with fear. A second later, there was a rumble, and somewhere in the distance a mushroom from the explosion began to rise. The soldier standing next to the boy looked through his telescope. Ash turned to the scout. "The projectile hit the target, landed in the center of the spiders." The soldiers wrapped their arms around Damien and began to praise him. The boy was shy and said he was just doing what he was told. The moment he took hold of the trigger, he felt his body move on its own. Ash looked at him approvingly and smiled. It was all thanks to his skill that allowed him to hit the target accurately. In the game, he was a character who couldn't hold a gun in his hands. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but the boy stopped and looked ahead in surprise. The sounds of gunfire were still echoing in the distance. The spiders kept moving forward, and it was strange. Why were they still coming closer? The spiders moved inexorably forward. The scout took the telescope away from his face and in a trembling voice said that they were still coming. What the hell? The guy was confused. They'd hit their queen. He pointed his finger somewhere off to the side and said there was another swarm of spiders moving right towards them. 338. The boy grasped the telescope and stared into the distance. His face reflected extreme anxiety, and saw the queen, a huge monstrous creature whose entire body glowed a greenish color. They were approaching directly towards them, using the square formation. The monster roared. A deafening squeak like the moaning of 1,000 voices came out of her mouth. The monster looked truly creepy, her eyes glowing with red fire. Ash recoiled from the pipe and cried out in fright. The spiders were inexorably approaching the foot of the castle. Their countless army was already at the very gates. They were getting closer. However, there was something strange about their movements. Everyone began to look around in astonishment. Was this how it was supposed to be? The scout looked into his pipe and was horrified by what he saw. Spiders. Thousands of spiders. "They're heading for the artillery unit! It was a nightmare!" Ash smiled. In response to the hell the queen was giving her orders pretty damn fast. The boy was already starting to laugh hysterically. Explosions continued to rumble around, burning arrows flying everywhere. The battle continued. Ken looked away fearfully. He had to distract the spider horde. He looked back and looked at his stamina potions, taking out the last of them. He sat under a tree, laying down his weapons. The guy was very afraid, maybe just run away. The wind picked up around him and began to tear the leaves off the trees. Things were heating up. The man looked around fearfully, grabbing his sword. Someone was nearby, it was obvious. He began to walk around the tree to see who was following him. He looked around confused. His heart was beating hard. The man fell to his knees and began to breathe heavily. Damien carefully looked ahead with his eagle eyesight. He had already seen the target. All that was left was to aim. A second later, a monstrous explosion sounded. The target has been hit, right in the bullseye. A large mushroom of fire rose high into the sky. Ash stood beside the cannon and looked in front of him. It wasn't over yet. The spiders kept moving. Their horde seemed to only grow. They were already at the castle walls and trying to climb up. Even though the cannon had hit its target, the queen was still alive. She was still able to give orders to her army. The boy clenched his teeth. Did they lack damage? If so, it was bad. The original Spider Queen could die from 2 strikes, but there was definitely something wrong here. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if her characteristics were different? What if she had a special skill? The soldier said that because of the overload, the cannon would soon reach its limit and explode. Because of this overload and the damage to the cannon, they can't fire at the length they had hoped for. Ash said the man was talking out of turn. The man grimaced and said they could fire 5 rounds in total. 2 they had already used, 3 to go. A chill ran down the boy's spine. 3 shots. That's not enough, considering the queen is still alive. They have no choice but to finish this thing off in 3 shots. Besides, Damien's eyes also take damage. This skill has a side effect. The boy was already almost exhausted. Only one thing was swirling around in his head. 3 shots was the maximum. The cannon was loaded again. The only question was, could Damien last that long? Fortunately, the walls of the central castle did a good job of keeping the spiders out. The boy heard a terrifying shout. "The destroyer is coming!" He shifted his eyes to the side. A huge spider, completely covered in armor, was approaching the castle gate. It was much larger than the others and was well protected. The destroyer is trying to break through. He was surrounded by a crowd of other spiders as protection. There was nothing like this in the game. The guy shouted to the others to direct all fire at the destroyers. The cannons began to rumble, releasing tons of explosives forward. We had to hold them back. The shells were hitting the target, but didn't seem to do any visible damage. The spider kept moving. It was already at a dangerous distance. A couple more seconds and it would be over. There was a rumble. The destroyer easily destroyed the main wall, and the knights began to fly away like toys. The defenses had been breached. The way was clear for the spiders. Through the resulting hole in the castle, they began to come in a steady stream. Ash watched in horror. All he could do was watch as the spiders approached inexorably fast. Lucas ordered everyone to raise their weapons. They are going down to the first floor to hold off the monsters. Ash ordered the gunners to brace themselves. Those down there are protecting them. They must continue to shoot the queen. Before those things get to the artillery unit, they must destroy the queen. The boy became serious. The preparations were complete. The cannon was ready for the next shot. They didn't have many more attempts. Ash turned to Damien. The boy was almost ready, with all his might, and looked along. The boy pointed the gun at the target. A second later, there was an explosion somewhere in the distance. A hit on the queen, but she's still alive. This thing is incredibly resilient. Ash shouted to everyone to slowly load the cannon for the next shot. Now! Lucas fearlessly fought somewhere below. He was scattering the spider horde, buying his commander time. The knight was incredibly strong. He had no trouble dealing with the spiders, but there were more and more of them. He raised his head and shouted to the others to protect the artillery unit. They have a duty to protect the Imperial Prince. Ash realized that the situation was critical. He looked down and gritted his teeth. The defenses had been breached. The knights were piled up there and were defending the passageway with all their might. The spiders were incredibly numerous. One of them pierced the knight through with its sharp paw. The man screamed, but his scream was immediately cut short. Blood spurted in different directions. The guy was desperate. The number of victims was inexorably growing. He was not prepared for this. He didn't know when he played the game that these were real people. The death toll was inexorably rising. 142 dead already. A soldier shouted for the others to put their hands on the gun. We need to cool it down immediately. Lucas already very tired, and the spiders were already not getting smaller. The man looked around furiously. Ash came to be terrified. What should he do? How to find a way out of this situation? The defenses were about to collapse, and the artillery installation would be destroyed. Then they would definitely all die. Suddenly, the general shouting was broken by someone's loud voice. It sounded like thunder. A man stood in the resulting doorway, holding a shield and a sword. The spiders stopped for a second. Ash looked somewhere in the distance and seemed to recognize the man. His eyes widened in surprise. The man drank a potion from a vial. In quick gulps, he absorbed the tincture. It was Ken. The man wiped his face and looked fiercely at the army of monsters. The man stood all alone and shouted, "I am Ken, Knight of the Empire!" The spiders turned on him. In a second, their entire army was already running straight at the man, leaving the other knights alone. This monstrous sight sent shivers down his spine, but it was too late to retreat. He ran in the opposite direction, trying to divert the spiders away from the main entrance. Suddenly, a rock appeared in front of his face, and the man immediately thought of a good idea that might work. A smile stretched across his face. The man hid behind the rock while the spiders got to him. He had made the only right choice in this situation. Applied his secret, the survival techniques of a pickpocket. His body began to merge with the surface of the rock. Ash yelled for him to wait. His health was at an extremely low level. The man noticed it too late. Due to his low health, his skill was not activated, and now he found himself surrounded by spiders. At the last second, he only had time to think that he shouldn't have trusted this man. The spider's fangs closed around his neck. Another man was dead. The boy stared at the statistician's window in horror. He could clearly hear the sound of flesh tearing right here. A legion of goosebumps ran down his back. His commands were wrong. The spiders were killing the warriors one by one. Because of his futile commands, another man's precious life was lost. The rest of the knights saw that Ken had moved forward along the line of defense. Now they rushed after him. They had no chance to retreat. Ash watched in horror as the rest of the men left their lives on this battlefield. It wasn't just his fault. He himself, with his own hands, was killing these people. The boy opened his eyes in horror. Playing this game, he had used the knights as bait when needed. He didn't even think about what he was doing. This game was designed to use people as expendable, but now he realized it all. The boy slapped his hand on a rock and ordered everyone to stop. He finally realized that every death is accompanied by a death. The boy had already shouted for those damned monsters to stop. A huge spider tank appeared in front of him. It was already snapping its fangs. Simply shouting would never stop them. He had to think of another way. A second later, a light descended on the huge monster's head, revealing the outline of a sword. This was Lucas's special skill. He looked at the defeated monster in fury. The man raised his eyes and looked at his prince, asking if he was all right. One of the spiders was already flying at him, opening its vile womb. The only way to make them stop was to fight. The boy struck it with his blade, severing its head. The only way in this situation is to kill these spiders before they kill the others. The soldier yelled that the cannon was loaded for the fourth shot. However, Demian couldn't fire. Ash turned to the boy and shouted, "Can he fire?" It was as if he didn't hear anything. The kid was already on his last stand. Tears of blood were streaming from his eyes from overexertion, but he still said yes. A second later, there was a deafening rumble. The cannon fired for the fourth time. A huge buildup of energy flew straight at the queen. In another second, the projectile would hit its target. The queen stared in horror at her approaching death. Her subjects began to rush to her defense. A huge energy charge incinerated the spiders one by one. The Spider Queen's eyes reflected horror. She realized that she could die in a second. A second later, a tremendous impact was heard. A hit right in the head. The target has been hit. However, it wasn't that simple. The queen somehow managed to survive. The fire from the impact dissipated. Everyone looked towards the Spider Kingdom. A look of excitement ran across their faces. The cannon was already at its limit. It had heated up so much that it was ready to explode now. Damien couldn't fire anymore either. The attacks just didn't work. The military's hands blistered from the heat. The knight said that the cannon was about to explode. There was no way to fire. If they tried to fire again, they would all die. The knight knelt down and said doomfully that it was over. It was time to surrender. The player looked at him with regret. Sweat was building on his face. Is it really over? The cannon was already damaged. It was smoking from reloading. If they fired any more shots, they would definitely die. The defense line was also breached. The spiders were advancing with even more enthusiasm. People were dying by the hundreds. The gunner can't open his eyes. Is this really the end? Ash stood there like a statue, trying to think. Was there really no hope left? However, one of the knights looked through his telescope and said that they had no doubt struck the queen. Her skin began to tear off in large shreds. The monster had suffered significant injuries after all. The guy looked at the scout with rounded eyes and wanted to say something. Even left in this situation, he was faithful in his role to the end. The man didn't notice the huge projectile of energy moving towards him. Ash stared at it in horror, unable to say a word. His eyes rounded. A moment later, there was a deafening rumble. The projectile had reached its target after all. It had hit the artillery unit. Saw this, but could not help in any way. He just screamed with horror. The tower split, and the guy went somewhere deep into the castle, along with the rest of the stones. There was almost no hope left. Ash. After a while, he was able to open his eyes after all. Luckily, he survived. The first thing he saw in front of him was Lucas's face. The knight was able to protect him. He got there just in time and blocked the stone that could have crushed the boy. Ash immediately rose to his feet and looked at his savior. Lucas was worried about his lord even in this situation. Even though he was already near death, he was still protecting him. Ash jumped up to him and said that he should be the one to ask, "Is he all right or not?" But the knight started coughing. His mouth was bleeding. The knight in a quiet voice asked the boy if he remembered the event of 20 years ago. However, the boy couldn't remember anything. As a player who occupied someone else's body, he had no memories. Lucas continued to speak. He said that when the Lord appointed him as his personal guard, such a thing he said. The knight said in a weakened voice that the Lord had once told him that even if he couldn't become emperor, he would remain the coolest man in the world. And as someone who would become his knight, Lucas should strive for that too. Lucas looked at his lord with round eyes. He was, of course, a teenager at the time, but the boy's words had touched him to the point where he hadn't forgotten them until today. The man smiled through his strength. He could no longer get up. The stone had pinned him down. The man said he trusted his king. Ash, surprised, asked him, even now. The boy didn't understand anything. He was shocked at such loyalty. Lucas frowned and said that he trusted his commander now more than ever. The stone was too heavy, and the man couldn't handle the pressure anymore, and started to fall. In the end, he never made it, and the stone pinned him to death. The man was no longer breathing. The dust slowly cleared. Only the ruins of the ruined castle were around. The guy was left alone. His most loyal subject had died protecting him from death. However, the boy could not believe that this man was dead. He looked at the knight with hope and ordered him to hold on. He is after all the main hero, the savior of this world. The man lay with his eyes closed. Blood was streaming down his face. Ash lifted his head and looked around. He's got to end this. Are they under an artillery unit somewhere? And how long had he been unconscious? He turned his head and saw that the cannon was destroyed. There were dead soldiers lying around nearby. Fortunately, Shooter and the rest of the artillerymen were able to avoid fatal injuries. They were simply unconscious. The cannon, on the contrary, was destroyed. The boy thought about it and began to ponder. Come to think of it, why are they still alive? Where are all the spiders? A woman's voice was heard. The boy looked to the side in surprise and saw Lily. She was all engulfed in flames. The shelves were coming towards her and immediately burned. It wasn't over yet. A small hope appeared. The girl was fighting with her last strength. She was burning like a torch, burning her enemies. Embraced by the flames, the girl looked at her commander and smiled. She did not want to give up until the end. The guy looked at her in horror. The girl's appearance was truly depressing. We had to help her. Ash shouted. The girl reached out to him. Her face was haggard. In a weak voice, she said she wouldn't last much longer. She could block the exit for now, but soon her strength would run out, and then the monsters would be able to get in and take over the fortress. Indeed, there was nothing but devastation. The girl used her last strength to block the passage. She shouted for the guy to hurry up. They don't have much time. She looked hopefully at her commander and told him not to let them die needlessly. Those words were like an order to the boy. He clenched his teeth, prepared to fight one last battle. He looked around and saw a few artillerymen who had regained consciousness and were now cowering near the cannon. The man ordered to load the last shell. The soldier was surprised, but the emperor had said that the cannon was at its limit. There was fear in his voice, and he had been told that it was already over its limit. If we fire any more shots, it'll just explode. Ash replied that if they continue to do nothing, the spiders will eat them too, sooner or later. What's their choice? They must not give up under any circumstances. The boy looked at his subjects. Even if they are burned alive, one must keep fighting. The soldier nodded his head. However, how should they aim? They can't see anything from here. They won't be able to detect the queen. The gun rack is lost. We'll have to hold it in our hands. It was on the ground. Besides, the gunner can't see anymore. But he doesn't need to aim. He just needs to fire. The boy has ordered the last shell to be loaded. That's an order. The gunner frowned and nodded his head in agreement. Ash started to approach the gun. He didn't know exactly how the skill of the eye from 1,000 miles away worked, but as long as the gunner would shoot, he would always hit the target. He approached Demian. The boy was sitting with his back turned to him. He turned around and the boy saw that his eyes were bleeding, but he said he had to take one last shot. The boy's vision began to blur. He could barely make out the silhouette of his commander. Demian didn't even believe in victory anymore. What's the point of all this? No matter what he does, nothing changes. Ash looked at him with a serious look. He himself realized that hope was almost lost. He had to give the boy some encouragement. He said that if the boy shot him again, the queen would die. The boy shook his head. That wasn't the point. Even if he shot and the monster died, what would change? Half of his friends were already dead. Even if he destroyed the queen, it wouldn't bring them back. The boy was about ready to cry. No matter how hard he tried, then this cruel world is always taking something away from you. The player stopped, those words putting him in a stupor. Demian said all he wants is to end it all. Doesn't want to live in a world like this anymore. He wanted to say something else, but the player interrupted him. He screamed his name as hard as he could. It was like the boy came to his senses. Ash started talking. Does the boy think this world isn't justified in being cruel? Thinks that even if he overcomes a huge obstacle in his path, life will be hell? The boy looked at him with a frightened look. The commander came up to him and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. What a jerk! He's got the right idea! After all, there's a reason why if there's a difficulty level in this world, it's definitely hellish. And with an Iron Man mode for crying out loud that you can't save in, Ash continued to shout furiously, "This place is unfair to the point of absurdity, and nothing will ever be your way in it. That's life. Who doesn't know that?" Damien didn't say anything. He just listened. Ash kept shouting, "Is he willing to surrender and lie there waiting to die?" He looked at the commander with wide-open eyes. He was at a loss for words after something like that. Ash yelled that he would fight to the last man. He would come up with new strategies until the very end. He drew his sword from its sheath. His voice suddenly became cold and hard. He held it out to the boy and said that if he wanted to surrender, then let him open his throat with this sword right now. The boy fell silent. "If he has the courage, let him do it. But if he's a coward, then let him be his trigger." He approached the boy face to face, and the smell of blood literally emanated from him. Let him stop looking back at his dead friends. He threw his sword to the ground and said that the only one he needed to continue was himself as commander. Let him not look for trivial reasons to live. Ash told him he was a chess piece, his key, his trigger, that's all he needs. The boy fell silent and frowned. Ash looked at him with a stern look. Besides, he had a new skill unlocked, a passive skill, Indomitable Commander. He looked at his gunner one last time with a look that could have sizzled him. That's an order. He got down on one knee in front of the boy, putting a hand on his shoulder, told him to finally smash the ugly face of that fucking monster. Damien, for a second, he understood everything. Those words had the effect of a slap in the face, and he nodded. Now the boy was ready. He would carry out his commander's orders. His face became stern. The artilleryman said the last shot is loaded, but they can't cool the cannon at this rate. Ash didn't listen to it. He ordered it to move. He would cool it himself. The guy looked at the cannon, which was smoking from overexertion. The soldiers listened in horror and said it was incredibly hot. If the boy touched it, the consequences would be far more dire than a moderate burn. Ash replied that he'd rather be burned alive here than go to hell and burn in the fire there. Damien walked over to him and looked at his commander. The boy said fearfully that he couldn't see anything. The commander replied that it was fine. Clutching the wooden trigger handle in his hands, he said he couldn't feel his hands. The commander said it was okay. Smiling, he said it was fine. The boy furrowed his eyebrows. As soon as the boy's hands touched the gun, smoke came out. The boy felt an unbearable pain. He clenched his teeth and tried with all his might not to scream. He grasped the barrel of the gun and still could not contain himself in his hands. From his mouth burst out a deafening scream of pain. The guards were horrified, their commander holding the cannon without sparing himself. This gave them strength, and with no regard for safety, they grabbed onto the burning cannon, and they now raised the cannon together. The huge spider was already approaching them. It snapped its fangs, spreading the stench. Ash's eyes, he endured the pain, but now it didn't matter. Damien gathered his remaining strength into a fist and opened his eyes. Blood continued to pour from them. Shoot! The cry was like thunder. The boy pulled the trigger and the cannon fired its last charge. Its muzzle was immediately torn open. From such a strain, all the military men immediately blacked out. Ash was grasping at scraps of consciousness. The last thing he managed to think was only one phrase: hit. It was originally an impossible task to shoot at an enemy that was impossible to see. However, as if by magic, the projectile flew straight at the target, ignoring hundreds of thousands of other spiders. It was like an arrow cutting through space and inexorably approaching its target. The queen had a premonition of her death and gave one last death cry. She realized her days were numbered. The shell tore through her head without a doubt. Then the boy swallowed his tongue. He couldn't believe his own happiness. He didn't know how best to respond to the first message from a viewer he'd gotten since he started streaming. The boy's eyes widened, his whole body pierced with pain. But he was alive. Against all odds, he had survived. A voice came from somewhere. "It would be better if you rested a little longer." The boy lifted himself up on the bed. He was covered in bandages. Lily sat next to him on a chair and said that Damien had healed him with magic. But since the burns he had received were quite severe, it would take much longer to recover. The girl finished writing, and putting her hand on the table, said that the boy had slept for 3 days. She looked at him with grateful eyes. Considering what he had to go through to defeat the army, she thought he wouldn't wake up. The boy rose from his seat and looked at the girl in surprise. She had survived. Smiling, she replied that it was all just because of his command. After the last shot, the Spider Queen died and the whole army stopped moving without her orders. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that he had managed to win. Ash looked at her with tired eyes. The rest of the fighters carried out the dead and helped the severely wounded. The battle was over. The support army collected the bodies of the allies, and the girl took care of the remaining spiders and burned them. The cleanup was more or less done with. The boy looked at himself in the mirror and frowned. Lily, concerned, looked at him and told him that he had severe burns on his hands, forearms, shoulders, and neck. Her eyes were still our same frightened eyes. She said he would have to attend church, but even after that a few scars would remain. The guy looked over his body. Well, scars are a much more modest price to pay than life. He looked at the girl and asked, how was she? And her injuries were serious. The girl was sitting in a wheelchair. His eyes widened with surprise and shock. The girl said that when she ran out of mono, Spider hurt her back. Immediately afterward, the queen died and was never attacked again. Her voice shook with fear and bitterness, but apparently because of her back injury, the lower part of her body wouldn't be able to move after all. A smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she told the boy not to worry. She was grateful to him for staying alive at all. Besides, there were 5 artillerymen among the survivors: Lucas, Damien, Ash, and herself. That was it. The guy hit himself on the head. 9 people. There had been several hundred when the last battle had started, and there were only 9 left. What if there had been another way? He looked at the girl who was permanently crippled. What if there was another tactic left, one he may have overlooked after all? Ken had died too. He thought of the hundreds of soldiers who'd laid down their bones to win. Shouldn't he have found a way to save at least one more man? He felt the girl's touch on his arm. She looked at him and said affectionately that he was not the Lord God. She sat across from him and tried to comfort him. There was no way to save everyone in this situation. They had done all they could. The guy still felt guilty. He had brought those soldiers here, even if it was the old Ash, not the one in his body. But he's here, and he's responsible. No one thought the monsters would be moving in droves after so many decades. That's why no one stopped the military campaign. The girl looked at him with a smile and asked him not to be so hard on himself. The guy still couldn't accept it. Suddenly the doors swung open and Lucas appeared on the doorstep. Tears glistened in his eyes. Standing on the threshold, he immediately cried with happiness. Through his tears he said that he was incredibly happy that he was awake. The knight ran up to him and asked if any part of his body felt strange. He would get a healer right away. Ash waved him off and said he was fine. The guy looked at the knight and asked in surprise, didn't he have severe injuries? Is it normal for him to be hanging around here? Lucas straightened up and said proudly, the Overlord knows that his main strength is to be, well, very cool. Ash nodded his head. Well, yeah, he is a SSR rank knight after all. Lucas pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. He said that he had finalized the list of those who had died in the battle. A lot of people whose bodies they couldn't find. However, they tried to find as many as they could. The guy looked at his subordinate with a serious look. He asked, where are the bodies now? Lucas answered that on the northern plain of the forward operating base. Ash stood up, but the knight immediately started to stop him. Ash didn't listen to him. These men died under his command. He's going anyway, and Lucas is going with him. It's a beautiful thing. The sun began to rise over the remains of the castle, illuminating me with its rays. Luca herded his commander on his back, since he couldn't move fully yet. The boy admitted that it was quite comfortable on the knight's back, but still he was a little ashamed of his position. Damien. Already waiting for them there, he was looking at the gap that had formed after the battle. The boy was a little shocked. He was standing near the main entrance with his back turned and didn't seem to notice anyone around him. Ash called out to him, and the boy turned around happily, his eyes already back to normal. The commander immediately asked how he was feeling. The boy confusedly said that yesterday his eyesight started to return to normal. Now he can see as normal again. He took the glasses in his bandaged hands. Ash looked at the kid in silence. He had done a good job. He had done more than anyone on their team. The kid had heard that he had healed all the wounded himself, walking around using magic, though at that moment he couldn't even see. He looked at the boy who continued to smile shyly. Again he was faced with harsh realities. Ash walked up to him and told him that the strategy had been successful only because of his efforts. And now, if he wants, the Lord can give him so much money that he'll never need anything for the rest of his life. He's a mercenary first and foremost, and he's free to do as he pleases. The boy was silent for a moment. After a moment, he said that the Overlord had recently told him he was a trigger man. Ash looked at him silently. Damien continued talking. He said that he wanted to know the origin of these creatures. Who created these monsters and why? And why his comrade had to die? The boy's voice began to tremble. So now he asked his lord to let him follow him. The boy looked at him sternly. Lucas smirked. Even though this kid looks puny, he has an indomitable will. Ash grinned. Good, then the boy would follow him from now on. To honor the dead, they need a priest. Soon, they had built an altar on which they built a ritual fire. There were already quite a few people gathered nearby. Ash stared intently at the flames and they reflected in his eyes. Now he knew. There was no better way, nor was there a better strategy. Bodies of the dead lay everywhere, covered with white sheets. There were nuns walking around, honoring their memory. At that moment, he realized that he had to take responsibility for his actions and carry that burden to the end in order to move forward. He said that after the informal funeral was over, the rest of the corpses should be gathered up and have them taken to the crossroads. Lucas nodded. Every year the human toll is in the hundreds and thousands. There is an empty field on the west side of the intersection. We should bury them there and pay our respects. A memorial will be erected there. On the last day of February each year, a day will be set for their sacrifice. They stood in front of the fire. Lucas bowed to his lord and began to follow his orders without fail. Not only would it be the day of the dead dots, it would be designated the day of all the characters. All of them. Absolutely all of them that he had killed hundreds of times through this game. They deserved to be remembered too. This would be his redemption. The boy stood, looking intently at the ritual bonfire. He turned to Lucas in a serious voice. The fire continued to blaze with a crackle devouring the fuel. Ash frowned and said in a metallic voice that he would never fail again. No way would he fail. The boy gritted his teeth. His intentions were the most serious point. Lucas looked up at him. They stood against the setting sun, its bright rays enveloping their silhouettes. We should head back to their main base. Crossroads. This was their main outpost, a huge fortress with high walls and massive gates. 2 flags hung at the entrance bearing the family crests. A caravan of several wagons surrounded by a horse-drawn carriage was traveling along the wide road. After they left the forward base, it had been 3 days since they were heading towards the crossroads. There was an amulet hanging around the guy's neck. He sighed heavily. It was so boring that one could die from such boredom. Lucas drove the wagon stubbornly, occasionally whipping the horses with his whip to make them move faster. Ash asked him if they were already there. The man replied that it would be over soon. We just have to wait a little longer. The guy sighed quietly, deep inside himself. He thought it was more like some bullshit mail. No matter how many times he asked, it was all excuses. By the way, there was one more thing pending. He could upgrade now, and he needed to make a decision as soon as possible. He had reached level 5 after training, and in this game, class is determined right now. He opened the system window. 295. His stats had barely increased at all, which put the guy in a state of confusion. The interesting thing was that despite the increase in stats, he could choose any class he wanted. He poked at the icon. There was something strange there. Right there at the end of the list. This was the first time he had seen something like this. A rookie commander. He didn't even realize which character category it belonged to. A special class available after training? Is it a so-called hidden class or something? The boy silently stared at the system window and tried to make an important decision. The skill he had gotten back then was also strange. Indomitable commander. Apparently, this is a hint that he should choose a commander class? Strange skill for sure, but useless at the beginning of the game. Mental debuffs won't be available for quite some time. It was all too complicated, needing to sort out all the thoughts in his head. Bright sunlight was streaming through the window. The weather was beautiful. The wagon was quickly approaching its destination. Ash thought for a second, but Lucas's shout pulled him out of his musings. He said he could already see the intersection. The boy looked up, and as if waking up from the pine, he started to look around. Finally, he jumped up from his seat and leaned out of the window enough to fall out of the wagon. The wind blew in his face and dust got into his eyes, but he was not embarrassed. The caravan was fast approaching. The fortress was already visible in the distance. It was truly monumental. The black walls rose up, stretching somewhere into the sky, obscuring the sun. Red flags with coats of arms on them could be seen on the towers. The rumble of the wheels continued. A few more minutes and they would arrive at their destination. Soon they came to a stop near a massive black gate, the Crossroads. That was the name of the fortress built on the southern outskirts. A powerful outpost, designed to hold back the hordes of impending foulness. The soldier waved his hand, and the mighty gates began to rise with a rattle, opening a passage inside the fortress. This bastion stood as an unbreakable bulwark against the monsters that came out of the Black Lake. Inside, the people felt more or less safe. At one time, this fortress was the most important defense point in the entire empire. The stagecoach began to approach, and soon the convoy was already going inside the fortress. However, the monster invasion gradually waned, and the army was redirected somewhere else where its help was more needed. Now, this fortress stood only as a reminder. Due to the lack of an army, only mercenaries were hired to defend the fortress. Other than that, there were veterans who were preparing to retire, at the end of their careers to serve one last time and make some money, or rookies with no experience whatsoever. In a word, questionable. For mercenaries, it wasn't their nationality or qualifications that mattered. The Empire simply needed human shields to support the front lines. The boy opened his eyes and took a closer look. The fortress was truly colossal. As it lost value in life itself, restaurants, hotels, and banks began to spring up here. Decades later, the fortress finally turned into a regular town. Eventually, here life flowed in a completely different direction. Manufacturing neighborhoods sprang up to provide jobs, and people stopped calling it a fortress altogether. Eventually, life took a completely different course. Normal industrial neighborhoods began to appear, mainly to provide jobs. Instead, the fortress is called the Fortress City. The caravan moved leisurely into the city. The place was very lively, with people scurrying about in different directions, engrossed in their work. There were neat houses everywhere, and large castles. Also, this place had another name, sounding like a mockery of the mercenaries who flew towards their deaths, blinded by money straight to the moths. Suicide Street, a city of coffins and so on. It was a kind of last frontier, a crossroads, but people called it a crossroads. The guy fell silent, looking around and trying to take in the life of the city. Of course, looking at the screen, it was hard to estimate the true scale of the city. He'd only seen it in a computer game, but it was still clear that the city was bigger than he thought. Everything seemed different, unusual, and new. It was strange to see it in real life, instead of through a screen. Plus, the city was much more shabby than it looked in the computer game. It looked as if there had been some kind of battle. Everything was broken. It was more like a half-abandoned city, but there were still people here, and quite a lot of them. The boy looked out of the window as he continued to look around the neighborhood. Anyway, this was the town he would be responsible for now, right? He gathered his thoughts to prepare himself mentally for the hard choices he would have to make. The column of wagons moved down the main street, people parting and staring in surprise, as if they were seeing something like this for the first time in their lives. There was noise everywhere, as if the city had stopped for a moment. Lucas drove the wagon confidently, holding on to the reins. People looked at the newcomers with surprised eyebrows. It wasn't every day that newcomers arrived, and now everyone was trying to get a closer look at the strangers. Lucas looked back at them with some apprehension. Ash continued to stare out the window, the bright light hitting his eyes as he tried to get a closer look at every corner of the city. He could directly feel the air getting heavier. The townspeople looked at them warily. It was as if they were not very pleased with the new visitors. They had heavy looks, some hiding their heads under their hoods. The people were obviously unhappy that their emperor had come to visit them. Apparently, the head of the country wasn't very welcome here. The boy swallowed nervously. It was understandable, considering the decision of the warlord he was in the body of. No wonder people didn't like him much. A recently returned commander and a lord who had barely survived the last battle after slaughtering all his troops. One thing remained unclear after all. He understood that such a thing could happen. However, a smile stretched across his face. The guy was anticipating the fact that the reception here wouldn't be particularly warm. But he had a trump card. The wagon stopped, and the blanket covering the contents shifted slightly. Glowing pebbles came out, so many that they formed a large pile. People crowded around the wagon and began to look at them. Were they magic crystals? The guy didn't miss a trick. He had purposely piled them in the cart as well to let the townspeople look at them. There were over 400 crystals from magic spiders. It was literally crackling with how many there were. The veil shifted even more, and the stones glistened in the sun, casting sun bunnies. Since the spiders were high-level monsters, these crystals were of much higher quality and possessed great value. It wasn't hard to guess how much they were worth. They were carrying a fortune in this cart, so expensive that one could forget all about money for a while. Boy, now he felt like he was on a horse. Of course he did. He must be rewarded with something valuable. After all, it was the passage of a very difficult location that had almost cost him his life. The townspeople piled up and continued to stare at the caravan in surprise. In order to move smoothly through the story, it was important to cooperate with the citizens of the town. Right now, their trust in the boy is tending towards zero. Something must be done to rectify the situation. However, he's not as simple as he seems, and he has a secret to increase that trust. It's a method that's always worked, and it's always worked. Well, it was time to use it. Of course, it was money, lots of money. Everybody loves money. Even the stingiest of people become do-gooders who will do anything when they hear the sound of coins. That's the nature of human greed. You just have to wait a little longer. The guy squinted his eyes at the unkind faces of the garages. He realized that soon everything would go according to his plan. By following the most efficient method, he would achieve his goal. He would buy all their hearts, and these townspeople would become his subjects, who I would not even think of obeying his orders. Money. And that is an unshakable fact. The sun was near, and its warm yellow glow lit up the sky. The weather outside was beautiful, and the chirping of various birds could be heard everywhere. Lucas stopped the wagon, and it began to rattle its rusted brakes. The wheels stopped spinning, and soon it stood still. The man took hold of the gilded door handle, and with a slight push, opened the door for his lord. The man opened the door, and Teachim bowed, informing his lord that they had arrived. This man was incredibly courteous and loyal to his lord. The boy rose from his seat, and with a leisurely gait, stepped out of the carriage. The steps crackled under his weight, and he praised his ward for a good job. They arrived at the manor of the city. A tall capital-like building loomed before them. The boy jumped out of the carriage and looked around. There was a wide courtyard, quite a rich decoration for such a dilapidated city. From what he saw, his eyes widened several times. It was amazing. Of course, the boy knew that the main building of the city should be beautiful, but in front of him was a real palace. It was a real palace in no other way. It looked more like an ancient temple, especially in the rays of the setting sun that reflected off its glass windows. Casting sunlight reflections, it looked really majestic. It really didn't compare to the house, or rather, the hovel he had lived in before. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, and it was as if he was dumbfounded. It took him a minute to come to his senses. He never thought that he would get such an apartment. Suddenly, his enthusiasm was interrupted by a scream. A man ran toward him, stretching out his arms and trying as if to hug him. The man was troubled by something, but his face was shining with wide, large-rimmed glasses. He stopped in front of him, approaching at some inhuman speed. The man folded his arms in front of him, and as if beginning to beg, it was a small boy. He was almost crying with joy. The boy stopped and stared at him in surprise, trying to understand who was standing in front of him. The character was familiar to him, but he could not remember where he had seen him before or what his name was. The boy began to gibber and apologize quickly. He shouted that he couldn't call him my lord. He began to theatrically apologize, his legs shaking with fear. The player said he could be called anything he wanted. He didn't understand why he was being treated that way. The boy grasped his bandaged hand and began to frantically examine it. You could see he was about to burst with excitement. He said he was worried that His Highness might get hurt. He grasped his hand as if he was facing a deity, though to him it was. The boy started screaming and wailing about his victim being there was chilling at the very thought that his lord might get hurt. This guy, who has the stench of traitor flying around him, is called Ada. In the game, he's a simple NPC who runs the city. All the administrative tasks of the crossroads are his concern, from building facilities to maintaining systems. It's probably the same in this world. The wide doors opened, arriving inside the wide corridor. He should run the city with that annoying little kid. Also, we need to get ready. The doors continued to creak open, and Ada ran inside. He, as if some realtor, began showing the arriving gentleman his apartment. The guy swirled around him like a fly, gibbering incessantly about something. He waved his hand and said he'd already taken a bath. Dinner was ready, and His Highness could rest for the rest of the day. It was quite richly decorated inside, with carpeting everywhere, and the building itself inside from the outside. The lad was again in a stupor, trying to realize what kind of majesty was at his disposal. The servant circled around him and stared in surprise, probably not understanding what the guy was so surprised about. Soon, he came to his senses and perked up. He ordered his courtier to make sure the soldiers were well rested. Then he nodded to Lucas and said that he could rest too. The knight wanted to object and say that he had to protect his lord's rest, but the boy gestured to stop his protest. Let him continue his duties tomorrow, and now let him rest. Lucas sighed heavily and lowered his eyes. Still, he obeyed his master. He was unaccustomed to such attention, but the boy did not resist for long and turned around and went to his room. He was still muttering to himself. The servant at this time approached his master and invited him to follow him. The player turned around and looked around the building. It looked like Lucas's room was on the first floor. The knight disappeared somewhere in the back of the building. Soon, the guy came to the bathroom, which was just as lavishly decorated. He saw in front of him a huge bathtub, which was filled to the top with hot sizzling water, from which came steam filling the entire space of the room. A relaxing hot bath. They stepped inside, and the courtiers began to spin around and show off the fruits of their endeavors. Him. Also, getting rid of the smell of blood after the battle. They were still standing at the entrance to the bathroom, which looked truly monumental. It wasn't a bathroom, but an entire swimming pool, tile everywhere, and expensive tiles. The guy sighed. Indeed, he hadn't had a bath in a long time, and he could definitely use a good rest. The trip had been extremely exhausting, and a bath was just right. So he was going to get a good night's rest today. He took off his cloak and thanked the courtier, saying that he could rest today too. Ada folded his arms, still staring at his master's back like some obedient dog. The guy started to take off his clothes, which were already really completely soaked with the smell of blood that constantly cut his nose. Suddenly, the courtier's face changed. His mouth stretched into a predatory smile, and his eyes gleamed treacherously. Ah yes, that was just unbelievable. And his voice changed and made itself similar to the wheezing of a snake. Suddenly, a phrase came off his lips that paralyzed the protagonist. He suddenly called out his game nickname, typical asshole. But how did he know that? The guy stopped, and as if frozen in a daze. His eyes widened and goosebumps ran down his back. He hadn't expected this, and now he stood there like a statue. The servant said it literally under his breath, but the boy still heard. He tried not to show his surprise and fear, and continued to approach the bathtub. The servant had slammed the door shut at the same time and propped them open with his body. A smile gleamed on his face. His master had passed the first test in ways that were simply beyond human perception. The guy sounded as if he had lost his mind, his voice gradually dropping to a scream. Ash turned to him and gritted his teeth and looked at him with bloodshot eyes. How did the little sod know that? The servant spread his arms as if wanting to embrace his master, shouted, "What is there to hide? He's the director of the Empire's defense." The boy stood with his arms raised to the sky, staring straight up at the ceiling. His eyes were burning with happiness. But his joy didn't last long. A powerful blow hit him right in the jaws, and the guy literally swallowed his words, spitting out a few teeth. His glasses instantly flew off his nose. Ratty flew off to the side, thrown away by the powerful blow. He flew a few meters and fell to the tiled floor with a muffled groan. Principal, huh? Ash was just furious, breathing hard and gritting his teeth like a wild animal. It turns out he is now standing in front of the creep who threw him a begging sign here. The guy was beyond furious. He was ready to tear that freak now. However, the servant looked at him fearfully, fixing his glasses. He urged him to be calm and put his hand forward as if trying to defend himself, though he realized it was useless right now. The body he found himself in was much weaker. He fell to his knees and began to pretend to apologize. He was sorry for having to kidnap him. The guy stood there as if he was going to pray to someone. Naturally, there was no truth in what he said. Then, he raised his head and looked seriously at the Lord. However, there was one thing: this world needed him. The boy became incredibly serious for a second. However, to his horror, he saw that his master had pounced on him like a wild beast. The boy was swinging his fists, and now he looked like the spawn of hell. His eyes were burning. Soon, Ada was beaten to a pulp. His face was swollen, and his eyes were closed. Hot tears flowed from them. He apologized with swollen lips. He was in pain, but there was no other way out. He raised his hands to the sky as if trying to call you to reason. Ash sat down beside him and calmed down a bit and said that now we could talk. So this little parasite is the one who sent him the message, right? The creator of this world, the developer of the game. The guy sat down across from the little guy and looked at him with interest. "I'm sure," said the little guy, stretching each letter. "How Ash used strength of his way of speaking. However, I still have to listen." Finally, the boy asked the only question that interested him. Why did that parasite drag him here? The boy started digging through his pockets, trying to find something. Soon he found a small handkerchief there and started wiping his snotty face. Through his tears, he continued to speak. "In this world there is one true ending, one true ending, one true ending. The one and only one that no one has ever gotten to." The boy listened intently, and he was getting more and more annoyed with what was happening. It sounded like some kind of nonsense, though, considering the computer world, the idea didn't seem so silly. Ada continued, wiping his nose as he spoke. He had reset this world countless times in order to reach this exact ending. However, he was never able to achieve the desired result. In the end, he had to resort to this method. "And now he's decided to use another person's help?" Ash asked irritably. The boy snapped his fingers and nodded affirmatively. "That's right." After that snap, some flashes of blue color began to shine in front of them. They sat and scrutinized the information offered. The servant reached for one such flash and continued speaking. He had changed the form of this world to a game world and was representing to the players from the other world. He kept stretching out his words, which started to piss off the protagonist. Eventually, the players were able to make good progress on something he never thought possible. Except there was one thing. The boy frowned and looked at the screen. None of the players were making any progress. He said this with obvious disappointment. Ash said he was among those losers too. After all, he had never heard of this true ending. The guy started to look around at what was going on and didn't understand anything. Why had he been dragged here in the first place? The creator turned to him and said that it was true. He had never seen the true ending. Yet he had managed to accomplish what no one else had been able to before. He had gotten through Hell's Difficulty Plus with Iron Man mode. The boy pondered. Yes, he had indeed passed the game, and that's the reason. I still couldn't believe it. It all sounded like some kind of fiction. Ada looked at him and said hopefully, "I thought he could do it. That's why he was here." The boy sat for a few more seconds, trying to take in the meaning of what was being said. The words blurred, and his mind tried to piece it all together. Finally, he got it, and he couldn't hold back his anger. Screaming, he lunged at the little asshole. "You bastard! He kidnapped him!" The guy couldn't control his emotions any longer. That asshole had ruined his whole life. That asshole made him go through a deadly ordeal. Impassable training. And then he got inside that asshole's body. Is he okay? The guy remembered the horror he had to go through to get here. And now he's hearing this. The little guy tried to justify himself, saying something about technical problems and bugs, about how he didn't expect it. The guy covered himself with his hands so he wouldn't get hit. The guy once again prepared his fist to punch the little asshole again. He tried to ask him to let him explain something, to tell him about the reward he would get if he helped. Reward? The word came to him like a stoplight. The boy spread his arms in a theatrical gesture, and as if proud of himself, said that if he reached the end, revealed the true ending, he would fulfill any wish of the player. Ash raised an eyebrow in surprise. Any wish? Is that Dragon Ball or something? For some reason, only that anime came to mind. Ada spread his arms and easily said that theoretically in this world he was something akin to a deity. The boy bit his lip. It sounded convincing, of course, but what good would it do him? The boy's nose continued to bleed, but he smiled broadly. He said it wouldn't be a problem for him, given his ability to give a player any gift before letting them go to ground. Ash looked at him in disbelief. Anything? Even that? The boy nodded his head quickly. Even if he asks for $10 billion? Idar fixed his glasses on his nose. Only 10 billion. He could give him 100 billion. Or maybe add more begging, signed the boy as if mocking him. A smirk and a smile appeared on his face, and his glasses glistened in the sun. The player bit his lip. What a freak! He's trolling him. For some reason, Hero couldn't shake the feeling that he was being cheated somewhere, as if he was talking to a sneaky crook. But to be honest, he was interested. He's going to get his wish. Well, so be it. Ask for anything. The thought stuck in his head. He remembered sitting at his computer chair just playing a game for days on end. Still, there was one wish he wanted to fulfill at any cost. The boy squinted. That was the wish he wanted to wish for. And if this degenerate wasn't lying, then it could work out. He looked at the little guy with a look that made it clear that he didn't want to be trusted. The short man kept smiling and said in a sweet voice, "The hero already knows what he wants. Or is he wrong? Something much more important than money. More important than absolutely all the money in the world. He has a dream that he gave up, thinking he could never fulfill it." That voice penetrated the boy's very soul. He fell silent and collected his thoughts. The worst part was that the kid was right. Indeed, he was, after all. That's when he realized it was true. Realized that this self-proclaimed deity knew far more about him than he'd ever told anyone in his life. They stood and looked at each other, and the short man continued to reason aloud with pleasure. He knew what the boy had regretted all his life. Ash recalled moments from his life that he really wanted to express from his memory. Remembered something that he had long lived with, that regret of his heart. Shorty said in a caustic tone that he could make his dream come true. The guy shook his head, and continuing to fight the coming nausea, "You said that the dream was long over." However, his trembling voice gave away that he was lying. Spreading his arms, the small man laughed, and said that as long as the dream lived in his heart, he couldn't throw it away. He was right, and the boy himself realized it. It was useless to argue. However, he had one interesting question. If this kid is telling the truth, and he really isn't limited in his strength, shouldn't he be able to reach the truth of the ending by himself? Shorty stopped shouting and lowered his gaze. His face changed, and a shadow of doubt appeared in his eyes. He bitterly said that in this world, his abilities are severely limited. Here, he is just an ordinary person, nothing more than a character in a game. Ash snorted contemptuously. He looked away. The boy continued to narrate. That's why he needs someone to act on his behalf. After hesitating, the boy said he wanted to ask him something. The boy smiled and in his usual manner answered in the affirmative. Ash asked after thinking for a bit, what would happen if he died here? Idar laughed coldly. Well then, if he dies here, then he's dead. The guy chuckled, and that nasty laugh went like a blade through glass. Ash clutched his head. He'd hit it. Oh well, let's commemorate. The boy continued smiling as he explained. Life, he said, is like a game of coin. No saving and no downloading. He thought the boy had figured that out perfectly while he was playing the game, hadn't he? The player frowned. That was right. The dwarf was telling the truth. There were no saves in the game. It was originally designed for the player to have only one try. But that didn't make it any easier. It always took care of the player, but in its own way. When it came to death, she was ruthless and relentless. Shorty stood in front of the player, and Riley said that if the player wanted to return to Earth, he would arrange everything. As soon as the guy heard that, it was as if he had been hit on the head. Really? The boy nodded. Yes, he was absolutely serious. Correcting the glasses on his nose, smiling, he said that the truth was, he should have asked him that from the beginning upon arrival. But there had been a glitch, so the plan had to be changed a bit. Anyway, let him decide for himself. The boy was still pondering. The prospect of returning back to his world was certainly tempting, but this desire did not let him rest. The little runt, as if sensing his tension, held out his hand, and the echidna said that if he helped him reach the true ending, he would get the fulfillment of his most cherished wish. Then he squinted and changed his tone again, in which something predatory flickered. Or would return to his usual peaceful life and not put himself at risk. Become the same as before. He spread his hands apart and became like a scale that holds a choice in its hands. The choice is his, Mr. Typical Nerd. The guy stood in front of him, still hesitant to make a final decision. At this moment, he had a cloud of thoughts swarming in his head, which turned into a lump from which it was impossible to make something normal. However, unexpectedly for himself, the guy realized that he had long ago made a decision. Under any other circumstances, he would have returned immediately, but there were two things that prevented him from doing so. The first is the opportunity to fulfill his dream. The second, and most important and interesting, it doesn't all sound so impossible, does it? The guy squinted. He's been through this game before. He knows its mechanics, how it works. There are indeed bugs, however. What game is not without them at all? All it takes is confidence in himself and his abilities. Only then can he win. He's studied the game inside and out. He's made a lot of mistakes, he's learned, and he's learned again. Why not go through the game again? The boy smiled, but a small shiver still ran through his body. He was about to make a decision that would determine his future fate. Okay. The guy didn't hesitate to answer. Let it be. A drop fell and it sent small splashes all over the bathroom. He said again, he agrees. Shorty was just beyond happy, really? The boy nodded again. The little guy started wriggling around like some kind of worm. You could see that he was overflowing with emotion. He was as happy as if he had won the lottery. The guy was jumping in place, and his glasses were ready to fall off his little nose. Ash. Completely serious, he said he's going to get to that yours truly ending, so he's counting on mutual help. And don't let him try to forget his promise. In the last sentence, he made a special point of hinting that the consequences would be bad. However, the small bespectacled man agreed to everything. Of course, he had it all to himself. He was bouncing around like a little kid who'd been bought the toy of his dreams. Well then, let's get started. The guy walked up to the bespectacled man and pointed his finger at him. Well, first assignment then. He stood in front of him, and his voice was firm with determination. As he approached the bespectacled man, he told him to sell all the magic crystals before morning. The bespectacled man trembled for a second. What? The smile immediately fell off his face. He had not expected such a turn of events. However, the player was completely serious. He waved his hands and said in a trembling voice that all the stores were already closed. How is he going to do this? The player was furious, as if he was some kind of wild beast. He looked at the bespectacled man with a look that made his soul go into a heel. Legs in his hands and go. He doesn't care whether he sells them at night or at dawn. He doesn't care at all. Just let it end with this by morning. He adjusted the glasses on his nose. All right, for 388 black spider magic crystals, he could get a huge amount of money by selling them, even the last market price. But still, what was he going to do with such a lot of money? With this money, one could buy an entire mansion, ensuring a trouble-free life for the coming years. Ash Cold replied that there's an empty seat on his team. There's a player missing. The bespectacled man was surprised but asked again, "What? What does he mean?" The guy grinned. Did Winter really have to answer that question? Still, the inquisitive nature of the bespectacled man was beginning to annoy him. Wasn't that too much to ask? Soon, they arrived at the mercenary guild to find a suitable member of their team. Of course, he's talking about Gacha. He flipped a coin, and the shiny piece of gold flew high up with a squeak. He had plenty of money, and he wasn't afraid to spend it. It was up to these good mercenaries. He pounded his fist on the table, in full readiness for the fact that he was about to lose a significant amount of all his money. He wanted to start with 100 spins. The guy smirked and got ready to place his bets. He had so much money that all that gold had to be stacked in separate wagons. And even so, there was a lot of it. There were guards standing nearby, vigilantly guarding such a sum of money. It seemed that they themselves were afraid to be around such wealth. Next to all this wealth sat a bespectacled man. He literally had no face. He had to work very hard to sell all these stones. He hadn't slept all night, and now he felt like a squeezed lemon. Ash and Lucas were standing near the guild roundabout and were shimmying on Jen's leg. From there they could hear shouting and some kind of rumbling. Something was definitely going on there. It was a typical tavern, where people spent all their money in useless games, trying to win something, but often they left with nothing. Ash grinned. "They have fun there." Lucas looked at him with a surprised look. He said he wanted to go out first, in case there was something dangerous in there, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence. The boy quickly kicked a lot and the door, and it flew out with a crunch, opening the passage. They found themselves on the threshold of a rather large room in which there was a dim light. There were a number of people sitting at tables, some of them drinking, some of them continuing to play. There were several men sitting there, one of whom, a bald man with a small beard and moustache, shouted with rage, "Who the hell is he? That he wants to die!" He screamed so hard that veins began to swell on his bald head. Ash screamed so hard that his entire face was covered in sweat. He turned to the stranger. "Hey, you degenerate! Why is he staring at him like that?" He quickly walked over to the man who had carelessly started to rough him up and put his hand on his bald head. Maybe he's the one who wants to die. Maybe he's his future employer. The man shuddered with fear and immediately lost all his fervor somewhere. Lucas followed him obediently, and whispers were heard around him. People were seeing this third prince for the first time in their lives. They began to whisper among themselves and discuss. People were well aware that this man was strange to say the least. He had killed his entire army in the last battle. No one risked crossing his path. But at this time, the guy was examining the people present with his gaze. Is there anyone shining here? They needed to find someone worthy who could replace the empty seat in their team. Mercenary Guild. It's the place where you can knock out new characters. And of course, their potential directly depends on their rank. The boy opened his eyes. In any case, is there anyone shining here? Suddenly his gaze locked onto some stranger sitting at a table somewhere in the distance. He was emanating some kind of obscure purple color. That's it. Just what he needed. The guy was dumbfounded and began to glare at the stranger. The woman noticed him too, and puffing on a thick cigar and letting out a cloud of thick smoke, turned her head. Her lips moved and a soft, calm voice sounded. She greeted the hero and said that it was good to see him in the Continental Crossroads Mercenary Guild. It was a woman, or rather an old woman, with long grey hair, or maybe it was just white. She had a patch over her eye, and with her fingers she held the cigar that was barely smouldering. She was dressed in an officer's uniform with big epaulets. On her chest she had a lot of medals, which testified that she had seen more than one battle. Ash was stunned. A mercenary of such rank, really? Really? A smile appeared on his face. Had he really found what he was looking for so quickly? He walked over to her, and without invitation sat down beside him. The boy asked if he could recognize the name. The woman rose from her seat and nodded respectfully. Putting her hand to her chest, she introduced herself and said her name was Jupiter. She added that it was an honor to meet the Lord. The woman stood at attention in front of him, as if she were still in the role of a soldier. The boy wondered. A mage of such a rank? plus a mage of light. He just couldn't believe it was a granny in a mercenary guild. He squinted his eyes and began to stare at her studyingly. He had never seen such a uniform before. What country does it belong to? The woman offered her hand to her chest and said with some warmth that this uniform belonged to their ever-black empire. She added that the boy must not have recognized it because it was created decades back. It's an old pattern. The boy smiled. So she used to serve the empire? His voice sounded ringing, satisfied with his find. The woman stretched her mouth in a smile, and the city replied that she had given 30 years of service to the military, had even been captain of the 2nd Mage Squadron. After retiring, she made a living through mercenary work. Looking at her uniform, the boy respectfully said that she must be a model soldier even after retirement. The woman put a cigar in her mouth and waved her hand and said that it's not like that at all. It's just that it's hard to live on one pension. There's not much money. The woman took a glass with some hot drink and asked with interest, "What brings your majesty here?" The boy smiled and answered the question with a question. What did she herself think? To hire someone useful to her team, of course. What else would one come to such a specialized place for? The woman squinted and looked at him with her only eye. She asked in an ingratiating voice, was he sure he wasn't here to find a decoy to die in his place? Of course it was a legitimate question, as this place was frequented by people who used the others as expendable. Hearing those words, Lucas was furious. How dare the old woman talk about his lord like that? The man was already ready to join the fight. He was already grabbing his sword when suddenly the boy stopped him with his hand. No need to. It's all right. The knight reluctantly put his weapon back away. The woman took another drag on her cigarette, and the body's reply was that the rumors of the battle on the front lines had already spread everywhere, even outside the kingdom. Such rumors spread with phenomenal speed. The woman added that it looked like he had to pay dearly for being so incompetent. He lost a lot of people and nearly lost his castle. The woman grinned and laughed softly. They may be lowlifes who are paid to fight ordinary battles, but they are still not idiots to dig their own graves. They still want to live, and they don't want to die in an alley somewhere following an idiotic order. None of them want to put their lives at the disposal of a naive rookie commander. All the other mercenaries jumped up from their seats as well and stared at the newcomers. The woman frowned and clenched her cigarette in her mouth. The boy nodded understandingly and said that he understood, that the concerns were legitimate, but that he had a suggestion. He stepped forward and began to speak. These people are here to do missions and make money. He walked up to the crowd of people that was already beginning to thicken around him and asked one already consuming question. Hadn't they already sold their lives? Isn't that why they came here? They offer their services, risking their lives for a small fee. Didn't they all end up in this place not because there is no other way to make money? And now they are afraid to do what they are here to do? The men fell silent and looked at the prince intently. He slapped his hand on the table and shouted, "And besides, they say they're not stupid enough to dig their own graves." He leaned over to the woman and said in an ingratiating voice that sounded at least strange to him. The woman was confused at these words and almost dropped her cigar from her mouth. The boy continued. Her career was definitely effective, except that she was eventually fired as well. Plus, for a reason, it was all done because she was secretly stealing military funds. Isn't that right? The woman almost choked on that statement and widened her eyes. She understood it perfectly well, but no one had ever known about her past before. The boy had hit exactly the right target. He grinned. Isn't that right? Isn't that the same as digging a grave? Apparently she had no idea he knew about her past. The guy laughed. He inwardly rejoiced. He had done the right thing. Besides, it wasn't all that easy out there. From corruption to smuggling goods. I caught her and kicked her out of her job in disgrace. And that was the truth. Now she was forced to sit here in a stinking tavern, trying to make a living on a mercenary's wages. And yet she proudly continues to wear her military uniform. Isn't she ashamed? The guy leaned over to the woman and looked at her reproachfully. All she could do was clench the cigarette tighter in her lips. The epitome of corruption. Corrupt soldiers rotten to the core. A dishonorably discharged veteran. Isn't that a cliched story? He didn't really care about that, though. She was a heroine of simply staggering abilities. She now looked more like a pirate than a warrior. It was all about this woman, Light Mage Jupiter. The woman sighed heavily and took the cigar out of her mouth. She turned to the boy. Even if her career ended on such a bad note, she was still proud to be a soldier of the Empire. The woman said it without the grandeur of before, but still without losing her pride. She glanced at the boy and asked him to watch his expressions. However, he seemed to ignore her words. He sat down beside her and asked, "How much? How much is she willing to ask for her pride?" The woman looked at him as if she was ready to kill him. You could hear her teeth gritting in anger. But the boy looked at her without stopping and even stopped blinking. He repeated his question. How much would it take to turn her into a hunting dog? The woman still overcame her anger and smiled. Said that despite her age and looks, she was quite expensive. At least 000 a year. But she didn't have time to finish. The guy said he was willing to pay. The woman was so surprised that she dropped the cigar from her hands. It landed on the floor with a loud thud. "Double. 000, repeated the guy without a shadow of doubt in his voice. The woman looked at him in surprise and couldn't even find anything to say. This is a high price for a mercenary, however. He is a prince of the Empire and the lord of this city. Moreover, he had just sold all the 400 crystals he had managed to obtain by killing spiders. Yes, the bespectacled man had done well, and he hadn't cheaped out. Now he had enough money. He looked at the woman with a proud look, the way one would look at a thing. Waste? No. For the opportunity to buy a soldier of such rank, he was willing to pay any price. The woman continued to look up at him, now seriously considering his offer. It was obvious that she was reluctant to refuse such a sum. She was even ready to disregard her own pride, though for the umpteenth time. The guy held out something like a business card in front of her. Her fear of death. He's buying it and will immediately pay her double the original bid. A radiant smile shone on his face. The guy spoke in a loud and sonorous voice. Cowards that don't want to sell their lives can go home to their mommies. But if they are true mercenaries willing to work for big bucks, then let them stay. He stood in front of the crowd of mercenaries, who looked at him in surprise and did not dare to say a word. The boy, however, continued to speak. Let them come tonight to the empty field to the west of the crossroads. The next place he went to was the church. It was a large white building that had 2 bell towers. This was where the monks usually sat, and there was a constant service going on. In this place, the church was one of the top of the hierarchy, somewhere on par with the government. Important decisions were made here, and powerful healers resided here. Inside the cathedral was the monumental structure of the angel. The statue stood somewhere in the middle of the great hall, and Ash sat beneath it. Next to him sat a nun who was healing him with her magic. The boy was in complete bliss. After a few minutes, the procedure was over. The woman looked at his neck and said it was almost done, but there would be a small scar. The boy thanked her for her help, and indeed his neck was left with a small red scar. Smiling, the woman said she was glad to have helped. A beautiful face looked at him. It was a R-rank, hidden heroine. She was the best healer, St. Margaret. She had long brown hair and big brown eyes. Later, he would be able to recruit her after fulfilling certain conditions. The guy stood up and looked around carefully. However, that wasn't why he was here today. There was some business to finish. He placed a weighty bag of money on a small table. The boy turned to the saint and asked, "Is what he asked her earlier ready?" The girl nodded her head and said it would be done now. In front of them stood several dozen people dressed in church uniforms. It looked like the uniforms of the temple novices. The woman said quietly that she had brought everyone here who was available at the moment. Ash looked around with a scrutinizing gaze. Among the temple attendants was Demian. He looked at his comrade with big eyes and smiled. It could be seen that the boy was doing quite well here. He had finally found his calling. Smiling, Ash said that he seemed to be adjusting well here. Inwardly, he was glad for the boy. Glad because after all the hardships, he was able to find his shelter and was now safe. The sun was slowly coming into its own. The day was heating up. Ash said that now they would have a lot of things to do. Besides, it wouldn't be easy. Ash and Lucas stood on a small platform. In front of them stood a few dozen townspeople, all of them with worried and teary faces. Behind them were many graves. That day, a nationwide mourning was declared. At that time, many coffins from the forward base arrived. They were brought by soldiers. The sight was really depressing, with the smell of hopelessness and death everywhere. People came here to honor the memory of the fallen soldiers, tears welling up on their faces. Ash placed a small gold-rimmed photograph near his comrade Ken's grave. There he was, along with his family. The boy frowned. Everything was going according to plan. The soldiers were lined up in a straight line and stood motionless, waiting for the command. Each grave was marked with the flag of the Empire, testifying that here was buried a brave warrior defending his land. Also here was a small choir that sang a funeral song in honor of the fallen warriors. The girls had mournful voices, and they were dressed in black burial clothes like everyone else. Since then, death was so common in this place that ceremonial funerals like these were commonplace. Most importantly, monetary compensation was paid to the families of the deceased. However, it is highly doubtful that this money could have done anything to help their loss. People were whispering amongst themselves, occasionally breaking down into wailing. Pitiful sobs were heard from everywhere, and people began to shuffle around, watching the new prince. Shocked by the sums people began to whisper, the news passed from mouth to mouth and spread among the townspeople. Rumors always spread very quickly. The boy stood on the platform and drew a full chest of air. He was going to make a speech in front of all the townspeople. He wasn't going to sugarcoat anything. Yes, it's a performance, but it's extremely reasonable. Here on the front lines, their fight should be known as a noble mission for the sake of all mankind. The boy stepped onto the platform and surveyed the townspeople with his gaze. His loud voice began to echo throughout the neighborhood. He is the third prince and newly appointed lord, Ash von Heiter Everblake. People began to whisper. Chuckles crept everywhere. None of them took the new ruler seriously. Everyone thought he was a madman who had come to the throne and doomed his empire to collapse. He looks like a complete asshole. The boy heard everything perfectly well, of course, but he wasn't embarrassed by the words. He sighed and said that he would not embellish these events. His gaze was cold and hard, as if he did not care at all about the fate of these citizens. It was as if they were just expendable to him. He began to speak in a measured voice. Certainly on the front lines everyone will die. Death will be their constant companion. Suddenly, he interrupted his speech, his gaze fixed on a man in the crowd. It was the familiar from the tavern, Lady Jupiter. But what was she doing here? She was smoking her thick cigar as usual. His gaze rested on her. Had she come here? Had her past conversation affected her so? But still the guy continued talking. His voice sounded firm and determined. He wasn't afraid that the crowd might burst out at any moment and tear him to pieces. The townspeople didn't really accept him, and now he was making such a speech. The guy went on. He was saying that on the front lines everyone would die. The deaths will be continuous. It's a war for all mankind. Every week in this cemetery, there will be more and more graves, and the church choir would sing, honoring the new dead. The people stood panting. They were shocked at such a straightforward though they understood it themselves, but they did not want to admit this fact. The crowd stood without moving. All eyes were directed at the Lord. The boy spoke without any embarrassment. He asked to be given a chance to clarify the situation. He said that the man's death would be worth more than his life. People began to look at the man in disbelief. Funeral expenses and all those ceremonies had taken a toll on his wallet. Almost half of the money from the sale of the crystals had gone into all of this. If this keeps up, there'll be almost no money left. Funerals are terribly expensive. However, logically, death shouldn't be a cheap pleasure. A monk stood near one of the graves and folded his hands in a gesture of prayer and read the sermon in honor of the deceased. Ash continued his monologue. He said in a confident voice that because of all this, he would try to save all their lives, no matter what it cost him. That was his priority right now, trying to keep them all alive and keep working on the front lines. Lily sat on her wheelchair and looked at her comrade with a pitiful look. The girl was happy at being left alive, but her situation was much worse now. Ash continued to speak. He said in a thunderous voice that no one in the military should dare to die prematurely. The guards dressed in shiny armor stood silent and greedily absorbed every word. The guy was telling them to live and shake as much money from him as possible. Jupiter frowned and took a drag from her cigarette. Those words seemed incredibly strange to her, especially coming from such a man. Ash had told them not to make him spend on their expensive funeral in any way. He waved his hand, and the barrels of the guns rose upward. On command, a volley rang out, and the smell of gunpowder hung in the air. He had said all he wanted to say. Now he would wonder how the garage would take it. Yes, it was undoubtedly a tough speech, but in these realities it was necessary. At least he remained honest. An incompetent commander making excuses, a nasty lord throwing money around left and right. I don't care what they think of him. The boy didn't bother to speculate. He's going to prove himself with results. He will prove to all these people that he is more worthy of being on this throne than anyone else. The guy's head lolled forward, his long red cloak developing in the wind. The guy was smiling. He was pleased with himself. Well, time to mop up the first location. He worked exactly according to the plan. His speech penetrated deep into the minds of the townspeople and settled there. Now we just had to wait and see what happened. Location 1. 3 days and 1 hour to go. Night came unexpectedly quickly. The big bright moon crawled into the sky and peeked through the thick clouds. The first stars began to light up in the sky. After the funeral, the boy went to the backyard of his estate. There he was met by Lucas. This knight followed him unfailingly, guarding his every step. They stood, and for a few minutes there was a slight pause between them. A window popped up in front of the boy, asking him to activate the teleportation gate. He immediately jabbed his finger at the icon labeled yes. Of course, that's what he was going to do. The pile of rocks in front of which they were standing suddenly stirred, and large waves, one after another, began to rise into the air, forming something like a circle. All the while they were glowing with a strange bluish glow. The portal slowly began to activate. After a few dozen seconds, a portal glowing with blue light was already formed in front of them. It was a large sphere with a swirl of energy swirling around it. The boys stood right in front of it and prepared to enter M. Lucas gingerly looked at the portal. He had never seen anything like it before. In a stammering voice, he started to ask what it was. And ahead of his question, the boy answered that it was a portal that would take them to the dungeon under the lake. Ash quickly stepped forward. He wasn't about to back down. Lucas asked, "Is that what he meant?" The boy nodded his head, confirming his guess. With a wave of his hand, he smiled and said that this passage would take them directly to the enemy base, where they could attack the enemy completely unnoticed. And his face, on which a triumphant smile was spreading, testified that his plan was going to work. This game combines two genres, with tower defense and dungeon crawling. It's even written on the cover of this game, so there should be no doubt. Locations with monsters attacking the intersection belong to tower defense. But in between passing the locations when the monster does not attack, the player can explore the dungeon under the lake to know about the origin of the monsters. Dungeon sweeping. This is the so-called open world where players can raise their level by killing monsters. An important mechanic to advance in the game. It is better to go to these dungeons in groups of well-pumped players. Ash stood near the portal that was waiting for them to enter. Just as he thought, you can activate it before passing the location. Great! It's a heck of a game, but it's not that illogical. At least he's got a lot of experience now. He's had a lot of learning curve. But now, he's got a good head start on the game. He has a cheater character, Damien, and also AoE damager SR rank Jupiter. With the help of these two, he can easily pass any dungeon. It's funny how it started out so poorly. Plus, he has enough money to maintain it, so it's more than fine. The passage turned out to be a doable task for him. A satisfied smile stretched across his face. The guy was already anticipating that he would be able to get through this dungeon with ease, without any obstacles. He explained the rules to Lucas and said that they were going to scout the enemy base before the next location. The knight obediently listened to him and memorized the further plan of action. Finally, He clapped his hands together and said he understood. This was the perfect opportunity for him to prove himself in battle. Combat was an incredibly exciting pastime for him. After he finished listening to his maker, he cheerfully replied with a happy smile that he was fully ready. Ash was even a little embarrassed by this. He didn't expect the knight to agree to such a venture so easily. The guy stared at his ward incomprehensibly. That's it? No questions? That surprised him. Lucas should be the one with the most questions, right? However, the knight smilingly looked at his master, fully prepared to follow him into any scorcher. The prince he had served his entire conscious life had suddenly changed beyond recognition. Didn't that confuse him in the slightest? Also, he knew about the structure of the city and the location of the dungeon, despite being in this city for the first time. And that didn't confuse him at all. Ash pondered. It would have been enough to arouse suspicion, but Lucas continued to follow his orders without fail. The boy frowned. This was all kind of weird, but now was not the best time for that kind of thinking. He would think about it later. He turned to Lucas, and the knight turned to him with the same radiant smile. The boy asked him, "Isn't there anything he wants to ask? So Lucas seemed to twitch. The man became serious and was silent for a second. He drew his eyebrows together and stared at his lord thoughtfully. There was a look of doubt on his face, but so far the man had said nothing. Suddenly, he turned to the boy. Ash tensed his whole body, expecting that the knight would guess something and begin to pester him with questions. Then his plan would surely go awry. Goosebumps ran down his spine as he prepared himself for a lot of explaining to do. However, it was quite the opposite. Lucas put his hand to his chest and bowed slightly, saying that he was just following orders, he had nothing to ask. Ash exhaled loudly. He calmed down. It was all over. He certainly didn't need any extra questions right now. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the immediate surroundings. Crickets chirped, and the voices of two men could be heard. Lucas said that he was only the sword and shield of his master. His job was to follow orders. He tilted his head, continuing his slight bow. He said he only kills and protects on his master's orders. No questions should be asked of him. It was clear from the look on his face that this man would do whatever his master ordered him to do. Ash stared at his subordinate, stunned. He hadn't expected such directness and loyalty from him. He could not believe that this man had no questions. It all seemed very strange, and he must have suspected something. He's not that stupid, is he? Yet, Lucas says he trusts him. It seems like I'm more loyal to him than he is to me, and it looked like this man had no doubts. Lucas continued to look at him spitefully, a little bowed. Such thoughts sent a small shiver through the boy's body. He looked at his subordinate with a look full of respect. He didn't know what to say. He certainly didn't expect this. Inside himself, the guy thought that a little later he would definitely reward this man for such loyalty. Inside himself, he magnified. Also, it was time to move forward. The guy opened the portal and held out his hand to his knight and asked if he was ready to go with him into the scorcher itself. A triumphant smile shone on his face. The guy was already anticipating a good adventure that would bring him a lot of success. Lucas looked at him with a serious look, full of alertness. He firmly said that he was ready to follow him happily, straight to the underworld, whatever was waiting for him there. The player smiled and looked at his knight with incredible respect. He liked that this man didn't ask unnecessary questions, but simply followed his orders. It saved him a lot of needed hassle. The guy poked at the sign that said, "Lake," and the teleporter lit up. They quickly stepped inside the glowing circle, and everything around them was flooded with a bright light. I even had to squeeze my eyes shut a little to avoid going blind. The teleporter began to work at full power. Then, there was a bright flash of light, and the teleport vanished. The pile of rocks took on its usual appearance again, crumbling into its usual place, with a small rain of stone. During the teleportation, windows with hints popped up every now and then, which annoyed him, and he shouted angrily for the game to stop pretending to care. Soon, the teleportation was complete, and he stepped onto solid ground. Soon, they arrived at the place. Now, the two men stood in front of a small lake, in which floated a dilapidated platform. It was damp all around, and the croaking of frogs could be heard. Ash looked around, surveying the area. It was eerie, dark everywhere. The air was humid, and the boy had a feeling inside that they were in for quite a battle. The Black Lake, the lake that was the source of the monsters. It was a veritable hell that created nightmares on the southern edge of the world. The clouds slowly began to part, and the bright white light of the moon illuminated the gloomy landscape. It felt like they were in a parallel reality. There were large mountains everywhere, but at the same time, the terrain was completely empty. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Lucas's alarmed shout, calling for his lord to look away, pointing his finger somewhere. There was a definite look of concern on his face. Ash turned his head and looked where his ward was pointing. The water in the lake began to bubble, and soon it split in two. The picture reminded me of a biblical parable. The lake separated, and there appeared a small, peculiar path to walk on. The ground underfoot began to move, and here and there glowing hands began to emerge from it. The sight was eerie. It seems that the whole army of dead people who had been sleeping soundly until now was awakened by uninvited guests, and now will take revenge for the disturbed sleep. Soon an army of walking dead appeared before the aliens. These were the knights who had fallen in the battle. They had turned into ghosts, who wandered aimlessly through this expanse. The walking armor, from which a bluish light was streaming, began to move by itself. There was a clattering sound. They moved, and their movements were broken. Ash apparated in horror. Obviously he hadn't expected this. His eyes widened. Something had gone wrong after all. What the fuck? The guy didn't know what to do. His life hadn't prepared him for this. They were facing an army of living armor. He thought he could do it quietly, but he didn't. They were facing live armor. A whole army of them, clashing their weapons, trying to tear them apart. The armor was terrifying, blue light streaming from it. The armor was rusted from time, but that only gave it an eerie entourage. Each one held a long sword. The boy gritted his teeth and trembled with fear. Why had things turned out this way? Why these freaks? It was a dry nightmare for him. He didn't care who he would meet at the first location. Goblins, mermaids, wyverns. There are so many level monsters. But why was he only left with the ones he was trying his best to avoid meeting? In front of him stood an entire army that crackled with their armor moving straight towards them through the parting waves of the lake. The light from that armor was spreading far beyond, and from afar it looked like an army of fireflies was moving towards them. The boy wrapped his arms around his head and seemed ready to peel his skin off in anger. Fucking luck! He was furious. Fighting these things was a nightmare. They were ghosts. How could they even be killed? However, despite the general deplorability of their condition, Lucas was on full alert. He looked around at his opponents. Here were the monsters they would have to kill. The man gripped his sword ready to advance. Ash continued to stare miserably in front of him. Suddenly, a sign with information about the monsters appeared in front of him. The boy's bloodshot eyes widened, and he prepared himself for the worst. He saw something terrible. The level of these creatures was 5th living armor, class attacking. But what surprised him the most was the number. 052. Lucas looked at his leader and asked if everything was all right. The man noticed that His Highness was visibly pale. Ash stood there without moving, as if he was burrowed into the ground. His face shrank like a rotten apple. He bit his lips, and the hair on his head and everywhere else began to move. He turned to Lucas, saying he'd already said that in training, but he'd say it again. We're fucked! That was how many times he had started the game from the beginning. There are different reasons on Topol, but if there was living armor waiting for him at the very beginning, he would immediately start the game over again, as he realized that dealing with this Hulk would not be easy, if not impossible. The living armor completely matches its description. Underneath their heavy armor hides only the ghost. Killing him is an almost impossible task. After all, he is incorporeal, so this kind of monster is extremely resistant to physical attacks. It becomes easy to fight him only in the second half of the game, when the player has a lot of different equipment, including magic amulets, various spells and all that stuff. But now everything is very, very bad. The guy stood in his place, not deciding to move forward. There was only one question on his mind, but why these freaks? Meanwhile, The army of armor was coming closer and closer to them with a loud clang. Ash clenched his teeth with rage. It felt like someone was just riffing on them. It was like someone was deliberately interfering with the game. The guy had absolutely no idea how they were going to deal with all this crap. The number of knights was unbelievable. And on top of that, they didn't have the necessary equipment. 3 days to the opening of the first location. The knights had already begun to crawl out of every crevice, approaching their victims. Their armor rattled, and the rumble drowned out everything around them. Everything was covered in a bright blue glow that emanated from their bodies. After a bit of thinking, the player came up with the only right way out of the situation. He ordered his partner to leave. Lucas nodded, and they got ready to run away from here. They have no other choice but to do everything they can to defend themselves. There's no way to deal with these creatures. The knights had already started to crawl ashore and rushed straight towards their defenseless victims. Soon, they still managed to get away from this monstrous location. And now, the player was in his place, in his castle. As soon as he got inside, it immediately started calling for Ida. His voice echoed throughout the castle. The guy was definitely worried about something. The cry of the Lord began to echo throughout the palace. He called out to his subordinate, and the bespectacled man immediately appeared in front of him with the same stuttering voice. He congratulated his lord on his return and waited for further instructions. Ash asked in a gruff voice, "What is the state of the city's military?" The bespectacled man stammered and began his report. "They have a total of 526 men capable of standing on the front lines." In the servant's hands was a small tablet. This is where he wrote down all the available data. As soon as the player heard this, he angrily stomped his foot on the floor. What? The guy was furious. He made 100 turns of roulette and won only 500 people? That's just unthinkable. He was furious, and he was biting his lip. He was ready to tear his hair out. This character whose body he had unwittingly fallen into was just a real freak. Ada stammered and began to say that during the training, most of their soldiers simply died. And then, the player realized that he was completely fucked. But finally, he calmed down and asked how many more they could hire. The servant replied that they'd already recruited all the mercenaries who'd come to town. So there was no way they could hire more? The servant shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's not possible within this city." The boy turned to him. "Then have him send out all the other cities and bring more soldiers here. Have him say they'll double the normal rate." Ada wrote everything down in his small notebook. He nodded understandingly, a sign that he would do everything exactly as instructed. Ash said to send to the Imperial Palace as well. Have them relay that the monsters had begun to awaken and have them request as much reinforcements as possible. The bespectacled man wrote down all the instructions to himself in his notebook, his pencil sliding quickly across the paper, tracing out neat symbols. Finished writing it down, the bespectacled man raised his eyes to his master and asked, "Is he sure he wants to do this?" The boy looked at him. "If they request reinforcements from the Empire now, there will be a devastating event later in the game." Ash scratched the back of his head. Yes, let him contact them. He had no choice anyway. He must survive at all costs. The bespectacled man smiled full mouth and stretched out that he understood. Then he turned around and said that let him still gather all the masons, carpenters, blacksmiths, and alchemists of the city. Let them work in their best interests. Right now, their manpower could not be more useful. The servant cried out in surprise that then the production of magic stones would come to a halt. His voice trembled, but the fact that he started to cross his lord was a big mistake. Ash jumped towards him and grabbed the boy by the throat. Veins swelled in his face, and his teeth seemed to grit with anger. His eyes were bloodshot, and through his teeth he began to hiss. The city is about to be wiped out, and he's worried about producing pebbles? Let him drag everyone here. Ada gasped and said that he understood everything and would immediately follow orders. The frightened servant flashed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The player was left all alone and sighed heavily. There was no one in the room but him, and now it was necessary to come to his senses. The current difficulty level of the game is fucked up. Everything is so difficult, resources are scarce, and the monsters are arriving with renewed vigor. He opened the information window and began to search diligently for something there. He didn't think he had time to wait any further. He needed to act now, and immediately. He was already operating under time constraints, and there weren't many resources left. The guy looked at the information window with a serious expression. The more complex the game became, the more variables he had to enter. Commander Rookie, does he wish to choose this class? The game popped up a question box in front of him. That's why he decided to take a chance. Get your idiotic system. The guy confidently clicked on the icon, and the information window lit up with a bright blue light. On the information panel, a congratulatory message popped up in big white letters. The player has become a rookie commander. The guy stared at the congratulatory window for a few seconds, as if expecting something to change. Some stupid music started playing, and small confetti flew into Ash's face. Some kind of clown effect, the guy thought. It didn't impress him at all, but rather annoyed him. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he was about to have a heart attack. He grabbed his chest and bent in half. It was such a pain that he didn't have the strength to deal with it. However, it was over quickly. All that came out of the guy's mouth was a stifled scream. He bulged his eyes and groaned. It was hard to breathe. It felt like what had just happened. An information window popped up in front of him, indicating that a -50% debuff would be applied to his growth characteristics. He looked at the pop-up with horror and surprise. What had she just said? What a devil! Item skill will be debuffed -50%. Seriously? Of course. He stood there looking at it all with his eyes wide open. The kid didn't believe who could be worse, but it happened. For a couple more seconds he stood there, staring silently at the information panel. He refused to accept the fact, however. The window reported the facts. A second later, there was a shriek throughout the royal palace. The guy was cursing at the top of his lungs. What the fuck? Are they fucking kidding me? He was furious. This is insane, isn't it? Why did they give him so many debuffs? He grabbed the dashboard and I squeezed it so hard it cracked the glass. He was furious. Like a rabid animal, he was ready to smash the goddamn glass. This is some kind of fucked up thing. He grabbed the poker and he wanted to start smashing everything around him. Ida, that little prick. He wanted to rush out to find that lousy glasses guy and finish him off on the spot, but he stopped when he heard the notifications. A bunch of windows started popping up in front of him, and he stopped and scrutinized them, still breathing hard. It said that he had gotten a totem attack skill, another one of the same skill. He had gotten another sub-buffer skill and another main order skill. On top of that, Team Synergy was now available. The guy stood there and didn't understand anything. He was breathing heavily like a raging bull while holding a large poker in his hands. What the hell was this? He calmed down a bit after all and began to scrutinize what was written. From everything that came out, he could now reinforce all of his soldiers. Quite a useful skill. His anger quickly passed, and now he was fascinated, studying in his new abilities, which, by the way, was a lot. Now it turns out that if he is just present on the battlefield, each soldier will get a bonus to his attack and defense. Now, he understood why he had been so weakened. He had calmed down a bit, but he was still a bit angry at such an injustice. The guy carefully studied the information cells and analyzed what he should do with his new enhancements. Honestly, it was impressive. The benefits of the commander class. Depending on the combination of the team members' classes, they would receive different bonuses. It was suggested to try a lot of different options, some sort of interconnectivity system between the classes in his pack. Ash smiled. He liked it a lot. For a gamer like him, this class was just perfect. He looked at his poker, which now reminded him of a king's scepter. He hung it back up, and the poker seemed to glow with some sort of magical light. One day had passed since the lad had gotten his new class. He had a lot of things to do, and now there was even less time. The day was in full swing. Ash had found the bespectacled boy, and now stood in front of him, waiting for an explanation. He made it clear that he wanted the most detailed explanation of what had happened. Otherwise, he would kill the bespectacled man here and now, whoever he was. Ada stood in front of him, shifting from foot to foot. He was clearly worried about something. and in a shaky voice he explained. The fact was that no one was obeying his orders, and he had to resort to slightly more extreme measures. There were a few bound men standing in front of them, bound hand and foot, looking more like slaves. The bespectacled man said that in his haste, he had only been able to bring in the union leaders. Ash was ready to fall through the ground in shame. He hissed at him. In fact, he had kidnapped them. But the bespectacled man didn't seem embarrassed at all. He businesslike corrected the glasses on his nose and smiled. The union leader, Kuznetsov, a full man with a big bushy beard, shouted that this was just some kind of lawlessness in broad daylight. He was furious. He had been kidnapped from his smithy, and now he was being dragged, not clear where. The leaders of the Bricklayers' Union and Carpenter? Is he going to take over production? They were just furious. What kind of behavior is this? This is some kind of barbarism. The leader of the Alchemists' Union, an elderly man with long grey hair and an equally long beard, gritted his teeth and shouted that even if the king is a big shot, there's a time and a place for everything. You can't just show up at a man's door, kidnap him and force him to work. Ash trembled with fear. Now everyone's even more pissed at him. They've even got veins on their faces from scream. The guy realized at that moment that this method would not get him respect. It would only make his situation worse. What a bespectacled bastard. He should have apologized that democracy would be a better option, but he said something else. It's like he looked at his victims and growled, "Do they want to die?" He gave off such an ominous aura that everyone got goosebumps, and only the bespectacled man was standing there, smiling. Ash looked at them with a crazy look. Through clenched teeth, he hissed, "Do they have any idea where they are? How dare they yell at him at the top of their lungs? Have they forgotten who he is?" The guy's eyes widened, and he looked like a deranged lunatic who had just escaped from an asylum. The player began to squeeze his hand, with such force that even the table beneath his fingers began to crack and break. He is their prince and lord. If he's calling them, then everyone should drop what they're doing and run here on all fours. He wasn't like himself, eyes bulging even more. How dare they hurt his feelings? Do you really want to give up your life so badly? He seemed to have gotten too much into the role of a mad ruler. Seeing this, the union leaders immediately cooled down their fervor and looked at their intimidating lord with tear-filled eyes. Where, after all, this is the first time the prince is their lord, so they agree. That rare occasion when it feels good to be Ash. The player was satisfied. After all, intimidation is an effective method. After that, the negotiations went smoothly. After the leader expressed his demands, the masters were horrified. They couldn't believe their ears. Is it serious? His demands were unbelievable. Ash didn't hesitate to throw up his hands and smiled. Of course, he was offering them 20% of all the magic stones the army would collect at below market value. He was an amazing merchant and knew how to negotiate. Being able to buy the stones directly is too lucrative for them, right? Well, then let them establish a trading relationship. The guy leaned towards them, and his voice became more ingratiating. Well, now in return, whenever he orders, the military equipment should be manufactured first. Of course, he would pay fairly according to suitability. The boy was silent for a moment, waiting to hear what the masters had to say. He folded his hands in front of him and looked at his subjects with a snide look. Good deal, isn't it? He knew very well that the masters would have no choice, so the deal was only a formality. Using his money and power, he was easily persuaded. Although they were hesitant at first, of course. At this point, negotiating is the only thing he can do. Does that make him a materialist? Of course it does. Leader Smith, of course, agreed. Would it be difficult? What should they do and when should they start? What else is there to do? Ash was pleased that everything was going according to his plan. Money is a great thing after all. You can buy anything with it. People to work with, materials. He smiled at his new subjects. Now they would obey his orders without question. The 000 living armor moved at them in an inexorable armada. The light from their flaming faces spread out to fill every available space. They were emitting something like the moans they usually let out in the face of death. They were moving straight towards the walls of the city, ready to raze it to the ground. And now, it's up to the inhabitants to make sure the fortress stays standing or collapses. They would be there in about 2 days. Ash thought about it. The situation was not good. The enemy was advancing, and they didn't have much time left. They needed to concentrate all their forces and start working hard. His comrades stood in front of him, and from their faces you could see that they were in complete shock. This was a big surprise to them. Lucas was the only one standing with a completely calm expression on his face. The knight looked at his lord, and in a concerned voice asked what they should do. The forces to defend the city. He folded his arms in front of him and looked at his team carefully. The man urged them to listen carefully. Their future lives depended on what he was about to say. The state apartments were buzzing with activity. The team was figuring out how they would deal with the oncoming horde of monsters when they were about to be at the gates of their castle. It was necessary to gather all their forces to concentrate and fight back. Lucas was announced as the commander, as he was the most suitable for this role, had combat experience, and had excellent fighting skills. In addition, it was the only person he could fully trust. Ash said that soldiers would make mistakes, so Lucas would have to lead them and guide them to the proper path. Lucas nodded his head in acknowledgement. He would do exactly as he was ordered. After all, it was his duty to the state. The bespectacled man stood with Ash and looked ahead intently. Lily coughed and timidly began to speak. She realized there was little she could do to help now. Looking at her leader, she smiled guiltily and said that as he could see, she wasn't really able to help the army right now. However, the guy didn't flinch. He was sorry, but they needed her now more than ever. The guy reassured her, telling her that she wouldn't be standing at the front, much less on the front lines. So nothing to worry about. Then she would have a slightly different assignment. The girl missed her eyes. She was in charge of the water artifact. It was an equally important position, for the outcome of the victory depended on this artifact. It was one of the most important parts of their army. Mentally, the guy apologized to the girl, however. He couldn't fire her, since she was a civil servant, which meant that she would carry out her service for the rest of her life, no matter what state she was in. Jupiter took a large puff and asked for permission to ask a question. There was something she wanted to clarify. The woman was only interested in money. She asked about the salary. If she showed a good result in battle, her reward could increase. The guy sighed. What a money-crazed grandmother. She only thinks about one thing. By the way, their lives are in danger right now. The thing that makes her crazy is money, especially with gold. She had a passive talent called Gold Rush that couldn't be turned off. What a devil, just like in the game. The guy slapped his forehead. It made it difficult. However, he had no options. He nodded his head. Sure. Depending on the result, how well she performs in battle, the reward would naturally increase proportionately. He answered this without a shadow of doubt in his voice. Every servant had to be valued. The woman smiled and said that in that case, he needed to find more money to fully fulfill his promise, since he would have to splurge to pay her salary next year. She was the captain of the special unit. The woman, smiling and holding a cigarette in her hands, continued to speak. Because there was no other mercenary who worked as hard for money. That money was her only passion. For it she was ready to sacrifice her life. Goggles walked up to Damien and handed him a crossbow. He smiled and said that he had made it especially for him. The weapon was customized. The boy looked at the gift in surprise, and for a few seconds he hesitated to accept it. It was a normal crossbow. It had average damage, somewhere around the 10-15 unit level. Durability, and it didn't have any additional bonuses. However, for a gunslinger, which the boy was, this weapon was perfect. He smiled and proudly said he would do anything. He was with the ceiling at long range. The boy smiled and said he would do anything if it was your highness's order. You could see from his face that the boy was fully prepared to fight and even give his life if necessary. The player looked at his subordinate. His posture betrayed uncertainty. But still, he took up the task with unprecedented enthusiasm. Indeed, the boy was fiddling with his crossbow, examining every inch of it. He was certainly pleased. Judging by the way he was handling the gun, he was going to be fine. Suddenly, the player saw something strange. Where are the glasses? Doesn't he wear them anymore? The guy looked at his comrade in surprise. Demian stopped admiring the weapon and looked at the commander with confusion. "Yes," he replied, his eyes already seeing perfectly well. The boy was apparently embarrassed by this question because he didn't really want to reveal all the secrets. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that he wore them to make his eyesight worse. Hearing that, Ash was surprised. His jaw dropped. How could he? He didn't seem to know anything about his team. The boy kept smiling. He said his eyes were needed now and he wasn't going to wear those glasses anymore. It all looked like Mockingjay. The boy was smiling a wide smile and as apparently pleased with his skills. The player looked at his team. A good-natured smile showed on his face. He had already gotten attached to them. Yes, and besides, it would be a great tool to accomplish his goal. Ada fixed his glasses and cried out. What a relief! He was so worried there'd be someone else wearing glasses. It was like he was mocking everyone. A snide smile stretched across his face. Ash looked at him like he wanted to kill him now. He asked him in a calm but angry voice to be quiet. The bespectacled man immediately followed his order. After discussing the strategy, the southern side of the crossroads began to build fortifications. It was necessary to be well prepared in order to meet the enemy with dignity. Everyone worked hard to reinforce the building as best they could. The head of the Union, Plotnikov, and Shaktyorov ran up to the commander and began to shout something. The man stopped and asked how the work was going. Is everything ready? The miner sighed heavily and said that everything was worse than it could be. There has been no restoration for a long time, and the building has almost collapsed from it. It's too old and dilapidated to withstand such an onslaught. It needs more time, or more workers to finish it. Ash fell silent, his gaze becoming angry. Everything was crumbling before his eyes. Here come the first challenges. It turns out that everything is not as rosy as it might seem at first glance. The boy looked angrily in the direction of the servant. He approached the bespectacled man and hissed through his teeth. That's how well he knows this building, right? The servant leaned back and continued to listen. Isn't repairing the walls the foundation of the basics? How did he let this happen? This is a collapse after all. However, the servant stammered and began to speak. Pathetically, he said that they had no money. They could barely maintain the city, and strengthening any structures was out of the question. The less monsters appeared, the less stones could be obtained, and hence the income dropped. The previous city lord had cut their budget, and as a result, everything had fallen into disrepair. Now it was what it was. The boy smacked himself on the head. Wasn't this city, this structure was built to contain the monster hordes in the first place? The fort's function has been reduced due to decreased income. Naturally, how could he forget that? Now there's a new problem. How contradictory. On the other hand, it is what it is. He waved his hand and said he didn't care how much money or materials they spent. Let them reinforce and rebuild the wall to make it look like overkill. Is that clear? The guy was determined. He wasn't going to stop. The workers put a hand to their heads and said they would start immediately. The guy waved his hand and told them to start as soon as possible. The monsters wouldn't wait. Then they came to the workshop, where the carpenter was already waiting for them. There were a few dozen more workers fully ready to work. There were materials, but still in limited quantities. There were boards and construction tools. The player asked, did they understand everything? In the next 2 days, they have to make the walls. The guy said this with pressure, emphasizing the word must. He looked sternly at his workers with his arms crossed over his chest. It seemed like the guy wasn't going to back down. However, the workers weren't thrilled. They didn't understand how they were supposed to deal with this. However, Lord wasn't going to back down. The walls. These are the tall ones like this. Understand? The guy raised his hand up, showing how high the walls should be. The worker looked at him with an incomprehensible look. It was kind of crazy. The man stammered and apologized and began to speak. If he understood correctly, these monsters wouldn't be held back by some walls of wood. Does His Highness really want to do this? The boy nodded his head. He didn't need any super strong walls. The man stood in front of him and blinked his eyes incomprehensively. The king continued. He said he didn't need walls too strong to contain the enemy. The man asked, but what does he need then? Smiling, the guy replied, "To those just do what he says, let them just make wooden walls, that's all he needs." Then he raised his hands up, showing how high they should be. Incredibly high. The guy was emphasizing this. He spread his arms out, showing how wide they should be. He was yelling for them to be incredibly wide. Now he looked like some kind of theater actor. He held his hands up and shouted that he needed walls. It looked like he was in some kind of play. He stood like that for a few more seconds. "All right?" The workers stood in front of him and blinked their eyes. I could only hope that they had gotten it right. However, you could tell from their faces that they were a little confused. Of course, anyone would start. If everything was clear, then no comment, let them begin. The next 2 days were spent intensively preparing the army for the upcoming battle. Luca trained his subordinates to stand in formation, telling them the basic aspects of the battle. The gunner practiced marksmanship, though he had no need for it. At this time, Jupiter was just lying under a tree and resting. She was completely confident in her abilities and that she didn't need the training at all. Lily was training with the alchemist. She needed to learn how to contain her magical power. Time literally flew by. The final day of preparation had arrived. Soon enough they would have to fight to the death. They had to protect this place, no matter what. The building had changed, albeit slightly, but with limited time and resources, they still managed to fortify their structures a little. 30 minutes to the start of the battle. The atmosphere was slowly heating up. Everyone felt the excitement. The moment was the most important. Through the telescope, you could see the forest, which stretched for many kilometers in the distance. Somewhere there was a rumbling sound. Something was approaching, something very big, a whole army that would wipe everything in its path off the face of the earth. A second later, an army of ghost knights emerged from the forest. They rode behind their ghostly horses, and a rumble could be heard, as if the earth itself had begun to move. The sight was truly terrifying. The soldier pulled back from his telescope and cried out in horror that he could see the enemy. He had to inform his own. He swung his huge mallet and struck the drum with all his might, and there was a loud bang to herald the beginning of the battle. "They're coming!" the man shouted at the top of his voice. A huge army of ghosts was approaching their fort. They merged into one big sea of glowing metallic substance. A couple more minutes, and they would be at the very gates of the building by now. And lo and behold, the countless horde appeared from the depths of the forest. They stood in front of the building's entrance and waited for their ghost commander's order. In a few seconds, they were going to attack. Even the earth shook under their feet. The fort stood unbreakable, however. Everyone inside felt the tension rising literally with every second. Someone had missed a small coal to light a torch. Ash's voice echoed throughout the fortress. He tried to cheer up his warriors and said that there was nothing to fear. They are well prepared. Experienced fighters who can fight back against this and the wicked. The boy was completely confident in his abilities. He stood on the edge of the building and watched the relentless monster approach his castle. He was ready. He had an army, but he had to be sober about his strength, lest he lose all of them. He turned to his subjects and said that these ghosts were just a bunch of suckers. The boy wanted to cheer himself up as well, for as sure as he was, there was still a slight uneasiness. Of course he was lying, but he had no other choice. It was necessary to cheer up his subjects. This ghost armor was the worst enemy one could face in the vastness of this game. It wasn't susceptible to physical damage. It was an incorporeal shell. However, it continued to lie. He shouted that they were the strongest army of the Southern Empire. Again, a lie. They are actually just a scattered group of mercenaries made up of retired and novice amateurs. He ordered the preparation of water magic. Huge cannon barrels began to appear, aimed directly at the horde of unclean. The equipment was in perfect condition. It was almost brand new. Once again, it was a lie. No matter how much money was invested, they would never be completely ready. He stood before his subjects and tried to encourage them. The boys shouted that there was no reason to worry. They would stop them. He was lying, but he was still trying to encourage, to convince his army otherwise. And so he shouted at the top of his voice. 2 knights prepared a huge cannon, pointing it directly at the approaching foulness. There were, of course, doubts about whether this thing could stop an entire army, but they simply had no choice. They had to group together and act coherently. A smile glistened on his face, but naturally it was strained. He needed to cheer everyone up. And then tonight, they would raise their glasses to victory. The guy smiled and was fully prepared, but the question was whether his charges were ready. You could see they were very scared. On this field, all it takes is one anxious person to make things go wrong. Huge storm clouds began to gather in the sky. They were grey and heavy. Lightning flashed everywhere, striking the ground. A huge ghostly army was approaching them. The earth trembled under their ghostly hooves. The player stood and watched. A tremendous wind rose up all around. He smiled and said he was leaving it up to Mistress Jupiter. Half of their power depended on this woman alone. She had enough power to slay. The woman took a drag on her cigar. Well, let's go. She was looking forward to a good battle. And her eyes lit up with flashes of lightning. Behind her stood several other people. Max Light, for whom he'd paid a lot of money, was on the offensive. Right now he was hoping this woman wouldn't let him down. The horses spurred on with all their might, the ground flying out from under their hooves. All the monsters had a common goal, to kill all the humans in their path. A woman rode ahead, holding tightly to her horse. She had a cigar in her mouth. She once again felt the fervor of battle that she had long forgotten. Now she was once again in command of her troop. A long-forgotten feeling fascinated her. She looked around at the army of monsters and prepared to deliver a devastating blow. A long-forgotten feeling overwhelmed her. The woman was incredibly happy that she would not only be lucky enough to earn money, but also to participate in such an amazing battle. It gave her incredible pleasure. To the new recruits, the monsters gradually surrounded them, closing the ring. If there were no obstacles in the way, these monsters would try to get as close to the humans as possible. Behind it galloped several. The monsters began to fall into the traps set in advance before the battle. In other words, it's obvious which way they will move, so the traps work perfectly. The woman stopped a few meters away from the army and watched as the ghost knights fell into the abyss one by one. Ash began to command. In a thunderous voice, he ordered her to act now. They didn't have much time to come to their senses, but things were going pretty well as it was. The thundercloud began to emit electrical discharges. The woman clenched her hand into a fist, and an energy sphere appeared in her hand. Well, now she was going to make some money. A satisfied smile stretched across her face as she literally anticipated that she was about to make a fortune. The clouds opened, and a huge bolt of lightning descended to the ground. The electrical discharge struck several hundred monsters at once, immediately incinerating them. The armor melted from such voltage, the monsters dying one by one. Jupiter stopped at the edge of the cliff and watched the monsters floundering at the bottom of the abyss. She was incredibly satisfied with her work. The blow was incredibly powerful and hit exactly on target. The monsters began to rise to their feet, leaning on their broken armor. With eerie groans, the knights began to rise and prepare for another attack. A bright blue light shone through their armor. They were not going to give up. They had no souls, and the goal was only one, to kill more people. Jupiter shouted furiously, "What is this one not staring at? Let them respect their elders, you fucking freaks!" The woman began to concentrate her energy again to deliver another crushing blow. The heavens opened up, and a blinding bolt of lightning burst out again. The knights began to fall one by one, struck by the powerful energy discharge. Their bluish glow began to fade, dissipating into the air. The armor was falling to the ground with a clatter. Suddenly, the guy saw something strange. That pattern, meticulously Jupiter. He opened his eyes in surprise. Never before had he seen such power. The woman moved the cigar away from her mouth, and it too lit up with a bright electric light, gradually changing to a bluish glow on the kind that the armor had. She concentrated a bundle of lightning in her hand. Fried armor for dinner tonight. The woman had entered courage and was now ready to destroy everything in her path. Her power could be envied by even the strongest of knights. With a wave of her hand, she launched a bundle of lightning directly at the group of knights. She was now like an electric demon that was destroying everything in its path. This was her second skill, repeated blinding. A simply incredible storm of electricity descended upon the knights. They were vaporized one by one. Not even their ghost armor could save them from such power. The military stood atop the fortress and waved their hands joyfully. They were in awe of this mercenary's might. It seemed like victory was in their pocket. The player smiled. He himself was pleased with what was happening. This mercenary's first skill was tagging, and the second skill was dealing damage, reaching the tagged targets. A wonderful combination. The number of people defeated was increasing with every second. He stood at the top and watched as somewhere in the distance, Thunder Rakata now and then flashed with lightning. Great Jupiter! The guy mentally thanked the woman, for she had saved many lives. Smoke was flying everywhere. There was a distinct smell of burning in the air. The woman and a few recruits were standing on the edge of the abyss and watching. However, things were not so simple. Although the enemies were getting fewer, but still, there were 1,000 of them. The melted armor lay on the ground, but the enemies were approaching at an inexorable speed. From afar, they looked like a swarm of fireflies. The woman and a few recruits stood in the distance and watched the monsters approach. They were not afraid. However, a decision had to be made quickly. As it was, just now was nothing more than a small dent. The monsters were not getting smaller. The guy shouted at the top of his voice for Jupiter to not slowly retreat. There were too many of them. The woman definitely couldn't handle it alone, and even with a group of inexperienced rookies. She heard his order and turned to her own and ordered an immediate retreat. There wasn't much time. It was necessary to act instantly. The woman's voice boomed like thunder, drowning out the crackle and rumble of battle. They immediately grabbed onto their horses and rushed as hard as they could to duck. The knights continued to pursue them for some time longer. They ran after them at the speed of the horses running gallop. The knights ran as hard as they could. They didn't tire as they were already long dead. One more second, and it seemed they would catch up with the hapless warriors. Jupiter shouted to her subordinates to run faster. There was no looking back. They had to get to the fortress as soon as possible. They were relatively safe there. From afar, one could see 5 horses running away from simply countless knights. The sight was truly terrifying. 1 second more, and it seemed that they would be caught in a ring. Then they'd never get out. Everything is going according to plan. The player was watching from above. He turned to the others and shouted for them to do as he said. Everyone get ready. His voice was so loud it drowned out everything around him. One of the new recruits looked back frightened. He saw several knights were almost beside him and were already pulling their iron hands towards him. The boy went cold with fear and nearly let go of his weapon. Ash gritted his teeth and watched everything that was happening. He was very afraid. Just a little more. Just a little bit more. The guy was counting the seconds for his army to return home safely. Jupiter shouted at the top of her voice for everyone to move faster. Faster to the gate. The woman was at the peak of her powers, heart pounding at breakneck speed. The little recruit, who looked to be about 15 years old and was trying his best to run, he nodded his head and in a stammering voice agreed. The boy was very scared. However, to the best of his ability, he fought the incoming fear. Everyone else also ran home as hard as they could. The horses were exhausted, however. The riders whipped them harder and harder. The gate was quite close now, only a few hundred meters to go and they would be safe. The column approached the entrance and ran after them. The clinking of their heavy armor could be heard everywhere. Only a few meters remained. The player victoriously raised his fist upwards. It worked! Well done, Jupiter! Everything was going according to his plan. Only a few moments remained. Those very wooden walls stood around. They formed something like a semicircle with themselves, surrounding the knights. The monsters slowed down and began to look around in surprise at their empty armor. This was the first time they had ever been in such a position. The whole army had stopped and now stood in front of the wooden shutters. In principle, they could easily destroy them. But for some reason, they stood like a stumbling block. Guy stood victoriously on top and watched the bewildered knights stand there doing nothing. Now it's their turn. They would either destroy or do something else. However, the knights stood motionless. It was as if they were statues frozen. It seemed like this was the first time they were in this position in their lives. An entire army stood motionless. Although it was in front of wooden walls that could easily destroy with a single blow, Jupiter looked back in surprise. The woman slowed down a bit and turned around. What was he asking, though? It was obvious enough. The riders were moving quickly towards the entrance of the fortress. The knights rushed after them, along the corridor formed by the wooden walls. The huge army had narrowed its range of action and now moved in a column. Of course they did, stupid freaks. These armors had no brains and couldn't think clearly, but simply followed their monstrous instincts. If the guys had completely blocked their way, these knights would have easily destroyed the walls. And now they have to crowd into a small passageway to get through. The guy raised his hand and waved, ordering them to prepare for a volley. Now, the most favorable position for them, the knights were piled up. All that was left was to destroy them with a single aimed shot. The rows of monsters were getting tighter. They were losing vigilance, swiveling their heads in different directions trying to squeeze forward. But they were having a hard time doing so, making them a vulnerable target. The player stood in front and watched the battlefield. He shouted, "They had waited so long for this!" The guy was trembling with anticipation. The moment of truth was about to come. He waved his hand and ordered everyone to open fire. "Do not save any shells." The guy smiled. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. As soon as he gave the order, there was a deafening roar. All the guns started firing, laying down fire. The fortress began its defense. The rumbling was such that you had to cover your ears to avoid going deaf. The knights raised their heads up. They saw a whole rain of fireballs flying at them. These cannonballs would destroy them in a single strike. The knights who had piled up were now unable to move out of the line of attack. They could only humbly await their deaths. The cannonball hit exactly in the armor. They caught fire like a torch. The knight's soul was scorched to the ground. They scattered one by one. An entire rain of fire rained down on them, sizzling them one by one. Everything was incredibly convenient. This was the foundation of the fundamentals of the defensive game. One had to lure the opponent into an awkward position and then strike. The knights were flying in different directions, and there was an incredible noise all around. The ghosts vaporized under the onslaught of the rain of fire. They were literally burned out. Their army was powerless in the face of the threat. No matter how many there were, the rain of fire was searing their countless army by the hundreds, even thousands. This was a true death zone. Being in this position, the knights were practically useless. No matter how many there were, they wouldn't be able to break through any further, as they would immediately meet the rain of fire. It was necessary to control this crowd to manipulate them, winding them up in the most awkward position. The player shouted for no one to stop and kept firing. Right now, it was necessary to increase the tempo of fire to burn these brats to the ground. This was the only way they would be able to gain victory. Demian stood beside him and watched the scene. Even the sparks that were spreading all over the place reached their observation deck. It was incredibly hot, as if someone had lit a huge bonfire. The boy looked down in surprise and noticed that the monsters were not even able to overcome this point. They were stuck in place and were now just dying under the hail. He asked in a stammering voice, "If this continues and continues, won't it be enough?" Everything around them continued to rumble, shells raining down from the sky like rain, sizzling the undead army. Ash looked down carefully. "No, it's not over yet. The knights are getting closer. There are more of them. We can't slow down if they want to win. We have to destroy them completely." However, something has changed. The empty faces of the knights once again glowed with a bluish glow, and they began to put forward shields to protect themselves from the impending threat. After a while, they had built a kind of shell that even burning shells could not penetrate. Now, they had increased their defenses, and they were still moving forward. Now, this rain of fire was no match for them. They moved forward like a living tank. Putting their shields forward, they ignored absolutely all the shots. The guy looked at them with a fierce gaze. No, they wouldn't end up like that. They're so tenacious. He realized that this battle was in danger of dragging on, and they should build up the tempo. His face was smiling, despite the fact that the situation was escalating by the second. Everything possible had to be done to finally end this. He shouted for Lily to activate it. This might be their last hope. The girl screamed that she would activate the gravity field artifact right now. She gathered all her power and began to transfer it into the stone. The alchemists sitting nearby began to use the spell. Soon a dark purple sphere formed near them. The surroundings began to breathe heavily. Gravity changed slightly. The artifact is activating. Countless numbers of approaching monsters were reflected in this sphere. Something changed now. The knight had rid the move and were already moving with difficulty. The gravity artifact was in full effect now. The knight's movements were hindered. As soon as this happened, the player ordered the bow to judge. Now, it only depended on how long they could hold out. They needed a lightning strike to finally finish them off. Lucas heard his master's orders and ordered his underlings to get ready immediately. It was their finest hour. They had to finish these things off. Several soldiers took a huge crossbow outside and began loading it with arrows. There were several of these crossbows out there. All the weapons were aimed specifically at the monster horde. Now in a few seconds they will fire a volley, and this will be the decisive battle. Lucas raised up his shining sword, which gleamed with its blade in the sun. He ordered them to aim for their soul cores. A few more seconds, and he would give the order. The man waved his sword, ordering the military to open fire with all guns. The man's voice sounded like thunder, drowning out even the rumble of battle. The soldiers fired. An entire arrow flew straight into the horde of monsters. They aimed perfectly, and each arrow reached its target, piercing the core of every knight. Even though the armor was quite strong, the huge hard arrows easily pierced through it. The knights began to fall one by one. Once a knight's chest was pierced through, they became completely helpless. The arrow hit the target, piercing through their core, thus taking away their life. After that, the knight became just a helpless puppet. The player was watching from the sidelines. We need to increase the damage done by crossfire. Let them finish them off with artifact and ballistae. That's how they'll win. All right, everything is going according to plan. However, a soldier appeared from somewhere and shouted in a worried and frightened voice that the monsters had started to go around the walls. It was a real shock. The monsters had become smarter. They had realized that it was possible to go around, and now countless of them were rushing straight towards the castle gates. They were once again moving at an incredible speed. The boy clenched his teeth with rage. He had assumed that such a thing could happen, but there were more monsters than he had expected. There were too many of them. He needed to act instantly. He bent down and turned to Lady Jupiter, who was already standing with her troop at the castle gate. The woman decided to take a little breather. The player shouted for her to get ready for battle. The monsters are advancing from the right side. Let her drive them away, using the tactic of hit and run. The guy shouted it so that the woman could hear it through the rumble of the battle. She did it for the money. All she cared about was the reward for the work she did. She wasn't even afraid of death, for the money was worth more to her than her own life. She whipped the reins, and the horse moved forward with a fierce determination. Now, it was up to her to distract the horde. The knights ran straight at her, blue fire streaming through their armor. One of the knights thrust his sword forward, ready to pierce his enemies. The sight of him was terrifying. Jupiter concentrated the incredible power of the lightning. The woman swung her arm and prepared to knock out the freaks with a single blow. A smile stretched across her face as she anticipated her reward. Ash looked in the direction where the thunderclaps could be heard and lightning flashes could be seen. Great, she's doing well with the block that is the side. Now gotta deal with the armor on the other side. He turned around and addressed the gunner. He said it was his turn. The boy looked at him fearfully and even a little taken aback by this. He waved his hand to the side and ordered him to shoot off the monsters that were coming from the left. Indeed, there were no less of them there. A huge armada was moving straight towards the fortress. The boy sighed and put a hand to his chest. Now, it was his finest hour. He must give his best to avenge his comrade. The boy even held his breath. Everything seemed to slow down for him. He felt nothing but concentration. His eyes lit up, and the energy overflowing his body seemed to transfer to his weapon. The arrow glowed brightly. The boy took aim using all his strength. After a second, he pulled the trigger. There was a click, and the arrow flew out of the weapon at a phenomenal speed, and sound waves flew in different directions. The boy could barely stay on his feet. The arrow flew straight at the target. He didn't even need to aim, so powerful was his skill. And then a second later, there was a whistling sound. The arrow was coming right at one of the knights. It flew right into the target. striking the heart of that horrible creature. The knight roared and fell from his feet. A second later, his armor began to disintegrate and fell to the ground with a loud clang. The target was hit with a single shot. A smile told the boy that he had finally hit it. He was pleased with himself, and behind him stood a few guards who opened their mouths in amazement to watch. It was the first time they had ever seen such marksmanship. Ash stretched in a smile. There he was, a sight from 1,000 miles away. To think that with them, one could pierce the soul core with an ordinary arrow. How cheating this skill was. The guy didn't know where to stop himself from being happy. Victory was already in their pocket. The archer took aim once more to strike the heart of another spawn. Killbox in the center, all that was left was to hit the enemies. In the middle was an orb that immobilized the army of enemies. All that was left was to deliver pinpoint strikes. Jupiter was on the right, the woman defending the flank, weeding out the monster hordes with her spells. She had no trouble dealing with the undead hordes with just one blow. The gunner on the left, he hit the enemies precisely on target with a single shot. All flanks are protected. That's just great. At this rate, it won't be difficult for them to win this war. The player smiled. The number of defeated were getting closer, just a little bit more, and they would wipe out this entire army. At this rate, there shouldn't be any difficulty until the boss reveals himself. It was good to see that their preparations had paid off. However, suddenly he saw something strange. One of the defeated knights began to glow. It was as if his ghost soul was leaving his armor and rushing upwards. The same thing was happening to the rest of the knights. Hundreds, thousands of little souls flew out of their armor and rushed forward, somewhere up into the heavens. There they gathered into a huge sphere of bluish light. It was the concentration of all the power of the ghost armor. What the hell was this? There was nothing like this in the game. The guy lifted his head up and looked up there fearfully. Something incredible was going on there. The number of defeated knights still reached 500, and as soon as the counter reached that number, the whirlpool of blue light above began to move in a circle, and a face began to appear there. After a second, the guy saw a demonic face appear in that circle of light. There were glowing eyes, and the mouth was stretching in a monstrous smile. He felt a vibration that spread more and more. The boy clenched his teeth. Goosebumps ran down his back. Is that the boss? He had never seen such a thing before. How was he even going to fight it? Indeed, it was the boss of the Living Armor army, a ghost knight. He had a 25th level, far higher than he could defeat. The ghost knight began to form its body, gradually descending lower to its victims. It was this creature that gave the strength of the Legion. The Legion is basically strong on its own, but even after defeating it, the players still have another boss waiting for them, but they only finished off one half. Why did that freak show up so soon? The knight hasn't put up any resistance so far. He just hovered in the air and looked at what was happening with his ghostly eyes. He didn't resist. He didn't reinforce his knights. He didn't attack. He just hung in the air and stared. It was all getting weirder and weirder. However, this wasn't just a game. This was freaking real. The guards were horrified. It was the first time they had ever seen something so horrible. Even people who had been through the war were shaking with fear. What the hell is this? The mere appearance of a huge monster in the sky caused the soldiers to panic. They didn't know what to do. Their morale was dropping in every second. The player looked at them and cursed to himself. What a devil! At this rate, they would just lose any fighting spirit. That's the difference between the warfare people are used to and the one that goes against monsters. It is the latter that awakens the supernatural fear that sits deep in the bowels of the human soul. Fear of a supernatural ugliness that does not fit within the framework of human understanding. The appearance of this monster terrifies the soldiers. The guy looked at the terrified guards who froze in horror. It was as if he was bringing the remnants of the army to their knees. Moreover, it wasn't only the men who were coming to be terrified. The horses also refused to go forward. They reared up and threw their riders to the ground. The beasts were no less afraid than the men. Jupiter could hardly stay in the saddle. She clung to her horse as if it had gone mad. She tried to throw the woman to the ground and run away. The situation was getting worse by the second. The woman tried her best to stay in the saddle, but the horse seemed to go crazy. It was jumping from side to side, and the rider was about to fall off the horse and onto the ground. And so she did, and after a few seconds, the woman was still out of the saddle and quickly fell on her back on the hard ground. She groaned and realized she was in great danger. The knights were coming closer and closer to her. Only a few meters away, she could already see their glowing faces. She was bleeding. She had hit her head hard during the fall. A whistling sound came out of her mouth, and she tried to get up, but her body didn't seem to listen. The woman was already mentally realizing that she would soon be finished. The player saw it all. He clenched his teeth and realized that one of the fighters was going to die. No, the bastards rushed forward. The army of those bastards were coming faster and faster. The woman seemed to have lost consciousness and now lay completely helpless, while at the same time, the hordes of these walking armor were approaching her. They were already fleeing with their weapons forward, ready to deal with her. Suddenly, she was surrounded by her subordinates. "Holy shit! We have to protect the wizard!" They stood in a semicircle, ready to fight back. They needed to protect their commander, as Jupiter was one of the most valuable members of the team. Ash was horrified. Jupiter was the key figure in the first location. Now her team was in danger. He realized that just seconds more and they would lose their most valuable player. Lucas shouted that they should deploy cannons and artillery to help Jupiter's squad. This was already obvious, however. The situation was escalating with every second. Ash shouted that there was no way they could do that. If they withdrew their weapons and the kill box became smaller, more enemies would just hour through the walls. There would be more of them, and then they would definitely fail. Lucas wanted to object something, but the leader stopped him with a gesture. The soldiers were panicked by the appearance of the huge boss. The huge face, with a nightmarish grin, looked down at them from the sky, obscuring almost the entire space with its body. Even the sun stopped shining. The cannons and ballistae stopped firing. The situation was getting worse by the second. The already poor defenses weakened instantly. The troops began to break forward. One more second, and they would definitely be close to the castle. He looked at Lucas and ordered him to concentrate on rebuilding the kill box. "All the soldiers have gone crazy." Lucas hesitantly replied that he understood and immediately took command. The soldiers were grabbing their heads. They were possessed by madness. They did not know what to do next because now their lives were on the line. The player looked at the right flank and mentally apologized to Jupiter. She had to get by on her own somehow. They were in a bad situation as it was. The woman opened her eyes quickly. Her eyes were bloodshot and her head was aching, literally splitting apart. Adrenaline raged in her blood, giving her strength. She grabbed her head, which appeared to be about to explode with pain. The woman tried her best to regain consciousness, a suppressed groan escaping her throat. She was still alive. But how? She looked down at her bloody hand with a blurry look. What the hell is she doing at her age? It was as if the woman realized she was on the verge of death. She began to realize that now was not the best time to be a hero. She looked around with a blurry gaze and saw the vague silhouette of a man. His voice was heard as if from far away. He was screaming for her to finally wake up. Could she hear him? His face was concerned, terror glistening on it. It was clear from it that the situation was worse than ever. "They have to go, for fuck's sake!" The woman finally came to her senses and looked around. She saw the new recruits bravely fighting the ghosts. They fought to the last man, even though the forces were not equal. The man with the head was standing in front of her. She started to come to her senses and got to her feet. Losing her head, she said that they were in a very fucked up situation right now. She didn't seem to have time to lie on earth. She needed to make a decision right away. The man shouted that the rescue team would be here soon. All they need to do is hold out until a certain time. His face was furious. A battle was brewing. The ghost knight swung his long spear and aimed its full power directly at the man, who hesitated not to notice the attack. However, he still managed to react in time, and swung his weighty mace and brought the full force of his blow down on the armor. There was a clang of metal. The knight staggered. His armor was damaged, but he did not fall. Dust began to kick up from beneath his feet. The knight was still on his feet. His ghostly body did not take any damage. He hissed and again began to approach directly towards the defenseless man. The man looked on. and didn't notice the knight was still on his feet. Even though he was hit, his ghostly body remained standing in the same pose. It didn't seem to have done him any harm. His ghostly face was still glowing with a bluish light. With his gaze, he looked forward. What the fuck? Why the fuck is he still standing? He had hit him as hard as he could. The man didn't understand. He couldn't even move this knight with his normal attacks. He was like a wall. Jupiter saw everything. She saw the deadly danger coming right at the recruit. The woman wanted to warn him. She even opened her mouth to scream, but she didn't have time. The Phantom Knight was moving too fast to react. She wanted to warn her recruit, but then she saw a sharp bayonet pierce the man's chest. A stream of blood spurted from his mouth. He was still alive. His eyes rolled back, and a scream came from his mouth. His eyes bloodshot. He shifted his gaze to the direction from which he was being attacked. His whole chest was tearing with pain, but he was still on his feet. Behind him, he was sure he had finished off everyone in the vicinity. The man turned his head back and saw the upper half of Ghost Knight's body holding the spear that had pierced through him. The thing was still alive. The man was staring and didn't notice the two men charging at him, swinging their sharp swords to finally finish him off. Naturally, he couldn't do anything. There was a wet crunch of tearing flesh. The knights hit their target precisely and began to pierce him with their spears. Jupiter stood a short distance away and watched naturally through gritted teeth as her recruit floundered helplessly in his own blood. The woman became enraged. She was going to deep fry these creatures. Her eye began to glow with the same blue energy. The bodies began to overflow with electrical power. She wanted to cast a spell, but something was wrong. Her hand wasn't obeying. No matter how hard she tried, an electric discharge wouldn't appear. Her arm was throbbing, she was in a lot of pain, and she couldn't cast her spell. It looked like the blow had been quite strong, and now she had lost her power. The girl on the recruit was completely surrounded by the knights, who were already grabbing her arms, pulling her towards them. The woman shouted for everyone to retreat. She had already resigned herself to the fact that she was going to be finished. The knights were closing in, already pointing their spears at her. A final death rattle was heard. The woman found herself pierced by multiple spears. She died instantly, blood pouring from her mouth. In the middle of the battlefield stood a beaver who could not recover from such a shock. Goosebumps ran down his back. He felt that death was approaching him inexorably. He squinted his eyes to get a better look, and from what he saw, his heart stopped for a second. As soon as he came to his senses, he immediately released the shield from his hands and ran in the opposite direction, screaming for help. The man had lost his mind. However, one of the knights was still alive. He swung his spear, and the tip gleamed in the sun. He swung his spear straight at the fleeing victim. Though he was without his lower half, he was still alive. The spear flew a few dozen meters to its target and pierced the poor man on the run. A pop was heard, and he immediately fell to the floor. The spear had gone right through, piercing into his vital organs. Jupiter looked on as the poor man's lifeless body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The tiny line of defense consisting of only a few men had been destroyed in an instant. Jupiter smelled the scent of living armor in front of her for a second. She could feel that cold breath of death approaching her with inexorable speed. The woman knew that now her death hour was coming. The stench of rusted armor and blooming water. It pierced literally to the point of goosebumps. It was the smell of drowned men. The knights became enraged and immediately lunged at their prey. Their armor glowed with a blue glow, and now they were ready to tear her in half. The woman gathered all her strength into a fist, and electric shocks began to form in her hand. She was able to control herself. She gritted her teeth and said that those things would be better off staying at the bottom of the lake and continuing to rot there. The woman was furious. It was as if she had gained her last strength, her second breath. Why can't they just let the old granny earn some easy money begging sign? Her entire body was covered in electric shocks. The woman was like a beast. She released a powerful discharge of electricity, which reached its target in a split second. A crackling sound was heard. The electricity struck the armor, and the ghosts started squirming into fire, and, in a second, there was no trace of this hulk of knights left. Only on the floor lay burnt armor that still emanated the vile smell of rotting water. The woman looked around with heavy breathing. This blow was a weak point even less than a quarter of what she could when she was in good condition. It was definitely not what she had expected. She saw through the fog, dozens of silhouettes of knights approaching her in the distance, glowing in the darkness. Parting with her life was something she really didn't want to do, since she hadn't had time to get rich yet. Pity. Suddenly, she saw a little guy who was among her brigade. She shouted for him to get out quickly. The kid looked at her with a surprised look. The woman continued yelling. She said that at least one of them should survive. Her face was overflowing with fury. She was screaming that she would buy him some time, so, let him run show. Drops of blood streamed down her face, and her body was overflowing with burning rage. The guy screamed that he couldn't do it, saying, "This is the best option. She's a mage." Even though the guy was scared, however, he did not plan to back down. The woman stared at him with an uncomprehending look. What does he mean? The guy put his spear forward and said that this is the first rule of mercenary survival. Stay close to the mage. He looked ahead at the approaching horde of evil. The boy said he had a much better chance of survival if he stayed with her than running away without even having a horse. And Jupiter looked at the little guy in surprise. His strategy was effective, even though he was rather small. He thrust his spear forward to impale one of the approaching knights. The sound of metal was heard. The blade didn't stick in. The armor was too strong. He didn't kill the knights. He pushed them farther away. And it worked. The knights would fall to the ground, unsteady on their feet, and remain harmless for a short time. Looking at the woman with crazy eyes, he said he would hold them off as long as possible, by any means necessary, while she prepares for the next spell. Damien held tightly to his crossbow and fired it over and over again, hitting the target. He was providing support from within the castle walls. He worked like artillery. Thanks to his skill, he hit the target every time. The kid fought bravely against a whole horde of knights, swinging his spear and pushing them away every time. But it was enough to stop all the enemies. 262 Jupiter charged her spell, her hand once again glowing with a blue electric light. A crackling sound was heard. A couple more seconds, and she would use her spell. By the time she was able to gather enough energy to create lightning, it worked. However, the boy who was protecting her was still pierced by the spears. He didn't have time to react, and now he died instantly. Blood spurted from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and now his life was leaving his body. Jupiter screamed in rage, and gathering all her strength, charged a powerful discharge of electricity directly into the crowd of these bastards. There was a tremendous explosion. The lightning was so strong that as soon as it touched the armor, it immediately sizzled them. There was a rumble that could be compared to an earthquake. The woman stood in front of the body of the dead boy, who at the cost of his life had allowed her to win a few seconds. There was only one question on her mind. Would she have been able to save him if she had gathered enough energy a few seconds earlier? The kid who was protecting her was still barely alive. He was breathing heavily, blood coming out of his mouth in spurts. Tears came to his eyes. He knew he was no longer alive, but he was desperately trying to grasp at the last threads of life. She was too old to take death personally. She looked at the dying boy and turned to him in an emotionless voice. The woman asked, "What is the first rule of mercenary survival?" The dying boy looked up at her through tears. The life had almost left his body, but somehow he was still holding on. He said, through his tears and wheezing, that the first rule was not to take a job that paid a suspiciously large amount of money. His voice was already starting to get weaker every second. The woman had to listen closely to hear what he was saying. The boy wheezed. The life had almost left him. His eyes began to roll back. Consciousness was leaving his head. He hated to die terribly. The woman looked at the crowd of approaching knights. She sighed heavily and said that everything was wrong. All his rules for survival were wrong. He can't succeed as a mercenary if he follows them. She clenched her fist, which began to fill with electricity, crackling everywhere. "He can't be rich if he wants glory!" The woman roared like a wounded beast. She immediately rushed into the thick of things, thrusting her electricity-charged fist forward. Now, her entire body was literally bursting with sparks. She flew into the thick of things and said that to get rich, you have to take the most dangerous jobs that pay a hell of a lot. In the thick of it, she charged her fist with such force that it lashed out with a deafening arrow that pierced several hundred knights at once. She shouted for the one to stay as far away from the mages as possible. The boy asked fearfully, "Why?" The woman looked at him, breathing heavily. She held onto her wounded arm, which was still vibrating from the overflowing energy. She replied that it was only because the mages would take full responsibility. If he wanted to survive, he should never have become a mercenary. She pulled a long cigar out of her pocket as usual and stuffed it in her mouth. She was breathing heavily and trying to regain consciousness. The woman had expended too much energy, so much that she didn't even have the strength left to light the cigarette. What a shame. She stood motionless, watching another pile of those living armors bearing down on her. She thought life would be easier after she got a high paycheck. Funny thing is, everything she knew seemed wrong. She was wrong in her conclusions. Turns out this is how her life would end. Here on the battlefield, she's bayoneted by hundreds of knights. The woman grinned and boldly looked into the eyes of impending death. She still held the cigarette in her mouth, the tart flavor spreading across her mouth. Suddenly, she heard Lucas's voice behind her and also the clatter of his horse's hooves. He yelled for the woman not to move. The man was already flying straight towards her, thrusting his glowing sword straight ahead. He jumped incredibly high and rushed into the thick of the battle. The man scattered the knights like some tin cans. Jupiter was surprised. She opened her eyes and watched as the man dispatched the undead one by one. She certainly didn't expect anyone to come to her aid now. Lucas looked at her with serious blue eyes. The man had arrived just in time, and now he was raring to fight. Into the haze. He wasn't going to stop. It was just beginning. Events had moved back a few hours to the fortress. The player was ordering everyone to focus on rebuilding the kill box. All the soldiers had gone crazy. That's right, there was complete madness here. The soldiers were grabbing their heads and screaming in terror. Mentally, the boy apologized to Jupiter, but she would have to wait a little longer. Right now, it was much more important to hold the defenses of the building. The guy ran up to one of the soldiers and gave him a hard kick in the back. "Anu, come to your senses!" he shouted. The soldier woke up and immediately forgot his fear. The guy shouted, "They were really scared by the sheer size of the monster. What an embarrassment!" His indomitable commander skill activated. The guy was unlike himself. It worked. His fighting spirit was transmitted to the soldier, and he shouted his battle cry, "No fear!" And his eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed into battle. The guy was even a bit taken aback by this. What had gotten into him? Did his speech have such an effect on the mood of the soldiers? On the other hand, it was a good thing. He looked at his hand, which for some reason suddenly began to glow with yellow light. He had a hunch about it. Perhaps it was his skill working like that? Yes, it was. Unshortened Commander provides all soldiers within a 10-meter radius with immunity to mental defeat. The guy pulled himself together and started commanding. "Lucas!" he shouted, calling the soldier to him. The man turned to him and looked surprised. The player shouted that he would calm the soldier down and restore the kickbox. So Lucas has something to do. With the knight at this time stood near one of the soldiers and tried unsuccessfully to bring him to his senses. The player said that Lucas should take care of the rescue operation at this time. He will lead the rescue team. Let him open the gate and rescue the Jupiter squad. Let him go to the Valley of Death and save a comrade. It was an incredibly stupid order. However, there was no choice. Lucas looked at him with serious, clear blue eyes. Despite all his orders, he strictly obeyed his master. He said he would return as soon as possible. He didn't even hesitate, just silently agreed. The knight immediately disappeared, and after a few minutes, the player saw him galloping to the aid of the squad. At this moment, he thought that he trusted Lucas the most, as this man always listened to all his orders. Then, he quickly began to command the others and bring the rest of the soldiers to their senses. "Come to your senses, you assholes!" The soldiers began to wake up from their sleep and realize what was happening. Lucas was flying, sticking his sword forward, straight into the mouth of the enemy. His eyes blazed with rage. He was ready to tear anyone who stood in his way. He burst into the center of the battle and began to scatter the knights like toys. Metal rattled everywhere. the knights disintegrating like tin cans under Lucas's onslaught. Jupiter was in a bit of shock. She opened her eyes to watch him scatter everyone around her. The woman was stunned for a second. Her cigar even flew out of her mouth. Her only eye went wide. She couldn't believe someone had come to her rescue. Lucas looked at her with clear eyes, letting her know there was nothing to worry about. He wouldn't leave her in trouble. The man yelled for her to hold on tight. Before she could even realize it, the man's strong hand grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, and in one deft movement, lifted her up. The woman didn't even have time to realize anything. Only a shriek escaped her mouth. A few seconds later, she was already sitting on the horse. Lucas kicked his legs against the horse's sides and ordered it to move forward. The horse shrieked and dismounted. They began to move away from the huge horde of knights with great speed. The uncleanness continued to pursue them. The clinking of their armor could be heard everywhere. They were running for all their legs to finally catch up with the fugitives. One of the knights let out something like a roar. He opened his armor, and blue flames burst out of it. They ran right behind them, throwing their long spears forward in an attempt to still hit their target. Several bayonets flew forward with a whoosh, cutting through the air. Their sharp tips were pointed straight at the fugitives. Seconds more, and they would simply be pierced through. Lucas reacted in time, and at the last moment with a deft kick of the ball reflector. Jupiter, sitting next to him, almost died of fright. She didn't expect that someone could possess such abilities. As soon as the man did so, he immediately turned away and began to lead the horse on. Jupiter turned to him. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked what was wrong. The woman looked at him with a stern look and asked if he wanted her to introduce him to her granddaughter. "She's a lovely girl. And what is this old woman up to?" Lucas looked at her with a surprised yet annoyed look. This was the last thing he needed, was to talk about it during the battle. The man said that if she had time and energy for jokes, she'd better use it to restore her magic. There's still plenty of monsters out there. The woman laughed, smiled. She looked at the knight. With his master, he was nice, and here something was different. But when the prince isn't around, he becomes colder than ice. They were carrying on anyway. She thanked him for saving her. The man nodded. There was no need to thank him. He was just following his leader's orders. Lucas led the horse forward confidently, but his clear face expressed only concentrated anger. He was rigorously following his king's orders. After waiting a bit, he apologized for not arriving sooner to her rescue. The knights were almost recovered at this point and rushed in pursuit with a race of faces. They couldn't miss a chance like this. The woman turned around and looked back to where the army was already rampaging. "We'll regret it later, after they've dealt with all the monsters." The woman even growled. It had been a long time since the old hag had been so angry. They galloped faster and faster, while the huge monster was already towering over the fortress. Wrath came out. She was covered in blood, but it didn't seem to bother her at all. Her eyes glistened with electric shocks. The battle continued. Explosions could be heard everywhere. Thanks to the skill of unshortened Commander Killbox was restored in time. Now, everything was back to normal. I looked out of hiding and saw Lucas already returning home, with Jupiter sitting behind him, seemingly unharmed and partially unharmed. However, not all was so rosy. In the heat of battle, he lost 4 irreplaceable heroes. He was too confident of his combat competence and overestimated himself. In the game, he had to control a lot of soldiers. There were similar states such as fear and distraction. But here, the feeling of the soldiers were more varied and complex. Something had to be done about it. The horse was screaming. It was scared to death, but still continued to run forward. There was no way he expected the horses to be so scared. Something had to be done about it. The guy squinted. He needed to consider more variables, since this was reality. The flames that spread from behind the artillery cannons was a danger too. This was one of the results of his lack of caution. Now he was in a lot more trouble. The flames were rapidly devouring the barrier, and God forbid it should spread any further. Killbox is falling apart, that's the problem. At this rate, they won't be able to hold the defenses much longer. The army was getting closer and closer. The fire was covering everything around them. At this rate, the road would be clear, and they would be able to reach their camp unhindered. That was a big problem. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. His whole plan was falling apart in front of his eyes. He couldn't let that happen. It looked like they would have to fight along the fortress wall after all. He wanted to end it all with a single artillery barrage. However, not everything goes according to plan. Fortunately, there weren't many monsters left. All that was left was the final push. The Phantom Knight was only one left, and the amount of living armor was only 277 units. It's not all that bad. Their goal is definitely doable. It's still under his control, even though they have a boss. They just need to accumulate strength to finally deal with all these points. Lucas's voice was heard. He was standing upstairs, with Jupiter standing beside him. She looked shabby, but she put it down. Lucas reluctantly added the title of the woman's name. Apparently something had happened between them. The man looked troubled by something, and even upset. He didn't approve of her because of the reason for his dismissal, but his action was the right thing to do. One had to show respect after all. The player looked at the mercenary and said that he was actually glad she was alive. The woman took a drag on her cigarette and said she was ashamed. The old hag made a lot of mistakes, died in vain. There was blood running down her arm and dripping on the ground. What a shame. She could not forgive herself for such a lapse. She was ashamed of herself now. The player looked at her and said that she didn't really know that a monster would suddenly appear in the sky. Such moments sometimes happen. Also, she didn't know that the horses would go crazy. It's not her fault. It wasn't worth killing herself like that. However, she still stood there and stared guiltily in front of her. She was ashamed of her transgression. She had to redeem herself somehow. Their lives depended on this battle. The woman clenched her fist. She was angry with herself. Therefore, she would repay the favor. She had a serious look in her eyes. It appeared that she would not back down from her position now. However, the man told her to focus on her recovery at this moment. Her strength would still come in handy. Jupiter didn't give up and said that she would be the one to take that monster's head off. At this moment, the army of walking armor was already approaching the castle gates. Their rumbling could be heard clearly. A battery of guns were firing, and the rumbling sound spread throughout the surroundings. Ash shouted that the killbox was no longer fulfilling its function and we should cease fire. Everyone agreed. The guns stopped firing, but smoke was still coming from the red-hot guns. The soldiers looked at the battlefield with frightened looks. They couldn't believe it and couldn't understand what to do next. Then, the player turned to the gunner and ordered him to rest. The boy wanted to object and say that the army was approaching, but the man stopped him. He approached the boy and said that there was a bigger fish for him. There was one job that only he could handle. The boy looked at him and told him to rest for a while. Let him regain his strength. Damien looked at him and stammered in agreement. The guy hid his crossbow. The enemies reached the walls of the fortress. The situation was getting more complicated. A huge army began to break the door. They pounded, trying to break the walls, but everything was in vain. So far, the castle walls had withstood the onslaught. Realizing that the walls of the front could not be broken down, they chose another tactic. With their sharp fingers, they began to dig into the wall and try to climb up. One of the knights began to climb the wall, followed by several others. They were climbing up the wall like some kind of spiders. It was unclear what they were holding on to. Ash shouted for everyone to get ready for a melee. Now they were going to have a direct clash. The guy didn't want to admit it, but still, the irreversible was about to happen. The soldiers came to alert and grasped their weapons tightly. "Yes, sir. Ready for close combat. Close combat team forward," the boy commanded, and the knights prepared to defend the fortress. They stood as human shields, prepared their weapons, each with a huge vam in his hand. The knights were dressed in shining armor. Battle without magic is based solely on physical strength and endurance. Ash realized that he simply had no other choice. A multitude of emotions were reflected on his face: anger, fury, and rage. This would be a head-on attack. Many knights lined up in a column and prepared their weapons and moved forward. The ground trembled under their feet. Now they had no chance to retreat. They would face this foul thing head-on. The walking armor was climbing up the sheer wall as if they were some kind of spiders. It was about to get dangerously close. Now, this was the beginning of the real war. The guy looked down and saw a lot of knights climbing up the steep cliff. Now, they would have no choice but to face them. The soldiers went into alert mode. They watched in fear as the monsters approached them. However, each and every one of them was ready to give their lives for the Empire. Rocks were falling from under the knights' fingers, but they stubbornly climbed forward as if there were no obstacles for them. Ash raised his hand up. There was still a little time left. Just a little more time, and then he would have to attack. The boy was waiting for the opportune moment. He saw the glowing knights coming closer and closer. Their fire was already felt at the closest distance. The same foul odor of rot came from them. Waiting for the right moment, the boy shouted, ordering his military to begin. "Throw those things down!" Several soldiers were holding a large barrel of rocks. They shouted, and pushing began to lift the barrel, going to flip the rocks right onto the monsters. A second later, a rain of stones poured down through the armor. It worked, the heavy stones throwing them down. The monsters flew straight down to the hard ground, where they crumbled into spare parts. Pieces of rock, steel and other debris left over from the army's fortification. It worked! For a few seconds they had hope. The armor was fed down one by one, it fell apart. But after that, somehow magically reassembled again. Many living armor thrown on the ground in it shattered, however, those that managed to rise again after the fall. The boy looked at all this with clenched teeth. What an annoying will to live! Why don't these things die yet? It was simply unbearable, continuing to climb despite all this garbage falling on them. Indeed, the armor continued to directly follow its invisible order. The guy ordered the others to knock the armor down with their spears to at least buy some time. It came to him that now it was time to reorganize his team. Guy opened a system window and started typing something. Jupiter would be the main link in this team. It was necessary to reorganize the team in such a way that their power would increase. Defenders of the territory commander and the team doesn't lose their fighting spirit. Double magician. 2 mages, elemental attack power increases by 20%. The guy's eyes widened at that. No way, 20%? That's just great. The rest of the soldiers continued to fight furiously. One of them broke his spear. The knight broke his weapon in one powerful move, and now the poor guy was left without any defense. The enemies were already here. The hideous hand of one emanating in armor appeared on the edge of the roof. It dug its fingers right into the concrete, breaking through it. Several knights had already climbed over the fence and were now heading straight for the others. They clattered their armor and were ready to tear everyone in their path. However, there was an army standing in their way, fully prepared for hand-to-hand combat. The men put their weapons forward, covering their bills. They were fully prepared to fight. The night opened its maw, and tongues of blue flame began to burst out of it. The sight was truly terrifying. In addition, it started to rain. The guy watched it all with clenched teeth. From now on, the fight would no longer be one-sided. They would have to fight face to face. Firing at the undead would no longer be possible. The only question is, will these soldiers be able to handle it? Several knights stood readying their weapons, fully prepared for battle. A bright beam of light pierced the space and shattered the armor of one of the monsters. The light literally came out of nowhere. The flash was so bright that it illuminated the entire space around it. It was as if the entire fortress began to glow. Undoubtedly it was Lucas, who like a furious beast burst into the thick of things and... He swung his huge weighty sword, cutting down the monsters one by one. The man stood firmly on his feet. Nothing in the world could move him. It was as if he was now in berserk mode, ready to destroy anyone who stood in his way. The man shouted that he would destroy the monsters. He had a look of rage on his face. The task of the others is to stand still and hold them back. The man addressed his subjects, giving them orders. The knights stammered as they accepted the order and immediately rushed to carry it out. They clutched their weapons tightly in their hands. Though there was fear in their hearts, they had no choice. Ash smiled. Yes, that's it. It wasn't about whether they could do it or not. They had to do it. The boy himself had no doubt that they would do his bidding. The soldiers stood in a line and readied their weapons. They let out a battle cry to boost their morale. To survive, everyone must be stronger. They have no choice but to fall down, get up again, fight, and win. 102. Ash turned to Lily and ordered her to prepare a hast artifact. Hast is an effect that increases a character's movement speed. The girl nodded. and immediately prepared to fulfill the order. With the help of magic energy, she activated the artifact, which immediately glowed with a bright green light. Activating the artifact at speed, magical energy immediately flowed through the knights' bodies. They felt a sudden burst of strength, and the movement speed of all comrades was increased by 5%. Duration, 5 minutes. Also, they were equipped with skills: main order, attack totem, and defense totem. All of these would help them win. They would be able to fight in close combat without any problems. They immediately rushed forward and started throwing the monsters down. Their strength allowed them to act without any respite. They threw down the foul beasts, and the knights immediately fell down. The commander watched them from afar. It took a good effort. If they wanted to win, it would have to be an all-out effort. He hoped that at least now he would succeed. The skies slowly began to darken with leaden clouds. The atmosphere was oppressive, but it did not affect the quality of the battle. The knights fought, they pushed the fowls away, and immediately began to become human shields. Swinging their weighty clubs, they fought furiously. Lucas was at his limit, but he did not give up swinging his weighty sword. One more swing, and one walking armor was blown to pieces. He fought clearly, as if he saw nothing but the target in front of him. Ash watched from the sidelines, and he was filled with excitement. Right now, everything depended solely on the efforts of his team. Lucas's first skill was the Iron Will Strike. The man stood in front of the entire knights, but he didn't waver. The more enemies he killed, the stronger he became. Lucas single-handedly dealt with all the enemies. It wasn't any difficulty for him. However, it wasn't enough. The guy stood and watched his team fight furiously, but it still wasn't enough. With renewed vigor, the monsters attacked them. Now they were losing, even though he had used almost everything he had, but it still wasn't enough. One of the sword swings, and the warrior went down. The poor man sputtered his blood and immediately fell to his feet. The second soldier shouted that they had many wounded. We must get them to their feet immediately. He held his comrade's hands, trying to lift him up. Unlike the living armor, whose numbers only multiplied, the number of wounded on the hero's side only grew. It seemed that hope was lost. Demian shouted that he would return to the front line. However, the guy stopped him with his hand, and this man should be saving his strength for the boss battle. Just like Jupiter. What to do? The guy squinted his eyes and frantically searched for options. They were getting fewer and fewer. Every soldier counted. Yet the enemies were not getting fewer. There had to be a way to reduce the number of casualties. One of the knights was stubbornly defending himself with his shield, but he was very strong. It was necessary to get rid of the remaining enemies. A second later, a powerful explosion sounded, and a bright pillar of flame rose into the sky, scattering everyone around in different directions. The guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. He hadn't expected this, but who was it? He had some guesses, but were they already what he was thinking? The flames consumed all living things in their path time after time. It was pure primal fire, destroying all. When he looked closer, he saw that Lily was standing there. She was in her wheelchair, flames bursting out of her hands, consuming the enemies one by one. At this moment, the girl was not like herself. There was no trace of the modest and shy girl. Now, before the eyes of those present was a warrior, destroying her enemies. "Ash! It's like coming to his senses. This is it. She can use magic," the boy shouted. "There's hope." The girl gave him a surprised and frightened look. Is he seriously saying that now? She's always been a magician after all. What kind of nonsense is that? Yes, this is awesome. Later on, he will definitely promote her. However, after a while, the girl was almost completely exhausted. She had used too much of her mana, and now there was almost no strength left. Breathing heavily, she begged to be dismissed. The guy grabbed her wheelchair and dragged her forward. He said he would also pay her a hefty bonus. "Come on," he smiled. Finally, a way out had been found. However, the girl did not share his enthusiasm. She said she wanted to retire. Her mana had run out. However, her commander was unabashedly, "Well, one more time." He ran forward and carried the girl, who was frightened, screaming, but still, with her last strength, let out a jet of fire forward. And besides, the power of magic has been increased by 25%. That's an amazing result. The primordial flames were scorching everything. The knights fell one by one. It was a true flamethrower. He was running through his fortress, and the wizards forward, she in turn released pillars of flame. "That's it. She can do it one more time," the girl said pitifully. "Let him at least address her as a human." The rest of the knights fought furiously, repelling the attacks one by one. So, the soldiers held back the enemies with their bodies. Lucas was tearing apart the foul things with his sword. "That's just beautiful!" And Lily was burning them to hell with her fire. He opened the girl's mouth and began pouring mana into her to restore her strength. The girl resisted, but it was all to no avail. Suddenly the soul from the armor began to fly out, turning into a small blue cloud. After that, the armor fell to the floor with a clatter, no longer posing any danger. The rest of the army also stopped. Was this really the end? They were breathing heavily. They couldn't believe that they had finally stopped these creatures. A second later, they exploded with a furious scream. They had stopped them. They had done it. The men rejoiced, for the battle was over. However, the commander came up to them and said, "This is not the end." The men fell silent. "What? Is it really not over yet?" Lucas looked at him with a tired look. He had fought to his limits, and now the man needed rest. Ash looked at them with a serious look and ordered them not to let their guard down. There was still one more, the most important enemy. The armor that had fallen to the ground began to slowly rise. Something was holding them and pulling them up towards the heavens. There was already that ghost, the knight there. He was pulling all the armor down to him, as if to put on armor. Now he would enter the battle, and who knows if our heroes would be able to defeat him. After a few seconds, his ghostly body was fully clad in armor. Now he took on a truly intimidating appearance. The monster had arms and legs. He took on a relatively human appearance. Then, a sword materialized in his hand, which also consisted of armor fragments. Two lights flashed in the openings of his helmet. They were eyes. They looked really terrible. There was no soul there, just a dark, ghostly light. Now he looked like a real nightmare. He was burning with fire. His body was completely covered with impenetrable armor, and he held a huge sharp sword in his hands. The knight swung his sword, and in one fell swoop landed a few meters away from the fortress. His blow was so strong that it seemed the earth was about to split. Everything shook. People could hardly stand on their feet. They started running in different directions, trying to save their lives. "Damn, this is real!" the guy screamed at the top of his lungs. "Does this make any sense at all? There's no way it's the boss of the first location. His strength is simply incommensurable. How are they going to defeat him?" The knight stood before him in full battle readiness. From beneath his armor came something that sounded like a scream, the scream of 1,000 souls. His armor rattled. Flames began to shoot out from underneath it. The monster leaned over and looked at his main enemy. He was truly terrifying. Its size was simply enormous. It felt like a whole mountain in front of the fortress. Ash shuddered with fear. He was truly scared for his life. Such a monster he had never seen before. Besides, fighting them face to face was pure suicide. However, the guy quickly came to his senses and clenched his hand into a fist. He had no right to make a mistake. It was impossible to step in. The monster must be defeated. He shouted to himself not to dare to be afraid. He is the commander after all. What does it look like? A commander running away from the battlefield? No, he wasn't going to run away. It's only the boss of the first location. He's only level 25. The guy flicked his hand and ordered a strike. The cannons began to roar, sending out flames. The shells flew precisely at the target, but they did me no harm. He ordered me to save my shells too. Now I had to concentrate all my power on this thing. The knight was standing right in front of him. He was completely engulfed in flames. The cannons rumbled. The cannonballs flew straight at the target, but all to no avail. They hit the target, but they exploded. The knight took no visible damage. He waited patiently. It was a kind of entertainment for him. All these shots could do was to move the knight backwards for a short while, but that was all the guns they had. He stood there like some unbreakable mountain that couldn't be moved. Guy shouted for no one to stop firing. It was necessary to lead the onslaught. If they recovered, the knight would reach the fort's wall, and then it would definitely be the end. The monster stood in front of them, holding his colossal sword. It was preparing to strike. Just one strike of this huge ball would be able to destroy everything around it. Despite the flames that the knight was engulfed in, he took a step forward. That bastard has a lot of stubbornness. Ash turned to Lily. The girl looked at him in horror, expecting another crazy plan. The drops from the previous potion had not yet dried on her lips, and she could hardly recover. The guy, however, ordered her to activate the third artifact. With a stammering voice, she obeyed. When she touched the artifact, it lit up blue and began to emit magical energy that absorbed everything around it. Multiplier. This is a rank R artifact that can increase the effect of a character's magic spells by 100%. This is for Jupiter. The woman felt an incredible burst of energy. Her whole body was overflowing with magic. Now, all her wounds had healed, she was as good as new. The effect of Jupiter's spells had been increased. The woman sighed heavily. Well, wonderful. She felt everything, and her body being infused with energy, everything was now in her hands. She was overflowing with such energy that the woman even forgot that she was already decades old, just like in her golden years. A smile stretched across her face. She prepared herself to be incinerated. The guy pointed right at the huge knight and ordered her to punch like it was the last time, right into the breastplate. The huge face of the knight was already approaching the castle gate. He was much taller than the tallest tower, and even the explosions couldn't stop him. Jupiter quickly began to approach the edge of the tower. Electric discharges suddenly flashed in her hands. The woman was on full alert. I had never felt so good before. Even the sky parted, and a huge lightning bolt appeared there. One more second, and a huge explosion would descend from the sky. The woman shouted that no one would compensate them if they were damaged by the lightning. A second later, the heavens opened up, and a tremendous electric discharge fell to the ground. She concentrated all of her power and aimed this strongest strike straight at the knight. The woman was at her limit. However, it was only a joy for her. She felt more alive than ever. The knight began to melt. Even his armor couldn't withstand such an onslaught. He could feel himself slowly falling apart. After a second, his armor cracked, and a blue sphere that glowed brightly appeared outside. This was the soul core, and, if hit exactly there, that thing would die. The core was glowing, and it was like there was an entire galaxy. Ash shouted for Damien to start firing immediately. This was the last chance. There might not be another one like this. The boy was already on full alert. He stood behind a huge crossbow that had already managed to load a long arrow. Shoot! The command sounded like a thunderbolt. The boy strained all his vision. This was the best shot of his life. He had to be well prepared. There could be no mistake. His hand yanked the trigger. There was a crunch, and now the gun went into action. From such tension, it creaked, but still released a huge arrow, which with monstrous speed began to move towards its target. In a split second, after traveling a great distance, the arrow stabbed directly into the core. A crunch was heard. The air around it became heavy, as if soaked with magical energy. Under such an onslaught, the core began to split. There were many cracks. The life force began to fade. The knight swayed every now and then. The arrow hit the target. The core slowly began to collapse. If this shot works, this thing should be dead now. The player was incredibly happy. He praised Shooter for the great shot. This guy always knew how to shoot best. He never doubted that the shooter would hit. The huge knight started to stagger. He lost his balance and was already starting to fall on his back. Just seconds more and he would die. That's it. Won. Still at great sacrifice, but they won. However, at the last moment the boy noticed that something was wrong. Through the armor of the knight showed light. On the place where his eyes should have been, a torch lit up. The boy was horrified. He didn't want to believe it wasn't enough. They'd used everything they had. Goosebumps ran down the boy's back and he bulged his eyes. The knight began to move, his armor creaking, the sword in his hand rising for another crushing blow. Even that was not enough for him. The monster took on a truly terrifying appearance. Fire spreading everywhere. He swung his huge arm to shatter this entire fortress in a single blow. The sight was truly monstrous. The boy screamed. In that scream was a mixture of horror and despair. By bringing down his sword, he would destroy the walls. He shouted, ordering Jupiter to attack immediately. One more strike! The woman was already fully prepared. She was accumulating magical energy within her, raising her weapon so high it would be very imprudent. The knight raised the Dreamzerd higher, thus doing the woman a favor. His blade began to become covered in electricity, drawing more and more lightning discharges to it. A grimace of rage spread across her face. He's asking her to strike him with lightning. What an idiot! Now she'd have an easier time hitting that thing. The monster swung around, and in a couple more seconds, he would unleash all of his monstrous power right on the fortress. However, no sooner had he made a single swing than lightning began to fall from the sky. The flame-covered knight had already suffered tremendous damage. There was a deafening explosion, and a huge bolt of lightning immediately aimed at the knight, immediately hitting the target, and the knight's body began to crack at the seams. The thick shell of armor began to evaporate before his eyes. There was a loud roar that came straight from the depths of the armor. However, it was already an irreversible process. The knight was vaporizing before his eyes. He raised his hand with his weighty sword one last time to deliver the final blow. The blade began to cut through the air with a deafening whoosh. A couple more seconds, and the huge, weighty sword would come right down on the fortress. Ash came horrified. He shouted for everyone to run away immediately. The guy realized that in a few seconds, if everyone didn't get out of the line of attack, a huge number of casualties simply couldn't be avoided. He watched in horror as the huge sword descended at an incredible speed. The soldiers dropped their weapons and began to scatter in different directions. They, too, saw the huge weapon heading straight for them. The shadow of the sword began to obscure the sun. The guy shouted for them to run away immediately. The soldiers froze in place. Lucas, without wasting a second, immediately rushed towards his master and covered him with his body. The man shouted for the ruler to run away himself. The knight's main task was to protect his lord. A few seconds later, there was a deafening rumble. The sword reached its target. It crashed into the concrete wall with great speed and began to crumble it like a toy. The ground shook beneath the soldiers' feet, cracks crept everywhere, and people struggled to stay on their feet. The impact was so strong that it was impossible to stay on their feet. People began to fly in different directions like toy soldiers. The blast wave threw them a great distance away. Frightened screams could be heard everywhere, but there was nothing that could be done. After a few minutes, the smoke from the impact began to dissipate, and a horrible picture of destruction appeared before my eyes. Everywhere was the smell of burning gunpowder and iron. Lucas immediately ran up to his master and began to examine him for injuries. The boy sighed and said he'd been banged up pretty badly. Otherwise, he's fine. The man was sitting up, trying to regain consciousness. He asked what happened to the wall. Damien and the others were surveying the destruction. There was a distinct look of worry on their faces. They hadn't expected this latest outburst. They were still wary, as the knight might strike again. The player rose to his feet and began to look around. He saw a huge wreck of a ball that was stuck right in the fortress. The destruction was colossal, yet the fortress had somehow miraculously survived. Stuck right in the wall, and now the boy stood looking at this horrifying sight. The air around him began to vibrate. Something changed. The knight bent over and lowered his head. His eye began to glow with a bluish light again, as if he was preparing for the next attack. But for now, he stood unmoving. After a few seconds, there was a pop, more like an explosion, and now the knight's heavy armor began to crumble like a toy. His blue soul flew out of the wreckage and flew straight upwards. The knight was defeated. They had finally killed the boss of this location. There was no limit to their joy. The fortress was badly damaged, its walls cracked from such a powerful blow, and somewhere up above was the huge sword that the knight held in his hands. There was a rumble, and the armor began to fall to the ground. His phantom soul hissed out of its iron confinement and rushed straight upwards. Lucas, along with his master, stood above and watched as the last remains of the knight dissolved into thin air. Lucas ran up to the boy and shouted that it was dangerous here. However, the player waved him off and said it was fine, nothing to worry about. He recognized the pattern. It's what the boss's angry outburst looks like in his death throes. He had a premonition of his unnamed death and was trying his last strength to survive. The cloud of his energy began to transform, Ghostface peering into it, distorted fire, a demonstration of fear, confusion, and madness. The cloud of many ghostly faces approached the boy, but he stood unmoving. He realized that this attack was not damaging, but could drive an unprepared person insane. The boy stood, unmoving. His gaze was cold and focused. It was as if none of this was affecting him. He just stood there and watched the Knight Korchevtsi deathfire and… Human territory begins here. His voice sounded calm, as if he was talking to his comrade. Putting his hand forward, the guy began to concentrate his energy in it. He ordered the monster to get out of here. His hand glowed with a bright yellow light emitting magical energy. This was the skill of an indomitable commander. A second later, the sky lit up with a bright flash, and the cloud of monster faces began to dissipate. The flash completely vaporized the knight's soul. The air was filled with vibrations. The knight was finally and irrevocably dying. In a second, his body should have dissolved into thin air under the pressure of the magic sphere. And so it happened. The knight did not last under such an onslaught. His ghost soul scattered into many shiny shards that turned into dust and began to fall to the ground, where the burned armor was already lying. The knight was defeated. The rest of the military began to come closer to see where the giant had gone. They couldn't believe their luck. Had they really defeated this thing? Their faces were filled with genuine delight. Where are the ghosts? They moved closer to the edge of the fortress and began to look around. Where are all the other ghosts? They still couldn't understand what had happened to them. Was this the end? Did they really make it? Yes, it was. The night was irrevocably destroyed. The sky began to part, the clouds moved aside, and bright sunlight descended on the ground as if to mark victory. An imperial flag rose into the sky and began to develop on the lung. The player raised his fist upwards and shouted that they had finally won. They were able to survive. There was incredible joy in his voice. He was proud of his army, which did not give up, continued to fight, and eventually won. Now, there was no threat to them. Although the fortress was very badly damaged, no one cared. They were now victorious. The huge sword was stuck in the fortress, like a gruesome reminder of the horror that was happening here. They must win. They are incredibly resilient, so they must use it all to the maximum. The rest of the soldiers stood moving as well. They still couldn't believe that it was over, and they had managed to hold on to victory. A small, still dim sunlight began to fall on them. Lucas looked at them with a smile. The man was brimming with pride because of the bravery of his soldiers. He had confidence in them to the end, and these men lived up to his expectations. The player watched and saw Lucas's confidence change to the joy of victory. He put his hand up in the air. Whether it was due to his skill as an indomitable commander or his ability to push a speech was known for sure, but it felt good all the same. He shouted, "We need to destroy all the monsters!" With a confident gaze, he looked over his troops. They must survive, at all costs. He saw everything. All he did was shout from the bottom of his heart to cheer up his troops. There was a distinct smell of gunpowder, and the battlefield was strewn with corpses and armor fragments. However, the battle was over. Victory was hard, but it had come. The fortress was an indestructible hulk, though battered, but they had survived. The location was cleaned up. The guy was rewarded for cleaning up the first stage. He had to check his inventory. An icon popped up in front of him, indicating that he had been credited with the reward. The best player in this party was Jupiter, due to the fact that she destroyed the most monsters and did the most damage. The woman received 3 stars of honor. Soon, the day ended, and night descended upon the city. Everyone needed to rest, and after that, they went straight to the local tavern to celebrate their victory. Everyone was in high spirits. They were going to have a good rest. Beer glasses were raised up. A real festival had begun. A player raised his glass up and began to give a congratulatory speech. He congratulated them on defending the fort against those creeps in armor. The guy was incredibly proud of himself and his army. He looked at everyone with a serious look. "Let us raise our mugs to the fact that victory has come." Glasses began to rise. There was noise and cheers everywhere. They had a well-deserved victory. With the incredible efforts of the whole team, they had managed to defeat the undead. Now, they had a well-deserved rest. The player stood in front of a group of people who were celebrating. He raised up his beer glass and told them to drink as much as they wanted. And now, he was paying for everything. Shouting was heard everywhere. People were incredibly happy. Free booze. There was a clinking of beer glasses, everyone started clinking and celebrating the victory. People were congratulating each other. They were all incredibly happy, and there was a friendly atmosphere around. The height of the celebration began. Musicians were sitting around, who were playing nice music. Everyone was celebrating, dancing, and having fun. People were in high spirits. Songs, shouts, and drunken noise could be heard everywhere. Soldiers were drinking together with ordinary workers. It seemed like a real family atmosphere. Everyone was laughing, smiling at each other. It seemed that nothing in the world could mar their joy. There was a smell of delicious food around. Somewhere something was frying, boiling. The table was literally bursting with delicious drinks and flavorful food. A flavorful steak was grilling, the smell of which spread throughout the tavern. The aroma made everyone drool, and the place was full of food and drink. People held hands and began to dance. In this celebration of life, everyone was a brother to each other. They all realized that each man's efforts were incredibly valuable in this victory. There was competition all around. One of the men won, and a soldier raised his hand up. His opponent rubbed his hand in annoyance and gritted his teeth as he looked at his winner. He shouted that it didn't count. The man ran aside, and the player looked at all this from the side and as if glowing with happiness. There was complete peace in his soul. Another round of left hands. The man wanted a rematch after all. The guy looked at the whole thing with a kind of warmth that a father usually looks at his children with. There was complete peace in his soul. Now he didn't want to say a word, but just observe the idea. Joy overflowed his exhausted heart. Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps. Lucas walked up to him and asked him how he was feeling. The knight's voice was cheerful, and he was already drunk. Lucas looked at him with a cheerful look and said in a laughing voice that the Lord had not even taken anything in his mouth today. Maybe he should eat. The boy seemed to come out of his daze and nodded his head. Yes, I think he should eat. Luca handed him a mug of beer, and the boy looked at the yellow-flavored drink. He grinned and said that the look on his face did not befit a commander who had led his people to victory. The boy was silent for a moment indeed. There was some uneasiness in his soul. The knight leaned toward him and said that he had succeeded without great loss of life. Is that not something to be happy about? He thinks the boy should be a little happier. Let him not blame himself for everything. Ash sighed and brought the mug to his face. He immediately smelled the aromatic scent of beer. There was no great loss, but still something was plaguing him. As soon as the guy touched the drink with his lips, he immediately grimaced and spit out the contents, which came out of his mouth in a big fountain. It seems the drink wasn't all that tasty. Lucas immediately asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is he all right?" The guy kept spitting up and said that he was fine. It was just that the drink was not what he expected. Ash looked down at the cup in horror as the viscous substance continued to come out of his mouth. The drink was incredibly vile and strong tasting. It was at least 40 degrees. It felt like he was drinking vodka. What the hell? This isn't beer. Well, we should celebrate after all. The guy frowned again. True, there were no big losses, but that didn't mean there weren't any. He was still tormented by the fact that he hadn't been able to save more lives. People had died, and it still tormented him. If someone dies, I don't care how much the final toll is. It's a death, the death of a human being. It's still a great tragedy no matter how many. He understood that on the battlefield there's no way without it, but still it's hard to recover from it. Every life is important, and every person is valuable. Of course, he realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to save everyone, playing presumptuously. However, if he had been a little more careful, the guy seemed to be contemplating something. If he had been a little more careful, even these casualties could have been avoided. He froze in place, and images of the recent battle began to flash before his eyes. The images of the dying soldiers still wouldn't come out of his head. This battle was definitely different from the training. He could change the outcome, but in battle, he was not always able to make good decisions. That was what had led to the human casualties after all. He remembered himself. At that moment he was confused and trying to control himself. It was as if the guy was frozen in some kind of nightmare. He stared at the mug, hesitating to take another sip. He wanted to replay every action he could change. He knew that, and it hurt more. It also hurt that his comrades had died. Lucas sighed and looked at his leader with a glower, and yet he had led them to victory, had done a fine job. Shouldn't have gotten so killed, is what he thought. The man tried to cheer up the commander. He was getting discouraged. The fire crackled in the fire, slowly devouring the charcoal. The knight realized that whatever he said to me, his words would not make the commander disappear. However, His Highness should consider what he said. This is a celebration in honor of victory. There was noise everywhere. People were celebrating. The victory celebration continued. The knight and the commander were sitting on a bench, discussing what was going on. And if His Highness is unhappy, then the soldiers won't be happy either. They must see their commander as a support and support. Just then, their morale will be at a high level. Lucas looked at the player good-naturedly and asked him to smile, at least for now. Let him rejoice with them. After all, he deserved it more than anyone else. He took command in such a desperate situation and was able to lead them to victory. That's a commander's job too, to be happy for his subordinates. The boy sighed heavily, but still managed to squeeze out a weary smile, smiling. That's a commander's job too. Great. He was still able to relocate himself and smile at least for now. However, his calmness didn't last long. A bespectacled man appeared from somewhere and seemed to come at him screaming. He was in complete agreement. The boy held out the last letter as usual. The player looked fearfully in his direction. Where did this geezer come from here? The bespectacled man was also happy. His wide glasses literally glistened in the rays of the lanterns. He was holding a dish of vegetables and a small piece of meat. Mourning the sacrifice is certainly important. But they should find time to celebrate the victory too, and what does he need? Ash sighed heavily. The last thing he wanted to see right now was that annoying ghoul. Ada was dressed in chef's clothes. He was holding a bowl of vegetables. Since eating meat alone was bad for him, he brought vegetables. The boy looked at the bowl of vegetables in surprise. He hadn't even eaten meat yet. It's all vegetables. What the hell is this? The bespectacled man kept smiling. He happily congratulated the player on clearing the first location and immediately stretched out in a smile. It wasn't easy, but he managed it. He just cheered, probably more than the protagonist himself. Almost laughing, the servant asked him to keep it up. The player frowned and looked at the little asshole with distrust. He was starting to annoy him more and more, always appearing from somewhere, speaking in riddles. Yes, and besides, after their conversations in the beginning, his trust in him had decreased many times over. Ash sighed and took a large tomato from his plate. It looked quite appetizing. It must have been grown on one of the royal farms. Ada suddenly raised his hand up and shouted that His Highness was eating vegetables. The guy didn't even have time to take a bite and looked at this kid in surprise. What is he doing? But the servant continued to shout. His Highness didn't eat anything, and now he's choking on vegetables. His voice sounded playful and even a bit mocking. He apologized to him and said that they were so selfish. Everyone heard about it, which made the guy blush with shame. What the fuck is he doing? Naturally, the servant's shout had an effect. Immediately, many people ran over to the player. One of the men was holding a piece of meat, and each man had a piece of meat in his hands. Tears glistened in their eyes. They couldn't believe that they had forced their prince to eat the rumored one meat to eat vegetables. What kind of rumors were these? The boy couldn't believe it. How did this Ash even live? What kind of strange place is this? One of the men would have shouted at the top of his lungs, "You bastards! Bring it to the meat!" His yell was so loud it was deafening. And don't forget the alcohol. What the hell is wrong with them? The already intoxicated men continued to drink. Now, they took the prince under their arms and dragged him along with the rowdy crowd. He had a piece of meat in his mouth. Beer was pouring everywhere, and everyone was drunk. Ash was annoyed. A huge pig's foot had been shoved into his mouth, and now he was holding it with one of his teeth. What the hell was that? He couldn't believe how it had come to this. He was supposed to be reviewing the battle in a dark corner somewhere tonight. Obviously, his plans were not going to come to fruition. He was already being dragged along as he suddenly felt someone yanking him. A soft hand tugged at his sleeve. It was Lily, and she was trembling. She was sitting in her chair about to cry. She smelled strongly of alcohol. When did she get so drunk? She looked like a decent girl, but she was a real alcoholic at heart. He did not have time to say anything, as the girl with tears threw herself at him. Tears glistened in her eyes and flowed down her cheeks. She begged him to dismiss her at once. Let His Highness dismiss her immediately. It was as if the girl wanted to jump into the boy's arms. She stood in front of him and shook him by his clothes. The boy tried to fight her off. Aha now, let him work hard. No layoffs at such a difficult time for the kingdom. The girl pleaded, but he was adamant. He'd better pay her more. The other people looked at the girl in horror. What had gotten into her? They hurriedly approached her so that she wouldn't bother His Highness. The cloaked men immediately took her to a secluded place, but the girl kept begging to be dismissed. The guy turned around and just silently looked after her. No way. You can't lose such valuable fighters now. Let these guys go and steal her to bed. She's had a lot to drink. She needs to sleep it off. He was watching her when he heard someone laughing next to you. The guy turned around startled, and Damien was standing next to him. He too was smelling of alcohol. He was holding a mug of beer in his hands. The guy chuckled and looked at the player with intoxicated eyes. The guy was sitting at the table, barely holding himself up to keep from falling to the ground. "This water is a little hot," the guy hiccuped. How much had he drunk after all? The player looked at him with surprised eyes. "It's not water, and who gave the kid a drink? He's just a kid, it's too early for him to drink." Ash suddenly saw Jupiter beside him. The woman was pouring more alcohol for the boy. She was quite drunk herself. But now it all makes sense. That's who's the big drunk. The player was horrified. How can you get a child drunk like that? What will she do to him? However, the woman didn't seem to mind at all. She smiled and puffed on her cigarette. What kind of child is he? This guy is a full-fledged mercenary and should know how to drink, smoke, and most importantly, how to spend money. The woman was smiling and enjoying the party. She's getting the kid drunk. Smiling, she said that now this kid is like a grandson to her. She will teach him well, and he will become a real man. At this time, the kid was completely drunk. His cheeks were burning and his eyes were going in different directions. Why teach your grandson these things? That's a horrible adult woman. The player was furious. Damien seemed to be enjoying everything, smiling and laughing. The guy already smelled like alcohol. 1 more minute and he'd pass out. The player looked at him with surprised eyes and remained silent. Young people, what do they do to them? He leaned against the player, not at all embarrassed. Ash smiled, daring him to put his hand on the prince's head. He was actually getting bolder. The alcohol must have gotten to him. The boy didn't seem to realize anything. Suddenly the boy was embarrassed and lowered his eyes. The boy was upset about something. In a quiet voice, he said that when he was alone, the face of his dead comrade kept appearing in front of his eyes. The boy was ready to cry. Apparently these memories were not completely out of his head. He still could not stop thinking about that day. The feeling of guilt did not leave him completely and settled for a long time in his heart. The guilt of just living, it tormented his heart. However, when he is around His Highness, he feels better. The guy smiled, and his cheeks flushed. It seems that he really does feel better. That's why he's beside him. The boy didn't have time to finish his sentence, as the alcohol finally took over his head and he collapsed on the table and fell asleep. The player looked at him in surprise. There you go. A drunken kid. Where's that been seen? It's not because he's special, it's just the way he is. It's his passive skill that makes the military feel more cheered up when they're around him. But he couldn't tell the boy about that, for obvious reasons. Not everything he needed to know. Jupiter perked up as well and broke away from the alcoholic beverages she was holding and said that her magic somehow became stronger when she was under his command. The woman looked suspiciously at the player, continuing to hold the cigarette in her mouth. The woman asked, "Is it really due to his leadership vein?" The man mused. "It's all his skills and synergy with other team members. It's all a 25% buff." Yes, they are right. However, he can't tell them about it naturally. The guy smiled and tried to keep his composure. He couldn't give away his secret. However, he was not very good at it. Lucas turned to him. The man was already quite intoxicated too, and his cheeks were burning with alcohol. Yes, indeed, when he is with His Majesty, his doubts disappear, his body becomes light and fast. In UFA 2, I was surprised that next to the player, he feels much stronger than usual. It's all thanks to His Highness's noble character and the talent to lead people to their goal. Ash turned to him and smiled. Wow, so that's why he's always hanging around. The boy looked at his subordinate ironically. Well, it all made sense now. Lucas smiled and somehow hesitantly said, I guess that's the way it is. This answer confused the boy a little. Probably. What did that mean? Is such an answer befitting a model knight? This somehow embarrassed the player. Something alcohol was having a bad effect on him. He shouldn't drink anymore. Meanwhile, everyone else continued to celebrate and drink. They drank to the survivors, to the fallen knights, and to His Highness the Prince. The party continued in full swing. People were incredibly happy. There was an incredible scream everywhere. Concentrating was quite a difficult task. The boy wanted to think about something else. But he was surrounded by the others. His mug was empty. What was wrong with him? Ash tried to joke around and said that he wasn't feeling well. He didn't want to be the center of attention. He needed to be alone with himself and think about his plan of action. The men were immediately horrified and began to apologize. Tears came to their eyes again, and one of them clutched at his heart. They are bad at uplifting. They made the prince, who is famous for his ability to drink for weeks, not drink a single mug today. It seems this theatrics will go on for a long time. It must end somehow. The boy squinted, again, like this. Not only did he ruin his entire army, but he's an alcoholic. What kind of life did this godforsaken principal lead? It's strange. Is it really that bad? The people wouldn't stop. They begged for forgiveness and asked to be killed for their behavior. In the end, the player got fed up with it and said, "Let them stand up immediately. Stop behaving like this." Then the people asked him to drink immediately. Well, what to do with them? I'll have to drink with them or they won't leave. The boy knocked over the glass and drank the whole mug in one gulp. Are you happy now? Since they forced their commander and lord to drink, he hoped they knew what would follow. Now let them all fill their mugs. Now everyone will drink. The guy was furious. He was starting to get annoyed. Naturally, everyone filled their mugs almost to the top. Everyone began to toast, glasses clinked, and the rustle of pouring beer. There was a spicy aroma of alcohol. From this smell alone, one could get intoxicated. One could only imagine how drunk these people were. The main street was packed with people. The party was heating up, and now we had to get wasted. As the moon shone brightly in the night sky, they drank, ate, sang, and talked. The festivities had grown to include people from all over the neighborhood, even those who weren't from the city. But nobody seemed to care. There was noise everywhere. The moon had already risen in the night sky and began to illuminate everything with its bright, pale light. The night of victory continued. Everyone was celebrating. The atmosphere was warm and friendly. The party went on all night. The doors creaked open, and a bright light burst into the room. From there came the drunken voice of a player who was hiccuping from the alcohol he had drunk. He could barely sit in his seat and staggered around. After all, the alcohol had affected his condition, and now he was dizzy. He couldn't get his thoughts in order, and they were swirling around in his head like a relentless Roy. Ash was sitting on his bed, the smell of alcohol wafting from him. The odor filled the room, and it felt like it wasn't a bedroom but some kind of pub. The boy sat on the bed, looking at the chests of loot. There were a couple to open before going to bed. Chests received for clearing the location. They must have a lot of valuable things in them. He got up from the bed and approached one of the chests, choosing it at random. Guy put up his hand. Well, what color is it? The chest was nice and slightly warm to the touch. The lid of the chest opened and a bright yellow light poured out. SSR rank. Really? The player's joy was unprecedented. His first chest and such luck. But wait, there was something strange. There was something strange. Something lying at the bottom of the chest. It was something black. It looked like a small rag. The player pulled out a small glove that looked like something a lady would normally wear. But what was it? He thought there would be some kind of legendary weapon, some kind of ring, money at the very least. Not just SSR rank, but max level. His surprise was replaced by delight. A satisfied smile stretched across his face. His hands trembled in anticipation. Oh my God, come on! The boy just shone with happiness, his mind as if it was out of a veil, and he realized what he had gotten his hands on. His whole body shook with anticipation and pleasure. What he was witnessing was phenomenal. A thing of this rank. Yes, and at the very beginning. Her pleasure was unparalleled. He stood and looked at the bright yellow light spilling out. However, his joy was also quickly replaced by anger. What the hell? He irritatedly threw his glove right into the wall. It flopped and immediately slew the elephant to the floor. What the fuck? Out of all that variety of such items, some bullshit had fallen out for him. He looked at the characteristics of the glove, and his rage became much stronger. He got a lucky punch. A comfort fucking item. It was a gauntlet, level 7. Combat glove type, 777 attack, strength 7 out of 7. Each stat percentage gets a 1% bonus. I'll be lucky today. Some player. There's a slot machine with a jackpot on it. Seema's damage with these gloves is determined by a tape measure. Sometimes he used them on his streams to cheer up the audience, but in practice, they are completely useless. The guy walked over to the loot. At least he had something with his hands. He looked at the gloves that were lying on the floor. Yeah, the thing, it was bullshit, but you can't be upset. After all, he couldn't just throw them away or give them to someone, could he? The guy put on the gloves. They were incredibly nice to the touch, as if they were specially made for his hands. Was it because of their rarity? He raised his hands to his face and looked at the new items disappointedly. Might be able to hit the roulette jackpot. When will need. One has to be optimistic. However, it worked out rather poorly for him. How the hell did he get that shit? Optimistic, that's the word he had in his head. Bastard! The guy couldn't contain his anger after all, and wrinkled his nose in annoyance. There are so many cheater items that could make life easier if he had them. But no, out of all that variety he got some low-grade bullshit. What the fuck is optimism? How can you be optimistic at a time like this? Despite receiving the rare golden item, he tossed and turned all night and barely fell asleep in the morning. He mumbled something under his breath all night and tried to come to terms with the fact that the only item he had gotten was crap. He woke up the next day in the late afternoon, his head throbbing with a hangover, and he had to get to his senses as soon as possible. He didn't want to lie in bed all day. He struggled to his feet and staggered out of his room, leaning on the door. His head just splintered like some kind of broken box. His eyes were spinning, his mouth smelled foul, and his body ached with an incomprehensible pain. The first person he saw that day was Lucas. The night didn't look well either, though he tried to put on some sort of godly appearance. There was a distinct hangover on the man's face. His eyes were tired and he had huge bags under them. The man greeted his supervisor. He smelled of alcohol as well. For a few seconds they stood staring at each other with uncomprehending looks, as if they had seen some monster. Ash looked at him, and after a second of silence asked, "Is he okay?" He should have rested this morning, however. No, the knight stood in front of him had hair on his head. He apparently didn't have time to clean himself up. The man wanted to start saying something, but the gagging coming up to his throat prevented him from doing so, and he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. It looked like he'd gotten drunk last night too. The player was staring at him with that unblinking gaze. He was no better now. Suddenly from somewhere appeared a servant, on his face as always shining smile. He appeared literally out of nowhere. In his hands he already had a shiny tray with 2 cups and a small teapot. The boy was startled and looked up at him. The last thing he wanted to see right now was this annoying brat. However, the servant greeted him in his usual manner. Why was this bespectacled man full of energy all the time? How do you even do that? However, anger quickly changed to admiration as soon as the two of them saw Shiny's teacups. After all, that bespectacled man knew how to please. "Here's some warm water with honey. Let them both drink it down." The bespectacled man's voice was cheerful after all. As soon as the boy drank this concoction, he seemed to revive. His head immediately cleared up, and his body filled with strength. Is it time to start preparing for the next stage? Lucas continued to drink the tea. It was incredibly healing, although in their situation, even ordinary water would have seemed unbelievable. Soon, they managed to clean themselves up, and they were standing near the fortress, inspecting the destruction caused by the giant skeleton. The huge sword was still sticking in the wall. No one had bothered to remove it. And in principle, it would be too difficult to remove such a huge sword. The player folded his arms on his chest and anxiously began to speak. Yes, in such a state, they wouldn't be able to stop wild animals, let alone monsters. How long will it take to repair? He looked at the servant and sighed worriedly. The chief builder stood at attention and began his report. More than 2 weeks. First, we need to raise that huge sword. The man tried to keep his composure as he realized that it was important to speed up the pace of the work now. The boy wondered, too much time. There were 9 days and 20 hours until the second location was cleared. Uninjured soldiers will assist in rebuilding the walls starting tomorrow. Lucas nodded his head obediently, a sign of agreement. We should try to finish as quickly as possible. The next one wouldn't be long in coming. And then he turned to the bespectacled man and asked, what about reinforcements? He wondered, the neighboring city would be sending soldiers soon. The soldiers sent to the central district will return tomorrow. The player thought, what a devil. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see any progress. This is bad. Time is running out of steam. Speeding up tempo isn't an option either. He can deal with everything else, but he's not in charge of the reinforcement squad. All we can do is pray they get there safely. Well, they don't have any other choice. He's ordered his courtier to let him know if anything happens. In the meantime, go with him and do what they can. The knight was a little dumbfounded. Is this what his leader meant? He hated to admit it, but there seemed to be no choice. A smile appeared on the player's face. Dungeon! Let's destroy the breeding ground for monsters! He seemed to be full of fighting spirit again, which was good, but it didn't seem to have any good consequences. They've only just recovered from the previous battle. You can't start so soon. Lucas looked at him surprised and a little scared. This time their target is also Black Lake. Yes, that's right, the player smilingly replied. Only this time it will be a little different. This time, they'll be traveling to the location with the rest of the team. It was time to change the genre of the game from tower defense to dungeon assault. Only in these ways can any progress be made. If he wants to get out of there in one piece, it's time to change tactics. That's it for today. He announced the end of the meeting and wished everyone to take care of themselves. Now they would see each other tomorrow. The day passed surprisingly quickly. Night fell on the city again, and the lights began to come on everywhere. As the rest of the team left the meeting room, he told them that tomorrow they were leaving on an expedition. It would be easier if they could see it with their own eyes, rather than having to explain it 100 times. After all, it's better to see it once than to hear it 100 times. Damien picked up the gurney where Lily was sitting. He smiled and said goodbye to his master, who waved politely. However, the girl was not so satisfied. Okay, the man mentally apologized to her. There was nothing to be done. This dungeon was designed for 5 people. Ada walked up to him with a small notebook and prepared to write down the instruction. The boy told him to prepare provisions for tomorrow's expedition. The servant asked what exactly he needed to prepare. In a confident voice, the fellow replied that he would need canned food, camping supplies, wares, and a few other things. He frowned and looked at his servant with an incredibly serious look. The bespectacled man was still smiling the same way, his thick glasses shining in the candlelight. More lanterns, flashlights, anything that can illuminate in general. This would take place at night, so they would need reliable light sources. The next morning, all the members of the future expedition gathered in the backyard of the manor to discuss the future plan of action. Everyone was there. Lily was sitting on her wheelchair and sniffing her nose. She didn't want to take part in this adventure. She had had enough of the past expeditions, on which she had almost died. So the girl had a premonition that she would have to face the horrors here. Jupiter stood nearby and continued to smoke her cigar. On her back was a backpack. Sounds like something serious. And where are they going? The woman wasn't over-enthusiastic as usual. Even she seemed hesitant too. The guy winked at the others and started lifting up rocks preparing the portal. He replied that they would see for themselves soon enough, not wanting to break the intrigue. though it was clear from his face that something big was about to happen. A second later, a glowing portal appeared in front of them, and Jupiter's jaw dropped in surprise. Was that teleportation magic? Clearly the woman didn't see it often, especially not now. It had disappeared several hundred years ago after all. She couldn't believe her eyes and the player at the same time and tried to keep his composure. Damn, he hadn't studied this point. Now there might be suspicion. Anyway, they would find out everything as the mission progressed. Now was not the time to discuss. He turned to the others and said that they were going to teleport to the monster nest under the Black Lake. The faces of the team members were on full alert, and only Lily was crying with grief. She realized that the next trip might be her last. Her mind was still burning with memories of the last trip, where she was used literally as a flamethrower. What the devil? Would she have to face that now? The boy, meanwhile, continued to explain. He said that they should investigate this place to find out why the monsters are coming from there. Maybe there's their portal where they come from or something. Either way, they need to get in there. It's the only way to stop the invasion. After taking a few seconds, he added that this time it would be for good. Destroy the source of the monsters. That is the goal of the entire game. He realized that they would have to go all out on this outing. He opened the teleportation tablet and chose the only unlocked location, the lake. He said he'd brief them on the way, so let them follow him now. There was a worried shriek from Lucas. "Your Highness, let me go first." However, the player didn't even think of listening to him. He quickly slipped right into the portal before the knight could even say anything. I told him not to worry so much. No, this guy's always rushing forward. Naturally, it's logical, but sometimes it gets annoying. Soon, the teleportation was complete. During this time, signs with trivial teleportation tips kept blinking in front of my face. It was possible to write something normal, right? After teleportation was completed, they quickly stepped onto solid ground. There was an oppressive atmosphere around. Jupiter felt it immediately, where she fought many monsters. Indeed, it was the same Black Lake. They were standing on the shore of a huge lake that looked like some kind of oil. There wasn't a single living soul here in the usual sense. The lake stretched for many meters ahead, and somewhere there in the distance, they could see the dawn that never fully came. They stood on the shore and looked around. The player asked the woman, had she been here before? The mercenary frowned and said it was 20 years ago. It appeared it was obvious that these memories were not particularly pleasant for her. It was back when the royal soldiers were still at the crossroads. They had received orders to fill the lake with earth, to block the place off forever. The boy looked at her in surprise. Not, what was trying to fill this huge lake with earth really? Seems like a real idiot was at the helm 20 years ago for giving such a stupid order. Not surprising, though, considering what a body he turned out to be. The woman kept talking. She said that the whole magic squad was involved. They tried to use their magic to raise the earth and fill the lake, but the woman stopped. The boy asked what happened next. It was obvious from everything that the woman was worried. These memories were too heavy for her. She sighed heavily and said that of course it was impossible. No matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain. They had thrown everything they had into a simply foolish endeavor. No matter how many rocks sank to the bottom, the lake endlessly swallowed them up like a black abyss. The woman frowned, and one could hear her teeth gritting with anger. Apparently, something else had happened there. Rumors had spread everywhere among the royal army that the lake was connected to the underworld itself. The woman became wary. After the first week of attempts, monsters began to appear. They came out in droves. The army retreated. The plan failed miserably. The soldiers had to retreat in a hurry to save their lives. Since then, it was the first time she had been this close to the lake. They continued to stand on the shore and studied the surroundings. The commander told them to be on guard. This place is incredibly dangerous. They need to keep a constant watch in case something goes wrong. Have them be careful because they are going to go deeper. As soon as Lily heard this, it was immediately shaken with fear. Tears sprang from her eyes. But wouldn't she be able to live to a normal old age? It seemed like the girl had no choice. A tablet appeared in front of the player's face. asking him if he wished to enter the lake realm. He immediately poked at the sign that said yes. After a second, the next sign now appeared in place of this one. It warned that they can't return until they open the next transfer point. Do they really wish to do that? The guy frowned. Is this lousy game trying to intimidate him or something? Do they think he's played this game once or twice? This is kind of ridiculous even. He stood in front of the monitor and held out his hand. Sure, he wanted to get in there. As soon as the guy pressed the confirmation button, the water in the lake began to bubble, and immediately a powerful hydrogen formed, sucking everything into the abysses of the lake. That's where it was going to go down. Ash stood on the bridge for a moment, watching as the vortex began to gain power. This is the entrance to the dungeon. If they get through this vortex, it seems to be in the underwater realm. Okay, we have to move forward. Immediately, not a second, the guy jumped into the thick of it. The water was incredibly cold. The cold was getting to his bones, but he began to sink down deeper and deeper. A hint icon appeared on the screen. Tip: the #1 reason for failure is inattention. In any situation, you have to be alert. It was dark and cold here, but the guy opened his eyes and through the water column began to look around the immediate surroundings, as there might be monsters here as well. That was his first impression. Darkness. He saw nothing. It was approaching him. Suddenly, he heard a voice. It was deafening. No wonder, since he was in the thickest water. Your Highness? Your Highness! The guy opened his mouth and quietly said that he was here. No need to worry. Let them all keep calm and turn on the lights. A match flicked somewhere, and the space was illuminated by the bright, warm light from a torch. It was held by Lucas, and there was a look of concern on the knight's face as he stared ahead of him, studying the small space that the torches were shining out of the darkness. The whole team was here. No one had gotten lost in the transition, and that was a big plus. They began to look around, exploring the surrounding area. Everyone lit their torches and began to look around. The bright light was picking out small corners of the darkness as it seemed to swallow them up, thickening into a great veil. Lily lit her torches, otherwise breaking them in different directions. The girl must have been afraid of something, and indeed the place was a bit gloomy. That's putting it mildly. The girl didn't seem to like spaces like this. Everyone turned around and looked where she had been looking before. Lucas was also wary. Jupiter opened her eye in surprise and exclaimed in surprise. The man pointed forward and asked in a frightened, trembling voice, "What is this place?" He looked forward, but said nothing. He pondered how best to tell them where they had gotten to after all. After all, he hadn't given them the instructions, so now he would have to explain himself. In front of them stood a huge Gothic castle, like the one kings built in the Middle Ages. It was a castle of the Lake Kingdom, dungeons and underwater. It was really colossal in size. Compared to him, our heroes seemed ordinary bugs. The gates were incredibly high. It turned out that in this palace lives a real evil. However, it seems that all this arrangement did not embarrass our hero. He smiled and said that this is partly a nest of monsters, which they should gradually very quickly subtract. Guy stopped for a second and examined his body. Everything was fine. He could breathe and move around without any problems. It seems that it was all about the ancient magic that hides this place, and thanks to which it is possible to move around like in the real world, despite the fact that it is all under the water column. The whole palace was hidden by a big dome that kept the water out. Lily still couldn't come to her senses, and she looked fearfully straight at this huge castle. In a trembling voice, the girl clutched the bag of stuff to her chest and asked how such a huge hulk could be under the lake. And how can they move around like this quietly? However, the girl did not have time to finish her question, as she was interrupted by Lucas. He ordered everyone to be alert and silent. Someone is coming. The man shifted his worried gaze somewhere to the side and readied his weapon. There were some slow and silent footsteps in the distance, but the knight's sensitive hearing picked them up from the silence of the night. Someone was indeed approaching them. The man grasped his sword and prepared to guard his team. He turned to where the sound had come from, and the others followed. In the distance, some figure in a black robe could be seen. It was like some sort of monk. However, something about it was off. Something ominous. It was a person who was completely hiding his body. From the looks of it, it was a woman. She had a huge long sword behind her back. The woman's face was concealed by a hood, from under which two incredibly long braids of grey, almost ash-colored hair came out, the hair falling straight to the ground and dragging behind her. The woman was coming toward them at a leisurely pace. Lily tried with all her might to run away, but the boy grabbed her by the chair and pulled her back up. Let them not be so nervous. It wasn't the enemy they first entered the dungeon, so it must be an NPC. She had a silent gait. It was as if she was floating without touching the ground. Her soft voice was heard. Treasure hunters looking for something to eat in the Lake Kingdom. Her voice sounded as if from far away, from the depths of the water. As soon as the boy heard her voice, he was immediately alert. His eyes widened with surprise, as if he had heard the speech of a stranger. And what to say? Everyone was wary. Who knows what this person is and what he wants from them? The girl raised her head and the hood pulled back a little, revealing her face. She had deep, dark blue eyes and white, pale skin. The girl's voice came out as if from far away. She said that what they were looking for was not here. Let them return to the surface while they can. She said the last phrase as if with sadness and regret. The boy stood like that for a moment, staring straight at her. The phrase gave him goosebumps, to be honest. I've never seen her before. Does this NPC exist in the game? It was an open question. Where did this girl come from in this place? Yes, it was clear that there were about 100 of them living here, and one random NPC was supposed to act as a guide. But there was one question. He had never seen her here before. Although the guy had scoured the game back and forth, he had started the game 742 times. But not once. This girl had never appeared here. Where did she come from? Is this some kind of upgrade? Well, there's no way out. He'll have to enter into a dialogue with her to at least find out what happened here. The boy took one tentative step back and said that they came from the surface. He tried to keep the tremors out of his voice, but he was not doing a good job of it, and it was obvious that he was worried. They've come from the surface to get to the bottom of this, to stir up a hornet's nest. The woman looked at him silently with her sad, sad eyes. The guy kept talking. He tried to look manly so as not to arouse any suspicion. They must seem like ordinary adventurers. Who knows what this girl's intentions are? The guy kept talking. He said that because of the monsters that come out of this place on the surface, the world is suffering. They are going to end it. He tried to make his words confident and even made his voice a little rougher. The girl sighed and said that the Lake Kingdom has long since fallen into a nightmare. No one will ever be able to wake it up. This place is consumed by darkness, and every person who sets foot here is doomed to imminent doom. Countless warriors who came here to liberate this place have died a horrible death here. More than one person has already been here, yet no one has been able to make it to the end. Every adventurer who came here immediately died or went a little further, but still their fate was unenviable. They all died on the spot, and only their corpses remained here, dotting the dead earth. The woman looked at them again with her sad eyes and told them to leave while they still had the chance. They certainly didn't need to go into this darkness. Let them go. Before the abyss consumed them, and before they went mad with regret for their actions. However, the guy had clearly made it clear that he wasn't going to back down. If he was really going to turn back because of such words, he would have left this game long ago and returned to his own world. However, it's not that simple, right? He is the Lord of the Crossroads, a fortress city that exists for the purpose of stopping monsters, and on top of that, he is responsible for the defense of the fort, nay, the defense of humanity. This mission had been placed on his shoulders as soon as he stepped on the ground of this game, and to retreat now would be a disgrace. The boy straightened up and proudly said that the abyss does not scare him. This game is full of various monsters and challenges. They must enter and destroy this bloody breeding ground of darkness. In order to continue to exist in peace, they need to be ready for any challenge. That's why they've come all the way to this horrible place. Does she think they'll retreat now? But the doors are locked, and if they want to enter, they can't. Indeed, this huge gate was sealed. It would take a great deal of effort to open it. If there was any other way to get in, they would have to do something. The boy looked at the girl with some hope and asked if they could ask her to help them get in here. One could hear the hope in his voice that the girl would still agree to be their ally, but there weren't many options in them as it was. The girl squinted slightly and continued to look sadly at the travelers. After a bit of silence, she sighed heavily and replied that, "Okay, so be it." She would help them. Her voice was incredibly sad at the fact that she wouldn't have a choice. She stood in front of them and said it was interesting to watch their actions. Are their words truly full of courage, or is it just her brother's recklessness? She seemed to have seen many such people trying to get in here, and not one of them seemed to have made it to the end of the line after all. She rushed back and told them to follow her. She would guide them to their destination. The player asked how should he address her. Would she tell him her name? Still, one would need to know who they would be spending this journey with. The girl paused for a second and turned back to them. The last big-minute pause, she said that she didn't even remember her name anymore. But if it was so important to them, let them call her Nameless after all. The girl turned to them and still sighed heavily. Her eyes were downcast. At first it might have looked like she was blind. Her pupils were dilated to the point of covering almost all of her eyes. They followed her along the walls for some time now. The scenery did not change. It was still the same impenetrable darkness, and only their torches shone out of the darkness to light the way. The atmosphere was unfriendly to say the least, and even Lucas, with his overcoming will, began to worry. How could they just follow who knows who? It would definitely turn out to be a trap. However, the player was completely calm. He reassured his comrade. "Everything will be fine, did he hear? Just have to keep moving forward. Is he a comma cuckoo clock? Every 5 minutes he starts his tantrum." It was starting to get annoying. They continued walking, the silence of the night cut only by the thudding sound of their footsteps. They went deeper and deeper into this horrible dungeon. The atmosphere was oppressive to say the least. There was a sea odor everywhere, as if they were on the shore of some sea. Everywhere smelled of rot, and the sounds of dripping water could be heard. Soon, the Nameless one stopped. She stood in place and said that they had come. This was the place the wanderers were looking for. They stood in front of it, a large passageway. The girl turned to them and said that by entering here they would be able to get in. The boy looked in the direction the girl was pointing and was stunned. Is this really the place? They were standing in front of a small passage that led deep into a dark tunnel. Was it a sewer system? It seemed to be. It smelled foul. They didn't want to go inside. Nameless stood nearby and told them to be careful. It was slippery. Still, they had no choice but to plunge into the stinking darkness. They walked forward with their heads down, lighting the way with the dim lights of their torches. The smell was unpleasant to say the least, but they had to keep moving. Lucas led the way and was fully prepared for any danger, followed by the player and then the others. Soon, they reached the exit of this tunnel. The guy stepped forward, illuminating the space with his torch. This seemed to be the place they were going to come to. This was the first area, the sewers. They stood in a small room, more like some sort of intermediate hall. Nameless stood next to it. There were incomprehensible lights burning all around. It was unclear what had been powering them all these years. However, there was still some source of light here. All the sewers connected here. It was a large branching. One of the tunnels could be lost in no time. The pipes were dry. You couldn't even hear water dripping, despite the specialization of this place. The smell was still quite distinct, though. The player began to activate the teleportation portal. He raised his hand up, and several rocks rose up, forming an archway. This was a checkpoint, a safe zone. Monsters couldn't get in here. From this place, one could safely teleport to any convenient place just by using teleportation magic. So next time, they could start from right here without going near the lake. The teleport sign listed another location, the sewers. It was the second of 3 locations. The last one was inaccessible. The boy continued to explore the locations, but suddenly he was distracted by Lily. The girl started begging. She wanted to go home. She definitely didn't like this place. The guy brushed it off. Yeah, now what does she think they were carrying so many provisions with them just to go back, and the begging sign, funny. No wonder though. The girl always started to panic in these situations. Nameless said she wasn't going any further. They were on their own from now on. She wouldn't be able to wait for them. The boy thanked her for her help while pushing Lily away from him, who was trying hard to grab his hand. The guide looked at them with a stern look and warned them once again that the Lake Kingdom had already been completely consumed by the nightmare. A great challenge awaited them. It was worth it to be on their guard. The farther they went, the darkness would become thicker, and the monsters would become stronger. If her words still weighed nothing, then let her give them one small piece of advice. The girl looked at them sadly. After remaining silent for a bit, she said almost in a whisper that they should never turn out the lights. It would be their only salvation. If they didn't want to be consumed by the nightmare, then let them follow this advice strictly. After these words, everyone fell silent. The warning should have an effect, and an unknown fear settled among the crew. Everyone began to look at each other, but only their leader remained calm. After the silence, she said that may their path be blessed by the gods, if they had already decided to put their lives in danger. The player held up a small lantern, which would be their guide to this nightmare world for a further time. Then, the girl turned around, and with quick steps headed somewhere in the darkness of the tunnel. Her dark figure quickly disappeared in the approaching darkness, and in a second there were only light sounds of footsteps moving away into the night darkness. Now, they were left to their own devices. Lucas stood with the player and asked, who was she anyway? And how could she live in the underwater realm? The guy shook his head and said he had no idea. The whole thing was strange. Even he didn't know about such a thing. Demian. Suddenly a voice came up. The boy said fearfully that the darkness here was somehow strange. Even his eyes could see farther than a few meters. The boy clearly made it clear that he didn't like it here. His whole body trembled, and he looked around fearfully. However, even so, how does this girl move around here without the slightest light source? She apparently navigates well in the darkness. The player did not say anything, but only continued to stare into one of the passageways. He didn't have an answer to this question. Now he was facing something he couldn't explain for the first time, even though he had spent more than 1,000 hours in this game. This dungeon is full of secrets, and even he, the one who could pass the game, does not know them all. For the first time in his life, in the entire experience of the game, he had to face something that he himself cannot explain. The only thing he is sure of is that they will meet her under the lake again. The guy looked at his team and tried to cheer them up somehow. He said confidently that they would be able to see the girl again, and then they would ask about everything that interested them, as enemies or as friends. Who knows? It all looked as strange as possible, but there was no time or desire to turn back. They had already equipped themselves enough at the checkpoint, and now it was time to move on. The guy asked the team members, "Are they all ready?" I think he already had an answer to that question. Of course you can't be ready for this. A plaque popped up in front of him. Sewer Area 1, Passage Progress. Normal Room 0 out of 3, the boss room. They only had to pass this test. The guy smiled and looked at the plaque. Considering the level of their team and the number of players that are there should be no problem with the sweep. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, he seemed confident in his abilities. Well, let's go. They looked deep into one of the tunnels. The darkness was frightening in its obscurity, but they had to move in. Only the light of their flashlights illuminated the way ahead. The darkness dissipated a few meters ahead. There appeared walls made of ancient bricks. Without hesitation, they moved inside. The thudding sound of footsteps ripped the space. Every sound in this deafening silence was like a thunderclap. Lucas asked, "How long will they have to walk down this corridor?" The player walked ahead, surveying the area. He shook his head. No, there wasn't much left. Lucas's questions were starting to annoy him a little. And why was he so concerned? He had rigorously obeyed all his orders before, but now doubt seemed to have settled in his soul. From his experience in this game, he knew how this dungeon was organized. The basic structure of the dungeon, this room, and the connecting passages. In the rooms, you can find some items and fight enemies, or talk to NPCs. He already guessed who was waiting for them in the first room. The guy not sure stepped forward room 1. There was already a monster waiting for them. It was a big rat. Although this animal was small in normal life, here it was the size of a small cat. It was a huge rat. Sewer room 1. Rat level 3. Quantity, 14 pieces. It was necessary to destroy these creatures. The rat was quite nasty. It had large paws with powerful claws on the ends. It opened its mouth and hissed. Its mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth, and in the middle was a split tongue. The boys stopped and watched as a large pack of rats approached them. There was an unimaginable squeaking sound all around. Lucas stepped forward and put his sword out to defend himself from the creatures. The rats were getting bigger, not crawling on the walls like spiders, coming closer and closer to their victims with each step. What a nuisance. By themselves they're not difficult enemies, but because of their numbers, here will not be able to relax. The guy had already mentally prepared himself for the battle, so he would have to do his best. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Lily's scream from somewhere behind him. Screaming, "Rats! Why is she such a coward?" The player was starting to get angry. There was too much noise coming from that girl lately. He even thought for a moment that they shouldn't have brought her here. He waved his hand and ordered Lucas to step forward, to kill only those who come too close, and try to keep his distance. The boy nodded his head and moved forward with his long sword. Ash ordered Damien to aim for the eyes or neck, as the heads of these creatures are very strong. The boy activated his vision and nodded his head understandingly. He would immediately carry out his order. He ordered the others not to waste their mana, but to attack only those who had broken through Lucas's defenses. As for him, he would just watch from the sidelines. Jupiter and Lily prepared their spells. Their magic sparks began to burn in their hands. The player at this time just stood back and watched his team fight the monsters. 2 rats jumped dangerously close to Lucas, and he activated his sword, which glowed with a bright yellow flame. The rats let out a deafening squeak and immediately rushed at the man. The knight immediately swung his sword, and with one precise blow, he cut several of the vile creatures into small pieces. The sound of tearing flesh was heard, and the lifeless bodies of the rats began to fall to the ground. The gunner was aiming precisely at the target. He did exactly as his leader told him, aiming only at the dangerous places. Even though the boy was scared, the player's skill kicked in, and the fear faded away somewhere. Thanks to his eyes, the arrows hit exactly the target, hitting the rat in the neck and eye. The animal immediately fell to the ground, making a nasty squeaking sound. Soon, the rats became smaller and smaller, and their ugly bodies were already lying dozens of nearby. "It's so hard for me, right?" The boy looked around, but there were only animal corpses which gave off a nasty odor. He turned to the boy and asked, "It's not that hard, is it?" he said. The gunner smirked and sighed. Yes, he was more nervous than he actually was. The guy was holding his crossbow. The knight turned to him and said, "The sum of them turned out he should collect magic stones or not. They're low level, not even—" He hesitated half a word and asked again, "What? 13? But the system showed 14. Where did the other thing go?" The guy hesitated and didn't notice that one of these creatures had already flown at him from behind and had somehow survived and was now attacking the defenseless player. The guy noticed it too late. There was no way to dodge anyway. The monster slid its vile maw open and squeaked. Its teeth glistened in its mouth, and its tongue fluttered like some kind of rag. A couple more seconds, and it could sink its teeth right into the skin of the protagonist. The guy reacted quickly, and with a shriek put out his fist. He was more angry than scared. How did this thing manage to survive? The guy was ready for it, and it seemed it was time to use his new gloves. His fist made contact with the animal's elastic furry body, and the rat immediately flew aside, thrown away by the powerful blow. Then the jackpot appeared. You don't expect it. A guy hit with such force that the animal was literally vaporized under his pressure. A jet of energy burst from somewhere in his fist, which threw the beast far back. The rat squealed and flew into the wall. A second later, it crashed into the concrete wall, its body crunching under the pressure. A small trickle of blood appeared behind her back. The blow was really powerful. The guy himself didn't expect such a thing. The rat slid down the wall. It died instantly. The guy looked in surprise at his hand, which was wearing the glove he had so recently gotten from the chest. The hand was literally smoking from the energy overflowing from it. A strike above 100. That's rare. Behind him was the gunner, whose jaw dropped in surprise. Lucas immediately ran up to him and began to ask if he was all right. The man was scared for his king's health. He had to protect him after all. The guy turned around and said he was fine, but his body shook with surprise. The knight looked at his lord in surprise and asked, "What was that just now? How did he kill the monster with a single blow?" It was unimaginable. The man had a look of genuine surprise on his face. He didn't expect his master to be so strong. The guy rolled his eyes. "Well, after every sweep, do I have to explain to him what he's doing?" He'd already resigned himself to the fact that he had to code himself to avoid arousing suspicion. He stammered, trying to come up with some sort of coherent explanation. Unable to come up with anything better, he said it was the prince's punch. The boy put his fist forward. Lucas asked in surprise, "The prince's punch?" Ash said that's what it was. "What? You've never heard of such a thing?" The guy raised his fist up and proudly said that when members of the royal family are in danger, they can activate superpowers. Sometimes it manifests like this. Please, just please let them swallow this lie and move on. The guys really didn't want to get into any explanations to waste time. Lucas looked at his master in surprise and clenched his fists in admiration. "Yes, this is awesome! Awesome!" Everyone else just stared at the player in amazement. They of course doubted. Only Lucas was without a doubt loyal to his master. Still, they moved on. Good thing they were savvy. They found themselves in another room, the second to last. It was unfortunately empty. "There must be something hidden here," he ordered everyone, and downloaded carefully, and all the team members scattered to the corners to find anything of value. Damien shined his flashlight somewhere in the distance and said that there was something here. The guy was definitely interested. The player clenched his hands into fists and ordered him to move forward. He expects to finish the job. It seems there must be some treasure here, at least by the law of the genre there should be. Indeed, there seemed to be some kind of chest. It was quite large, great job. Guy told the others to be careful. It might be a trap disguised as a chest. However, he didn't have time to finish his goal. Suddenly, Jupiter rushed past him. The woman suddenly changed in her face. She had a wide smile and her eyes were burning with happiness. It was as if the woman was maddened. She rushed forward. It was her passive talent, Gold Rush. What a greedy old woman! Shouldn't we stop? What if it's a trap? The boy was terrified. After all, he was facing some problems. This woman had a passive skill as soon as she saw some treasure, as if she would lose her mind and immediately rush over there. Jupiter jumped over to the chest and opened it with trembling hands. A bright light immediately began to shine from it. Oh God, thank God it was their chest. The boy mentally thanked all the gods that they had not stumbled into another trap. Soon, Jupiter came to her senses and a little embarrassed. She apologized in a shaky voice. "Whenever she feels money, it stops controlling you." The woman shook her head and looked around. She held the chest up to the player and said that she was rightfully giving it to His Highness. The guy stared at the chest in silence. "Hey, Granny, does she think he can't see what's in her pocket?" In the next room, he was again confronted by a multitude of rats, seemingly even more numerous than in the previous one. Through the darkness, they could see dozens of eyes staring straight at them, burning red with indomitable fire. Easily, they cleared the third room. Soon, after a few minutes, they approached the last room. This was where the boss was supposed to be. The boy stepped forward with a confident step. Indeed, everything indicated that they were now in front of the boss's room. There was a massive oak door that would be difficult to open. The guys stopped right in front of it and began to examine it with surprised looks. The player smiled and said that after they were done with the boss, they could go home and get a good rest, so it would have to be more of an endeavor. He himself wanted to get out of this creepy place as quickly as possible, as he was already sick of the sewer stench and the multitude of rats. They managed to open the room with a lot of effort. The doors creaked open, and a bright red light began to shine in. The guys moved inside with confident steps. They were already ready for the fact that there will be some next private boss, which he will me without much effort to cope with. It would be time to go home. Each of them already anticipated how they will sit at home with their pockets full of treasures and walk, preparing for the next outing. Outside the door, however, appeared something that confused them for a second. There lay a whole bunch of rats that were covered in their own blood. Apparently the monsters were dead, as evidenced by the extinguished red eyes and open mouths in death agony. The smell of the place was also appropriate, the already unpleasant smell of sewage mixed with the stench of rotting meat, and the player had to cover his nose with his hand to avoid emptying his stomach right there. What the hell is that? The smell of blood. There was definitely something fishy going on here. The traveler's gaze fell on some strange creature that was sitting somewhere in the back of the room. It looked like a huge rat, but something was wrong. The rat was huge, much larger than anything they had encountered. The creature was downing something to itself. To the rats, no end and no edge. The creature took the hand of one of the rats, which immediately began squeaking pitifully. It clutched the rat in its huge paws, which were crowned with sharp claws. The rat wriggled and tried to break free, but the creature's grip was powerful. "I must kill the rats. I must kill the rats." The creature repeated the phrase over and over. It squeezed its paw, and the wet crunch of bones was heard. The little rat that no longer seemed so big in the hands of this monster forbade, and immediately its little body went limp. "I must get rid of them. I must return the Lake Kingdom to its pristine appearance." The creature repeated this phrase like some kind of mantra. The monster opened its mouth, and a deafening squeak of voices erupted from it. It was a huge rat, only it was strange. There was something human about it, something remotely like a mind. Demian's whole body trembled with fear when he saw it. This monster speaks human? The boy certainly didn't expect to encounter something like that in these dungeons. The boy stood as if numb. He could not move. Fear had taken over his body. The creature moved its short ears and listened. Apparently it had heard the boy, and now it turned its full attention directly to him. "What? Is some rat still alive?" The monster turned its head toward him and grinned. Its mouth was completely covered with teeth, and a long, ugly tongue covered in viscous saliva protruded from it. The creature's eyes burned bright red, like those of the rats they had met before. But the monster was different. It looked at the newcomers as if they were its new food. It was the boss of this dungeon, a giant rat man, the controllers of the sewers. He was level 15. As soon as the monster saw the newcomers, it turned towards them and let out a deafening squeak so loud that it had to cover its ears. "No matter how many rats I kill, they still keep coming. Damn rats!" The monster seemed even bigger than it was originally. When the creature rose to its feet, it appeared to be a few meters tall. Lucas and the player stood and looked on in horror. The man put his sword forward and already prepared to repel the attack. It was clear that they would not get out of here so easily. The monster was truly terrifying. The protagonist even had goosebumps on his back. Sewer controllers? Why does this rat have a human name? What the hell was that? The guy squinted his eyes and took a closer look at the monster. It was clear that this was some kind of experiment. This thing couldn't just exist here. "I'll kill you all!" The monster roared and rushed straight at the newcomers. It put its clawed paw forward and opened its huge mouth. It was obvious that this monster was not going to let them go so easily. Its eyes were burning with a kind of inhuman fire, and now they were going to fight it, and their lives depended on the outcome of the battle. The boy opened his eyes in horror. "No! Must do something!" He realized that something irreversible was about to happen. Suddenly, against all expectations, Lily stepped up. She thrust her arms forward and let out a jet of fire that rushed straight at the monster. A rat! The girl almost cried out in fear, but still attacked the monster. The fire began to spread rapidly. As soon as it reached the rats, they began to squeak shrilly. Hot, however, the flames were inexorable. It devoured the rats' bodies one by one. The girl felt as if she had lost her mind. She screamed for that thing to stay away. It was as if she was possessed. She was spewing flames from her hands like some kind of volcano. The girl seemed to be very frightened, and that was what acted as leverage for her. Everyone else just stared at her in surprise. No one expected the girl to be so persistent. It seemed that the boss had been defeated. The big rat flopped to the ground with a loud sound, and steam began to emanate from it. After all, its eyes were still glowing, indicating that the rat was still alive. However, it must have taken a lot of damage. The monster raised its head and looked at the girl with its red eyes. "You damned rat!" hissed at the monster. It clenched its teeth and prepared to attack its future victim with it. However, Jupiter was fully prepared. The woman raised her hand up, and lightning immediately began to form on her fingers. This was where his stop was. Sweet dreams. The woman smirked and prepared to unleash the full power of her spells on the monster. There was a crackling sound, and a small but very powerful bolt of lightning flew towards the monster. It was like a needle that pierced the head of the monster, which had already managed to rise to its feet. A second later, an explosion was heard, the air smelled of burnt meat, and the rat was covered with electric shocks from head to toe. The monster began to scream, Razinu in its huge maw. The entire room erupted in a flash of light, and the monster's entire body was covered in bright light. The monster wanted to say one last thing, but didn't have time. His body was completely covered with lightning, and his heart stopped immediately. Even a monster like that. It died in an instant. Before he could say the last sentence, the monster slumped to the ground. Smoke emanated from its body. Its face was frozen in a death grimace. It was quick. The guy was standing right in front of him, and the whole thing was trembling with fear. He hadn't expected such a rapidity of events. Thanks to the joint work of the two mages, it was not difficult to deal with the boss. This monster's resistance to magic was practically zero, making it vulnerable to various kinds of spells. If they had relied only on physical damage, there would have been some difficulties. However, everything ended up just fine. The monster was dead, and its red eyes went out in a blur. Lily immediately grabbed the guy's arm and started to ask, "Are they going home yet?" He turned to her and nodded his head in the affirmative. Yes, they were almost over. Was she scared? The girl almost cried. Of course there is scary. The room is filled with dead rats. How can she not be scared? She looked like she was pretty freaked out, but in principle she was understandable. Indeed, the VDOC here was so bad, the room was completely filled with rats, which gave off a terrible stench. In the middle of all this splendor lay the boss, whose body was still smoking, emitting an even more horrible odor. All the friends stood in front of a large chest, which appeared to be a reward. A sign flashed above the chest. It was a reward for clearing the boss room. The chest was small in size, but it looked like it would be a good bounty. The guy looked at Lucas and ordered him to hold Jupiter so she wouldn't lunge at the treasure chest again. Everyone. After all, they had already realized perfectly well that this granny was very fond of money, even more than herself. The guy bent over the chest and began to study it. At the same time, the knight held the granny, who tried to escape from his clinging hands. The woman was like mad. "Respect your elders." She shouted it like some kind of chicken. However, the man held on tight. Ash dug around in the chest and found something valuable. He pulled out a sword from there. It wasn't a simple sword. It looked like some kind of saw, or the nose of a swordfish. Wow! The guy looked at that sword like some kind of deity. There was an incredible amount of magical energy emanating from it, and the sword itself looked awesome. A sign with information popped up next to it. It was a rat cutter. Type: longsword. Attack 20 to 25. Strength 20. When attacking a monster of type, the rat deals 25% more damage. Kill the rats, both of them. Yeah, that stuff comes in handy. The guy didn't hesitate to throw the ball to Lucas. The knight gratefully accepted the gift and grabbed it with both hands. The man was incredibly satisfied. His cheeks immediately lit up with happiness. Yes, this weapon was not good enough to replace his normal sword. However, let the man keep it with him. He would still need it. Lucas nodded his head and hid the sword behind his belt. The boy bent over the chest, looking for anything else useful. Maybe there was something else in there, and there was. There was something else at the bottom. There was a small scroll made of white, soft parchment. It was a summoning scroll. Automatic defense turret. It's a guaranteed first area item. He'll lie if he says he didn't come here for it. That was just great, wasn't it? All the rewards have been collected. There's no point in staying in this shithole any longer. Well, it's time to head back. Guys, it's time to head back to town. Lily seems to be the most excited of all. She's been depressed about this place. And now they're finally getting the hell out of here. Yes, location complete. The first area of the sewers. All 3 rooms had been cleared. The raid was a success. Going down the hallway to the boss room, the sewers ended though. They didn't have to walk very long, and soon they should have made it to the surface. As soon as they climbed out, the guy opened his eyes in surprise. A very interesting picture appeared before him, which he had not seen before. Here begins the inner part of the Lake Kingdom. The second part, the hidden alley. They found themselves in a strange place. Many shabby wooden houses, apparently uninhabited. They stared at them with their black eyes. The guys stopped somewhere in the middle and started lighting the way forward with torches. Everything was so developed. It looked like the streets of a real prosperous city. However, it seemed as if no one had lived here for a long time. If even a back alley looks like this, how should the rest of the city look like? The guy stopped and began to look around. This was a city that had become the epitome of magical society, a true reflection of the frozen deep realm. But in this city there was no light at all, as well as not a single living soul. The city was a veritable ghost. The empty streets were gloomy and frightening. There was a haze of mist everywhere, more like a fog. The atmosphere here was even more oppressive than in the sewers. The city was forever mired in darkness. It was silent and dead. This place did not bode well. Only one lone lantern in the middle of the street stood illuminating a small stretch of road. There was darkness everywhere, oppressive and unseeing, which had been consuming this town for years. Here was another checkpoint, a second area, hidden alley unlocked. Another teleport opened up in front of the boy. This seemed to be the last area, but suddenly a sign popped up in front of them, indicating that they couldn't go beyond this area yet. The player stood in front of the teleporter for some more time and didn't understand anything. What the hell was this? How come they couldn't get out? In any case, he wasn't going to go any further today. Otherwise, we'd be left with nothing but horns and legs. They've done a good job. I think that's it for today. The boys stood in the middle of the dark alley. The atmosphere was heightened by the fact that they could hear some strange sounds, even though the city was silent and dead. Well, it was time to go home. The guy approached the teleport information sign and clicked instead of teleporting to the backyard of his kingdom. The research was complete. Their reward was sent back. Character level increase. Ash level 9, Lucas level Demian level 2. But something caught their eye. Standing under a lonely street lamp was a strange figure. She was dressed in some rags. From afar, she looked like some medieval jester. She wore a cap on her head. Strange stranger in his hands held something that from afar looked like a windpipe. His quiet voice was heard. It was as if he was speaking through a mask, so it was him, the last player, came all the way here. The stranger lifted up his pipe, and some kind of sound came out of it. Squeaks began to be heard everywhere, as if hordes of rats were approaching them. The melody was merry, and reminded him of some old song from a fairy tale. From somewhere came the stomping of 1,000 little feet, and soon a whole horde of these sewer rats came into view. They were coming inexorably fast. They ran like an invisible army, and only their luminous black eyes glittered in the darkness. "Forgive us for our sins," said the stranger. The light illuminated his face. He was indeed wearing a mask. Now he looked like some kind of medieval harlequin. The mask was similar to those usually worn in medieval theatres. It had a smiling face on it, but in this setting it looked more creepy than funny. Apparently, it was the Pied Piper, or Rat Lord as you like. Soon, an army of huge rats formed around him. They were much bigger than the ones our heroes had seen in the sewers. Each of them was the size of a large dog, and this strange stranger stood in the middle of the horde, talking to himself. It was all for the Lake Kingdom. The team was still standing in front of the teleporter and had already started to go inside. The bright light flooded their bodies, Just a moment more, and they would be at home in cozy taverns, where they would drink alcohol until the morning and eat delicious food. The player looked at his team and once again praised them for a job well done. A satisfied smile shone on his face. Good, let them rest tonight. Jupiter put his huge cigar in his mouth again and said irritably, "She doesn't know if she will be able to rest well tonight. It's hard to believe that this city is hiding thicker than water." The woman apparently wanted to explore this place some more. Maybe there are still some treasures here. Lily was sighing heavily at this time. The girl was very excited that they would finally get away from this horrible place. However, the mercenary, everything did not calm down. She could not even imagine what happened to this place. Moreover, it was the darkness. It was definitely unusual. It was an unusual night that descends on cities as the sun goes down. It was something more oppressive and horrible. She turned to the player and asked if he had anything to say about it. The guy was silent. They were still standing in front of the teleporter. There was a small pause between them. He began to reminisce. He didn't have anything to say at the moment. Although he had gone through the game completely, how and why the Lake Kingdom had become like this had not been revealed to him yet. However, there was one suggestion for that reason. He should go to the center of the city and search for all its secrets. Well, but that would come later. He smiled and said that they would deal with it all in order. For now, they would have to go back to regain their strength. They had already traveled a very long and difficult journey. All of this would be left to her later. Jupiter sighed and said that she doubted she could sleep sober. She would have to get drunk again to get rid of the intrusive thoughts. The woman had a feeling that everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Well, sometime next time she would surely come back here and follow this place up and down. Unexpectedly to herself, Lily began to share her fondness for alcohol. One raised her hand and said that they'd better have a drink together tonight. Something really strong. That seemed to be the only thing that would help their sleep tonight. Jupiter smiled and took the stroller with the girl and rolled it somewhere far away to the exit of this city. The player looked after them and thought to himself that these two were getting along very well, even though at first glance you couldn't tell. Demian smiled. He said that he would return to the temple after all this. He still had goosebumps from the experience, and it seemed that only a strong prayer could restore his spiritual strength. The boy was definitely not ready for such a journey, and he would need a good moral and spirit recovery. He approached the player and said that if he prayed, he could regain some strength. The guy was trembling, and it was obvious that he was scared. The player nodded his head. Okay, so be it. He turned to Lukos and said that they should rest too. The knight nodded readily. He wanted to fall into sweet sleep himself to regain his energy. The moon had already risen and was illuminating the surroundings with its bright pale light. Lucas asked, "Is he going to go down into the dungeon again?" The player replied that yes, but not until the next defensive battle. But why? Lucas asked, "Don't they need to go scouting and find out which monster will attack next?" The guy seemed to understand why he was making a point. He turned to him and said that they seemed to know everything already. Lucas looked at him in surprise. What was he talking about? But they had just met only rats, hadn't they? Yes, they had. The player had said that next time they would be fighting against a large squad of sewer rats. Time to get ready for those critters. The lake realm, it is teeming with rats. They are perhaps the only monsters to be feared here. They are the only inhabitants of this place, and over the years, they've multiplied countless times. At first, these creatures will fill all available space, all research areas. Their population reaches a limit. They become too numerous, and then they crawl out of the dungeon and head upstairs. Plus, they'll exterminate every living thing. They were already standing in the backyard of the manor and talking. It was just the player and Lucas. Yes, the monsters they have seen, and there are some that have yet to be encountered. The knight raised his head in surprise and nodded his head in agreement, opened, and the bright light from the candles hit their eyes. The player summoned his servant and asked, "Is everything prepared? Are the hot baths and delicious food ready?" However, the bespectacled man seemed to be troubled about something. He literally fell down the stairs and kept shouting at the top of his voice, We have an emergency! It's a total disaster! What happened? The player stared at him in surprise. Is it something again? Ada started gibbering. He said there would be no reinforcements. His eyes were frantic. He was literally shaking with fear. The player did not immediately understand what he heard, but slowly he began to understand the meaning of what he said. Eyeglass repeated that central city, and all the surrounding areas said that they couldn't send troops. At that moment, a chill ran down the guy's back. What the hell? Everything was normal after all. What could have happened during his absence? Answer: real bullshit. Their dialogue was interrupted by a stomach rumbling. It seemed Lucas had gotten very hungry during the last outing, and he could use a good meal. There was an awkward pause between them, and the knight looked away in embarrassment and sighed. As soon as he realized what had happened, he began to apologize, incredibly ashamed of his actions. Well, there was no point in talking about it now in this environment. He wouldn't be able to solve the problem right now anyway. Oh well, whatever. He'll deal with it tomorrow. Let him get the food right now. I'm hungry. The moon came out from behind the clouds, and a bright pale light illuminated the manor. They had eaten well during the night and slept well. Now it was time to deal with the immediate problems. The first thing. As the player woke up, he came to his servant and asked what he said about yesterday's reinforcements. Why wouldn't there be any? Ada. Already awake since morning and scratching his head and adjusting his huge glasses, stammered and began his report. A war has recently broken out on the Western Front, and the Empire is currently fighting its enemy. The player didn't understand. So what was the big deal? The servant continued, and the very thing, they are gathering all their soldiers to be transferred to the Western Front to reinforce their position there. So the reinforcements they could send here won't be coming. They need the troops themselves. The boy frowned. There's something definitely wrong here. What the hell kind of war is this? What enemy? He needed to think hard about this. The Empire wages wars all the time. That's true. Regardless of the time of year of day and so on, they are always at war with neighboring countries. But now they suddenly need all the soldiers of the South. It was kind of strange, moreover. He was unaware of what kind of enemy they were fighting against this time. And the most interesting thing is that all this is happening exactly when he asks for reinforcements. The boy thought for a moment, folding his hands in front of him. It's all strange, more and more questions with no answers. What about the mercenaries? Did they get anyone? The servant said they're hiring all comers, but not many. And besides, these people aren't really interested in taking part in such ventures. Their last battle ended only a few days ago. It'd be foolish to expect the mercenary guild to replenish itself. So what do we do? The boy rubbed his head, trying to get his thoughts in order. Things were getting worse and worse. Luga stood nearby and changed from foot to foot, continuing to smile. Eventually it was up to the channel player, and he grabbed the bespectacled man by the face. And what is it that he is smiling he cannot understand? How do they find the troops? The bespectacled man tried to say something. Actually, he has an idea, but there is one nuance. A man who can help them, and a pain in the ass. Ash shouted that in this situation he could make a deal with the devil himself. Next battle, let him tell us where to get the soldiers. Ada smiled broadly and invited his lord to follow him. This git was definitely up to something, that's just what. Soon they went outside and got the horses ready. The gambler was already seated, and the servant stood beside him. Lucas politely inquired, "Where is he going?" There was confusion. This bespectacled man rarely went out, and what was he up to? The servant answered without hesitation that he was going to the past lord. He had a couple of questions about the army to settle. He smiled and replied that they were going to Magaffa Cross. He immediately smiled his snide smile, and his wide glasses gleamed in the sun. Yes, and who are they anyway? The servant answered that in brief, they are the people who protect the borders. They are in border fortresses like the one they are in now. These people have great power in their authority. They can even compare to the prince himself, as they have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. Compared to ordinary earls, they stand much higher. After all, they are tasked with protecting the front line from enemies, monsters, and natural disasters. In other words, they are not just nobles, they are military commanders that are also responsible for the defense of their region. The servant yanked on the water and the horse leisurely moved forward. In a nutshell, as people began to arrive at the crossroads, this very cross was in charge here. They moved forward. The town was designated in his honor. Their horses moved forward. They had not the shortest road ahead of them, so there was time to discuss a few things. Family. It was this cross that paved the road and built the fortress. A crossroads, it turns out. He came from a noble family and had protected this place for a long time since its creation. The player looked at the servant with disbelief and asked in surprise, "So if this person had such powers of authority power and so on, then why did he step down? The southern front is far from the center. Speaking of frequency, this man has much more influence here. It's simply illogical. He has more influence than the emperor himself. What's the point of him leaving such a high position? It was simply stupid to lose such an opportunity." However, Cross has resigned as lord and turned the city over to the center. That's why the Ash took his place. It makes sense then, because of the plot and the law of the game. However, there was still one unanswered question. Why did this man give up the power and the earth that had been passed down from generation to generation? This thought did not give the player rest. He had been pondering it all this time. So, why? The servant turned around and said that in a nutshell, it would be quite difficult to tell. It would be better if he heard about it firsthand himself. In any case, it was better to talk once for himself. The way was indeed not very short, but still, they soon arrived at a large and beautifully decorated palace. There was a small narrow path leading to it, and they followed it. Up close, the mansion looked a little shabby, but it was still presentable. This slight dilapidation gave it a certain elegance. They stopped at the gate. Originally it was just a rest home. However, after leaving his position, the Count had moved here permanently. Almost the entire space of the house was covered with some kind of ivy. From afar, it looked like a haunted house, but up close, the feeling was even more intense. It seemed that no one had lived in this house for a long time. Everything was covered with cracks. The windows were completely shuttered, and nothing could be seen behind them. The guys stopped right in front of the gates. They were big, even a little bit bigger than in the player's mansion. They were also covered with thickets of that nasty ivy. The boy stopped in front of the doors and asked, "Is there someone living here? It looks like it's been abandoned for a long time." The servant cheerfully announced that of course he regularly sends important things here. The gate creaked open, letting them inside the spacious courtyard. An old man saw them from afar, who immediately asked loudly who was here. He looked at them from afar and did not seem particularly pleased with the unexpected visit. He had a bottle of alcohol in his hands, and the old man himself, or rather his appearance, showed that he was a regular drinker. How dare they come in here? "Ah, go away!" He told the guys to leave immediately. The old man had a red nose and a furious look on his face. Ada immediately waved his hands and started to greet the old man. He said it was him. Didn't the old man recognize him? As soon as the owner of the house saw the servant, he immediately softened. He then made him increasingly quiet. "Ah, we're her secretary's friend. Long time no see." The player stood there and did not understand anything. What's he talking about? Is this the Count? It was hard to believe that this decrepit drunkard is the man who leads most of the army. The old man's whole appearance indicated that he was just a drunkard. But this man with a red nose and swollen face couldn't be the leader of a great army. The former lord of the city? That's nonsense. The Count looked at the boy, who continued to gibber on and on. The old man looked at him with swollen eyes. The servant said that the lord had guests. He had brought guests. It was as if the old man had woken up from a week-long binge. What? Guests? Didn't he ask him not to bring anyone looking for him? But the servant wouldn't stop. He literally begged the old man to talk to the guests for a while. He assured him they had good information. Then he pointed his finger at the player and said he was introducing him to the new lord, His Highness Ash von Hater Everblack. And the player stood there in the middle of it and didn't understand a thing. looked at him with a surprised look, as if he didn't expect to see such an honorable guest. The guy coughed and tried to find the words to somehow start a conversation with this dirty old man. He did not understand what you can talk to a man who, except the bottle, has never seen anything in his life. But still, the guy gave out a friendly smile, or at least something like it. Coughing, he said he was very pleased to meet this count. He, the youngest of the Emperor's sons, and the newly appointed Lord of Ash Crossroads. A sort of cunning gleamed in his eyes. Even though this ruler prince is a tyrant, he can't have a bad relationship with the count. It's a little awkward to speak formally, but it's the right thing to do. It's like the new private is talking to his superior. It's a funny situation. He walked up to the old man and began to speak voluptuously, with a playfully benevolent tone. They came here to talk about some business. Before the guy could say anything, however, the old man cut him off with, "Get the fuck out of here!" The guy was even a little taken aback by this warm welcome. Naturally, he comes to some old man and he sends him away. The guy was dumbfounded for a second. That's the reception. He never liked to talk to high-ranking people, but this old man was really nasty. This was out of line. He was ready to burst with rage, but the old man continued to shout, spitting saliva out of his mouth. "Can't you hear me? Get out! Are you deaf?" Yes, it looks like the dialogue with this old man will be short. The dominance of the protagonist is a hierarchy with a firm class system. Even if the count is in these lands, how dare he disregard the formalities of talking to the princes? That's not to mention bringing him back Vaughn. Good Lord, what an uneducated people. Ash's face changed immediately, his feigned friendliness gone. Eyes flashed bright red fire. The boy shouted, "Isn't that a little impertinent on his part?" The boy was simply furious. How dare this decrepit old man treat him like this? This was crossing all boundaries. He put his hands on his side and said that now he would remind him of the hierarchy. But he stopped halfway through. Fuck it. The count didn't seem to be listening to him at all. He pulled out a huge, weighty sword, more like a spear used by medieval knights, and an equally large shield. He took a few steps forward. In an empire so strictly governed, he thought, what would it mean to raise a weapon on a member of the ruling family? Surely it is an encroachment on the throne. No self-respecting hierarch would tolerate such treatment of his person. However, the old man didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. He pointed his huge bayonet at the prince and prepared to attack. His face was glistening with rage. Saliva was flying from his mouth. Definitely, this old man has them all at home, and crazy people should be avoided. It's a fucking truism. The old man didn't stop. He tried his best to kick the no-call guests out of his place. Get out while she only used the words away. The guy had no choice but to leave the old man alone. He said goodbye that he'd be back, and hoped that next time he could have a normal conversation. But the count wouldn't stop. He shouted at them not to come any closer, let them leave him alone at last. Well, they had no choice but to leave this strange place, and no less strange crazy old man. Meanwhile, the player was trying his best to hold Lucas, who was already raring to fight. Patience, patience. Yes, this old man still has to find his way. Earl Cross, full name Charles Cross. Never appeared in the game Defense of the Empire, but the reason he knows him is that he is the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. This girl has incredible skills. She is one of the most popular characters of the SSR rank. Every self-respecting gamer knows about it, but still, she has a very nasty father with whom it is impossible to dialogue at all. However, the guy did not give up hope that this drunkard definitely has a good side. Maybe he will still be able to get along with him. Ask, I do not know. The guy sighed heavily and squinted his eyes. Okay, the first pancake is understandable, but how to talk to him? They soon left the manor and headed for their home. On the way, the player asked how this drunkard could solve his problem. The servant replied that this count has his own personal army, and she is quite numerous. That's why he brought them to this place. His army is a squad of elite soldiers who are only loyal to their superior, and if they could convince the count, it would greatly help them with their problem. These people are incredibly strong, well-trained and practiced, therefore, is a great asset in the military industry. The guy thought for a second and put his finger to his lips. Yes, it all sounded more than good, but there was one but. He absolutely has to persuade this count, but how? There is no conversation involved. After all, he can't even meet him face to face. How is it even possible to dialogue in such a state? But suddenly, the bespectacled man gave hope. He said that there is one way. The player immediately turned to him. What is it? His eyes lit up with interest. The boy scratched his nose and said that sometimes only a drunkard can understand another drunkard. He made a gesture with his hands to indicate a shot. The boy fell silent. He didn't like the idea anymore. Damn it! He wanted to lead a righteous and godly life, but the damn world wouldn't let him. He's always getting into trouble. Now he's got to become a drunk to get another drunk to give him an army. But so much for diplomacy. Soon they approached the Count's estate again. Ash began to call out to the old man to get through to him. A light evening had already begun to descend on the land, and the sky was dyed in bright warm colours. The Count naturally heard the uninvited guests, and again he rushed to defend his possessions with fury. He had his shield and sword in his hands again. What is the matter with him? He's had enough of life, but he had been warned never to come here again. However, the Count stopped short. He stood outside his domain and looked at the prince, who was standing near a small wagon in which there was obviously something covered with white sheets. The Count stopped and looked at the boy closely. What the hell is that? The boy smirked and threw aside the covers. Under it was a lot of gold bars, different jewelry. In front of this could not stand any man. Money is a great power after all. The guy sighed. This? It's money. He stretched out in a smile. This is what he loves the most. He hoped it would help him get along with the old man. Money was never enough. Ash. That's another wild bastard. He was a womanizer who loved a wild lifestyle of bacchanalia and embarrassment to all and sundry. He didn't shy away from any method. The most inhuman way to win attention and love was a cool thing for him. A degenerate like him would never come to a negotiation empty-handed, as he had always prepared a generous gift in advance. The gold glittered in the sun, casting sun bunnies. Of course, he had brought with him a lot of expensive booze, gold, and other valuables that were definitely in honor with the higher ranks of society. He pulled out one of the bottles, filled with expensive liquor. The boy waved it in front of the old man's face. Let's have a drink, Count. He smiled and squinted at the old man. The boy was in the bullseye, naturally. The old man wouldn't be able to resist it, or would he not? A natural and bargain could be heard in that question. The guy stood in front of the old man, who no longer looked so belligerent. Seeing the drink, the Count seemed to lose all his ardor and began to refuse. Who says he doesn't want to ask? The plan worked like clockwork. Naturally, this greedy old man couldn't refuse such gifts. He immediately changed his rhetoric from a squabbling old man to the most friendly and hospitable man on earth. A wide smile stretched across his face. Surely, enter your highnesses. This is all the goodness, let him not forget. How nice that he's so predictable. Meanwhile, poor Lily was having nightmares in her bedroom, in her dreams. The dastardly prince was constantly putting her to work, doing a hell of a lot of dirty work, constantly using her as a human shield. The girl still couldn't sleep, and was tossing and turning in her bed. In the meantime, the prince was engaged in a kind of diplomacy, trying to establish trade relations with other members of the royal nobility, and a bright light flickered inside the back of the room. This way! Soon, he found himself right inside. The furnishings were shabby, but still indicative of a rather noble person living here. There was a spacious hallway, a lot of expensive furniture, with expensive satin upholstery. The boy went inside, and a musty odor hit his nose. Apparently the room had not been ventilated for a long time. He stepped onto the creaky floor, which immediately bounced under his weight. It looked like it hadn't been renovated since the day this place was founded. Beer bottles sprang up from somewhere under his feet and were lying here and there. What a mess, he thought, as he stepped into this place for the first time. He had to put his hand over his face to keep the aroma down. It was as if he'd come to a distillery that hadn't smelled so bad all day that the odor alone made him intoxicated. He's not just a drinker. He's a real alcoholic. Meanwhile, the old man was fussing somewhere, looking for glasses in which to pour expensive drinks. Soon, he found what he was looking for, and placed 2 exquisite glasses with the family crest carved on them in front of the prince. It had been a long time since he'd had a drink with someone. He had already changed completely, and he smelled of hospitality. Ash looked at the glasses in disbelief. Was this glass clean? The old man smirked and replied in a laughing voice that even if the house was a mess, the glasses should be clean. Isn't that showing respect for alcohol? It was clear from everything that the old man was very reverent about drinks. He immediately took out one of the bottles that the guest had brought. So, what is it? The old man took out one of the bottles with interest and started twirling it in his hands. As soon as he noticed what was written on the bottle, his face lit up with happiness. First year Peacemaker's whiskey. My mother, he's priceless. Apparently it was the first grade of alcohol, and the old man, who was naturally one of those people who give special value to such things, was incredibly happy to see such a gift in his collection. Peacemaker, the current emperor's middle name. This means that this drink was made in the year of his coronation, an incredibly refined drink that every fan would like to have in his collection. It also means it's incredibly expensive. The guy had made a good choice, and now the old man was completely at his disposal. How simple he is. He brought this drink to the old man, so please let him treat it well. The old man had already poured the alcohol into the glasses. This was the meaning of his action. To gain trust and then get what he wants. The guy smiled. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the old man to get drunk enough to convince him to give him his army. Ash wanted to observe at least some rules of etiquette and held out a glass to the count, wishing to take a drink with him. But the old man did not take the glass without ceremony and almost drained the whiskey in a gulp. When he had finished drinking, the old man sighed heavily and smiled even more. The alcohol made his face even redder. This is what good alcohol means. What was expected from a quality drink? It even feels different. The prince didn't seem to share his excitement. He couldn't appreciate the taste of the drink if he drank it in one gulp. They were sitting at a long table, opposite each other. It was a little dark. Only the light from the window illuminated the room. The count looked at him carefully. But if he wants to compare it with the cheap drinks he usually drinks, shouldn't he follow the same pattern? That way, the evaluation would be fair. Ash is a little freaked out by this, isn't he? He doesn't drink, so he can't say for sure. He looks like an alcoholic. He's not going to get drunk in that kind of company. Even in real life, he was a whisperer. And here he's not even a whisperer. Besides, it seemed the old man wouldn't let him go. Still, he wanted to talk more about what he had come here for. The count had already drained another glass, but he wouldn't even listen to anything. He shouted for the lad not to change the subject. The old man poured another glass and said the prince can just get the hell out of here if he wants to talk about anything else besides alcohol. The boy stammered. Let him give at least an appetizer somehow. Drinking without an appetizer is somehow not comical anymore. The count looked at him with a serious look, as a teacher usually looks at a negligent student. This drunkard drinks only on an empty stomach. You can get gastritis that way, can't you? Someone drinks? The boy who'd gotten drunk on regular beer now had to drink whiskey like water. The old man took out a small bag of seeds from somewhere in his pocket. He placed it on the table and invited the boy to taste it. What is it? The boy looked at the offered treats in disbelief. He didn't want to taste them at all. If this old man seemed to feed on alcohol alone, he could only guess what he was eating. However, the old man said without a fraction of confusion that they were dried fruits. He made them from fruit picked from his orchard. They have an orchard? The boy was surprised. Is there really anything here other than alcohol? He took a small seed in his hand and prepared to put it in his mouth. Pointed to the window. Right outside the window, see? Right outside the manor. There was a small garden a little away from the house itself, where the grapes were apparently growing. It's small. It's kind of a hobby to look after it. The trees there looked kind of stunted. They were rather astonishing to be in such a place. Well, the guy thanked him for the treat, but he didn't have time to finish the sentence. As soon as he put the small, dried fruit in his mouth, he felt like he was chewing on some kind of burning rubber. He immediately spit the contents out of his mouth. There was still an unpleasant taste in it. This stuff was really gross. The guy looked at the treat and asked with disgust, what was it? This stuff looked like some kind of rock. So bitter and sour. How did he think he was supposed to eat it? The old man looked at him with a reproachful look and asked resentfully, how dare he spit out something he had nurtured with so much labor? The old man took a small bite too. How rude. However, after a second, he too spat the contents out. Ash looked at him in surprise. What the hell is he doing? What the fuck? The old man wiped his mouth with his hand and continued to spit it out. That's disgusting. He tried so hard, but it tastes like garbage. The old man almost cried. He couldn't bear the loss. He slid the boy a bag of this disgusting fruit. I told him it was a gift. So why is he giving it to him if he can't even eat it? It's an abomination. The old man smirked and said that if he could eat it, he would eat it himself. So why would he give it to him? At this time, he filled his glass again. The old man looked and drank this drink like water and did not get drunk at all. Obviously, the guy did take the gift after all. It would be rude if he refused on the first day of meeting him. But obviously the old man is talking some nonsense. But he sounds very convincing. What a pincher. Strigg, meanwhile, picked up one of these strange things and started twirling it around in his hands. The intersection is in the southernmost part, right? For some reason, he decided to let himself be reasoned with. The sun was nearing dusk. Their sowing had gone on long enough. But it's all in the name of democracy, remember? The days are long, the land is fertile. They say there's no better place to grow fruit. It's great, isn't it? But he couldn't understand why the fruit tasted so bad. You can grow so many things here, then why does it taste so bad? The old man smirked and replied that they say that whatever you sow in this land will grow in abundance even without proper care. The man lowered his eyes and looked somewhere in front of him. Only if we're attacked by monsters every day. He gloomed. Oh, is this conversation starting to move in the right direction? Monsters are destroying fields. Farmers are dying. Soon there won't be anything left. But even if these things die, their bodies start to leak impurities that are absorbed into the soil. What happens then, he knew. He looked at the boy, who was flapping his big eyes and didn't understand anything. The old man continued. The whole area becomes contaminated. The earth becomes cursed. All plants wither and die, and nothing else grows on this soil. All that is left here is a lifeless desert. That's why there are no fields around the crossroads where anything can grow. The old man said the last words with a kind of bitterness, as if he was ready to cry now. The Count looked at his glass with a concerned look, looked at the golden-colored alcohol, made of fruit from varnishes, from fruit from the lacs that would never grow in these lands. There would only be lifeless expanses left here, where everything would die. They looked out the window, and the prince asked, then in that case, why is he gardening? But if it is not profitable, it would be logical to give it up. The Count fell silent and sighed heavily. He drank a few sips from the glass, and after a little silence said, everyone must do at least one stupid thing in life, isn't that so? And there was an incredible bitterness in that expression, as if he had lost something very dear to his heart, something he could never get back. My foolishness is a garden. The man sighed heavily and seemed ready to cry now. He took another look at his garden, which was slowly fading before his eyes. It was no longer full of grapes like before. Now it was just a dilapidated shadow of the past. The bottle of other alcohol was already completely empty. The Count continued to drink too often. Now he couldn't get drunk even if he wanted to. That seemed to be all he cared about. This is crazy. I think it's time to get to the point. The boy thought about it too and poured another shot of alcohol. He leaned over to the old man and asked in a husky voice, does he know why he's here today? The old man darkened again and asked, didn't he tell him to get out of here if he wanted to bring up any other subject besides drinking? Eventually the guys got sick of it, or maybe the alcohol had gotten into his head, but he slammed the bottle down on the table and shouted. Then he got a little sharper. So let the old man throw him out if he wants to. But before he does, he'll tell him what he came for. The guy started talking. He said, the monsters are coming here again. Their numbers are enormous. The old man continued to sit silent. He looked at the boy with a look as if he doubted what he wanted to do. Naturally, there was disbelief in his eyes, but the boy was not embarrassed at all. and he continued to speak. The last time they fought with 000 living armor, it was a mortal battle. They were able to stop those foul beasts, but the walls were heavily damaged. In addition, their army was severely thinned. Since then, there are very few able-bodied soldiers left, and it is unlikely that they will be able to fight back the next time these things decide to break free. Then, everyone is in mortal danger. The guy had already lost all shame and spoke frankly. He said that he desperately needed the Count's support. He needed soldiers under the Count's command. The guy looked at him with such a look, as if he was begging for help. It was not peculiar, as the guy was used to achieve everything only at the snap of a finger. But here, he said. The old man was silent, sighed heavily, and closed his eyes. There are no soldiers under his command. This phrase sounded like thunder at the base of the sky. The boy didn't stop. He said he knew everything about his personal army. The old man interrupted him and said he had friends he had trained with whom he had shared the battlefield all his life. But when he gave up his title, when he stopped fighting shoulder to shoulder with them, when he put down his sword and shield, those men too faded into oblivion, becoming nothing more than legends. They no longer fight as hard and sharp as they used to. Now it is not known where they are and what is wrong with them. All of them are retired, engaged in their usual bodies, and are unlikely to return to military life. However, the guy didn't relent. The alcohol he'd drunk had worked after all, and it betrayed his strength. He leaned over to the old man and said, "Let him summon them." The old man took a sip of alcohol and said it was just useless. "This land isn't worth defending." The old man looked at the small grapeseed in his hand. The guy didn't want to accept it. What the hell is he talking about? This is just some nonsense. But the old man stood his ground. He didn't want to make any concessions to this little upstart. Let them waste people's lives trying to protect this worthless front line. Best evacuate everyone from the place, ask for it, and forget it like a bad dream. Ash stared at him with a furious look and didn't want to believe it. The old man didn't seem to be embarrassed. He continued to sip his alcohol. This coming from a family that made it their duty to defend this land. Something after all that, it was hard to believe that this man was even holding a weapon. However, the old man beat him to the question, and continuing to saw him with his gaze, asked, "Why did he come south?" This question put the boy in a stupor. He did not know what to answer, what to say. He himself did not know why he was here, to tell him the truth. He wouldn't believe him. He didn't have the strength to lie. However, he had to get out of this situation somehow. The old man sighed heavily and said that everything here was dying. The soil no longer yields fruit. There is no hope for the future. The sun was already beginning to set, illuminating the sky with its warm rays. The old man looked at his sudden guest with a stern look of fury. He gave him advice from one who had spent his life defending this place. He should leave here as soon as possible. There's nothing left to catch. All this land is long dead. There's no hope, no future here. We should just leave and forget it like a bad dream. There's no hope anywhere. Let him get out of here before the curse of this land eats him whole. It's just useless. No matter how hard he tries, he won't succeed. He left the palace with mixed feelings. Lucas was already waiting for him there, preparing the horses for departure. As soon as the knight saw his lord, he immediately jumped up to him and asked him how it went. Had he managed to convince the old man? The lad shook his head. No, he had failed. But he has a gift. The guy held out to the knight the very pouch the old man had given him. The man looked at it with an attentive gaze. The pouch was the only thing he had gotten out of this conversation. Anyway, nothing is solved in one day, right? The guy looked at the gift and sighed heavily. So he's planning on coming back? Lucas asked it with some hope. But it's worth the time and effort. The old man will give in to me so easily. That man is already exhausted by his life and is unlikely to be inclined to make a final decision rather quickly. By the way, what happened to that count? Lucas looked at him in surprise, waiting for an answer. Still, the player had been gone for a long time. The guy jumped up on his horse and turned to the knight. He said that this old man seemed to have had it pretty easy on his journey through life. He asked, "Did Lucas know anything about it?" The knight thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, He still couldn't remember anything. The boy looked somewhere in the distance where the road went. The bespectacled man said he needed to hear everything from the Count himself. The boy sighed, and as if to growl. Still, nothing is done in one day, but this waiting and the stubbornness of the old man was just getting to him. He remembered the servant's words to him before he left. Damn fucking headmaster. He remembered the smirk of the bespectacled man. This weirdo is definitely hiding something. He was starting to annoy the player more and more every second. He knows something, but he stubbornly doesn't want to say anything. In any case, a belief is a belief. You can't just break a person's will, especially someone who was involved in the fighting. Everyone knows that these people don't bend their character. Now they have to do what they can, whatever they can. The riders mounted their horses and prepared for their home, fix the wall and prepare for battle. That was the first priority. No matter what cards they held now, sooner or later the monsters would come, and no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be more of them. The player approached his fort and looked around. He must give his best and kill all these things with all his might, no matter what happens. It was time to head back to the crossroads. They still had a lot of work to finish in no time. They had plenty of work to do. The boy looked ahead with a serious look. The next morning, the work boiled over. The sword that was stuck right in the fortress had already been removed, but it left a big hole. The fortress was badly damaged and needed to be restored to its integrity as soon as possible. This would require a lot of materials and manpower, but they had no choice as they were operating under time constraints. The player had climbed up and was now standing near the huge breach that had been created by the sword strike. They had just pulled out that huge sword. Today, they would clean up the debris and get to work on rebuilding the wall. The commander of the builders was reporting back for further action. The guy took a look at the surroundings and told them not to throw away the sword shards, but to spread them along the entire line of the fort, under the wall. It would make a great barrier, a kind of barrier of sharp shards. It could help them in the battle. A perfect trap for the rat. They did so, and now there was a huge field of barbed shards in front of the fortress itself. It was doubtful that this barrier could prevent the rats from getting through, but still better than nothing. They needed to take every opportunity to increase their power. The boy looked around at the huge opening that had been created by the battle. How long will it take to repair? The builder hesitated, as if calculating something in his mind. The breach is much larger than they expected, so... The man faltered and tried to find the right words. Eventually, this bored the guy, and he asked, "What's the closer to the point? How long does it take to repair?" The builder stood at attention and replied that it would take at least 10 days. There was a pause between them for a second. The guy sighed heavily. 10 days. The next attack is about a week away. They have very little time. Resources, too. Reinforcements don't look like they're coming. They'll have to convince the old man somehow. It's worse than he thought. There's not enough time. It's very, very bad. You can't subdue the junction wall, which is the embodiment of the Empire's architecture with a couple of stones, but it's worth a try. If you can't do it right, you'll have to improvise, because that's what military strategy is all about. The guy frowned and said he'd take care of the materials and the workers, have them do their best to finish the repairs within a week. The builder wanted to object to something, but he was interrupted. Ash looked at him with a fierce look, his eyes glittering with red fire. "Well, let him speak. He's listening intently." He approached the man almost closely, and the sight of him almost made the builder cry. Yes, he was well aware that this was an impossible task, but they had no other choice. There was only one thought running through his mind. 000 monsters. 3 huge dog-sized rats that they had met during their free exploration would be fucking 000. Images of his recent dungeon exploration flashed through his mind. A chill immediately ran down his spine. Yes, this just seemed like an impossible task. They needed that wall. By all means. If they couldn't fix it by the deadline, this entire estate, or indeed the entire city, would be overrun with rats. And then, nothing could save them at all. The builder realized it himself. He tilted his head, and Ugryumov said that they would try their best. The boy put his hand on his shoulder as if trying. He thanked the builder. He would never forget his hard work and universal sacrifice. He tried to boost morale in some way, realizing that all of this was necessary right now. Then he turned to the other workers. "Hey! They're protecting the world here! Let them build the wall as fast as possible!" The workers nodded in agreement, but they didn't have much choice. For the past few days, he had been repairing the wall. In addition, he visited the Count every day and had a drink with him at night in his estate. Still, diplomacy must be developed properly. He tried his best to convince the old man that he just needed this army, but the old man was stubbornly unwilling to make concessions for a long time. There was no conversation between him and the Count. It was more like a mutual drowning in alcohol. Only alcohol. They drank a lot. The guy even got a taste for it. He was beginning to like it. However, the matter did not want to move from the dead point. At this time, when their leader was drunk, all the workers were working hard in several shifts. The defense line was steadily repaired. Yes, it was difficult, but a small piece and not put together a complete picture. And as a result, the main character's liver was steadily collapsing. He suffered from hangovers every day. It was just unbearable torture to drink with this old man. It was like he was made of alcohol. The guy couldn't afford to drink that much alcohol. Countless amounts of alcohol went into his stomach. Now he was like this old man himself. How could he not become an alcoholic at this rate? After several days of numerous drinking, the Count finally opened his mouth for something other than alcohol, and there was finally a dialogue between the two of them. During one of the evening's drinking phases, Graf asked him an unexpected question. Does the boy have someone he loves? The Count held a drinking glass in his hand, and the question hung in the silence of the night. A neat candlestick was burning on the table, the candles on it already beginning to melt, pooling wax that had already begun to drip down. For a second there was silence between them. This question put both of them in a stupor. The player didn't know what to say. In the end, he looked at the Count with his eyes already quite tipsy and asked what he meant. This question sounded very strange indeed. The Count coughed and irritably repeated his question. He asked if he had someone he loved. The man asked this question and sipped his drink from his glass again. The boy was still silent. I don't know what to say to him. That question really put him in a stupor. The Count grinned and exhaled heavily. Of course he believes that there are no such people. The old man was troubled and even upset about something. The boy nodded his head. The old man was right, even despite all this. However, the old man didn't want to get behind him in any way. Let him think carefully. Does he really have no one? The guy really thought about it. He started going over all the people he knew in his head. Somebody he loves? The guy thought about it and tried to put his thoughts in order, but the alcohol kept getting in the way. He started going through his family acquaintances, close friends. He was alone in his world. Even before he became a streamer, he remembered his childhood when he constantly had to fight his loneliness. He remembered himself as a little boy, standing in a dark world without any support. He had no one indeed. All this time he belonged to himself. No one in particular loved him, and he kept up with it too. He had no special people. Everyone was just some kind of puppet. Every night he was left to himself. A lonely loner sounds kind of romantic to me. Then he started streaming. He gained an audience, and these people seemed to become something meaningful to him, a subject who gave him love and attention that he had not received all his conscious life. That's how he became who he is now. All these people who watched him for days and nights expressed their love to him. He could literally feel it through the screen. It seemed like these people who chatted, watched his broadcasts, were the only ones who didn't care enough to waste their time on him. Of course, these people asked him stupid questions, made him do stupid and even sometimes disgusting things, but it was a kind of distraction from real life. He wasn't really complaining. It was just a gathering of people who watched it willy-nilly. They were just interested in watching him play games, talk to them, and all that sort of stuff. The guy started to push his thoughts out of his head. No, that love wasn't mutual. He hated to even think about it. Anyway, no matter how much he thought about it, nothing came into his head anyway. After all, he didn't have someone he could call beloved, dear, or anything else. When he finished thinking, He rubbed his head and said that there was probably no such person. The old man, as if noticing his confusion, sighed and said that he seemed to have had a hard life. For a second, there was a flicker of sympathy in his words. Strange, of course. The boy looked at him with a stern look. Why would this old man sympathize with him? Why did he take such an interest in him? It was impossible to get a word out of him before, and now he was ready for such revelations. The boy grinned and answered, "And this is coming from a man who prefers to spend all his time drinking alone?" This mockery seemed disgusting to him. The old man laughed, as if to ignore the joke. "And this count, does he love anyone? Okay, beat the enemy with his own weapon." After that question, the count did a little love. He began to stir the alcohol in his glass, and as if to become sad. The old man apparently did not want to remember these moments from his life, but the boy made him plunge into his past again. Now the old man didn't look the way he had just a few hours ago. Yes, he loved his wife. She was the only one he'd ever loved in his entire life. She was the only ray of light in his life, and it was very hard for him to part with this most precious person. He closed his mouth for a second, and felt that his words seemed to hurt this man. But then again, who does diplomacy like that? The old man continued. However, the wife died 3 years ago. After these words, the guy was completely silent, and for a second he felt ashamed of his boorish behavior. The old man continued to talk, and at the same time poured more alcohol into his glass. He said that his wife had been torn apart by monsters in the garden, and so had to be buried in an empty coffin. The old man didn't seem the least bit embarrassed to talk about it, but there was an inhuman sadness in his words. The old man finished pouring the alcohol into his glass, and as if frozen in place, he looked at his glass and did not dare to continue his conversation, as if gathering his thoughts. It was evident that the subject was very painful to him. He looked before him with a kind of devastated look and continued to speak in a colorless voice. "There is a curse that is passed on to everyone, every lord of these lands." A curse? The boy raised an eyebrow in surprise. The old man seemed to understand his question and began to tell him, "This city, or precious you yourself. Perhaps one day he will have to choose between the two, and on this choice depends the future fate." The boy was silent and stubbornly looked into the old man's eyes, waiting for him to continue. He was interested in it, but everything sounded more than strange. There was no exception to this. Not the earliest lords, not his father, not his grandfather. No one could escape this curse. All suffered the same fate, and it was a terrible fate. The old man reached for his glass with a trembling hand, his hand shaking as if he were freezing hard. Was there any doubt that it was the alcohol that made it shiver? It seemed the old man was afraid. He had been forced to plunge into the memories again, and it was all hurting him. After a moment's thought, the old man added that now the moment had come for himself. His voice trembled, and he seemed ready to cry now. With tired and sad eyes, he stared like a statue in front of him. Then there had been no activity behind the monsters for several decades. For a short period of time, peace and prosperity reigned. People lived their normal lives and had no idea of the approaching danger. People lived a quiet and peaceful life, however. There was no income. Because of this, he had to open his own business to somehow replenish the treasury. There was no choice. He had to do his best. His wife told him that they should start farming, because it's quite profitable. The boy looked at the old man in surprise. Was that something that could be done outside the fort? It sounded surprising at the very least. The old man nodded his head. There was a war going on in the lands of the northern front, so the empty and peaceful lands of the south were ideal. Fertile soil and all. You could plant anything you wanted. Monsters were relatively rare, so the land was clean. They thought it would be perfect for farming, so they expanded their holdings. It was a good idea for a while. The people prospered and knew no need for anything. Rumors of the fertile soil spread far beyond their domain, and people came from even the farthest lands to sow their plots. The monsters were few and far between. They could easily defend themselves, and for a while everything went well. People were happy, and agriculture flourished and multiplied. This orchard they saw from the window was located at the very end of the border. It was thriving. Its wealth was multiplying. Things were going relatively well. The treasury was replenished, and the city soon became a thriving metropolis. The old man looked out the window and said that his wife had taken the responsibility, the initiative, to plant trees and sow the land in the most dangerous places. It was a very noble move, but also selfless. The old man was silent for a moment, as if sinking deeper into his memories. He said that he still remembered how she fed him grapes from her dirty hands. He was ready to cry. The fruit they grew that first year was worthless. However, it was the first thing they could do. Despite all that, this fruit was the sweetest thing the man had ever tasted in his life. It was a complete idea. For a moment, he even had hope that it could all last forever. The old man rejoiced, and there was no limit to his joy. He was glad that he could finally stop killing countless monsters and finally do something peaceful, and instead, will work in the fields, picking fruit, thereby earning a living. "Why don't you ask for a sign?" "It's fine. It just takes time." I wondered how long he could go on living like this. The old man even blushed for a second. There was no trace of his alcoholic intoxication. In spite of how much he had drunk, his speech became more and more distinct. But of course it was all impossible. All of this remained only in his fantasies. The old man lowered his head and looked down frustrated. That was the second year they had been farming. It was this year that was crucial then. Everything changed for the worse. They received information that about 100 huge monsters were approaching towards the city. There were too many of these creatures to defend themselves. In a flash, he returned to the intersection to keep the defenses there. He remembered his wife saying goodbye to him and telling the man to be careful. That was the last time he would see her so beautiful. The man had gone to defend the city, leaving his wife alone, with no idea what might happen. The old man sighed heavily and was silent for a second. Apparently, he was approaching a moment that he clearly did not want to remember his whole life. Just back in town, he had learned that the monsters had split into two groups. Now, there were two places in danger. Monstrov split from the group and rushed into the farmland. She began to wreak havoc there, killing everyone in its path. A lot of civilians died. They were tearing people apart, leaving no one alive. It was a nightmare. This whole peaceful farming town was drowning in blood. The main group of monsters had already attacked the city, and the Count had to choose where he would go. He saw his city being attacked by countless monsters. A fateful decision had to be made. Then he was faced with the choice of whether he would save his wife on the farm or protect the tens of thousands of people in the city. The man stood as if in a daze. He did not know what to do. His fate depended on his choice. The man was silent again. The candles began to rattle. It was obvious that he was overcome by incredible tension. It was very painful to remember all this. He raised his eyes to the boy and asked in a tired voice, what did he think the old man had chosen? There was a small pause in the air after that question. Of course, everyone understood by now. The boy nodded his head. The city. Of course, the city. There was no doubt left. Like any other warlord, he would choose to save the civilians. The old man nodded his head. Of course, the city, like all his ancestors. He had chosen the city because of the principles and rules he had learned in the army. He had left his wife to her fate to save people. He rushed to the rescue and they fought the monsters. They finally won after a few hours without a humiliating fight. By then, he hurriedly returned home. When he arrived at his home township, a heartbreaking sight awaited him there. Many inhabitants were simply torn apart, pieces of human bodies lying on the road. All the soil was soaked with blood, and there was a distinct odor of iron in the air. The fields were destroyed, all the people killed. The sight was simply monstrous. Some dozen monsters had torn nearly 100 people to shreds, including his wife. The old man said this almost crying. Everything was destroyed, everything he loved, everything he'd worked so hard to build up over the years. He wanted to forget about it, but still the shards of the past cut into his heart. This count had been sure of his calling as a military man and had paid the price of losing everything he held dear. The old man trembled, overwhelmed by anger. What was the problem? Perhaps the problem was the secure border that protected them from the monsters. Perhaps there was a planning error there. Perhaps it was because his domain had overexpanded. and thus disturbed the monsters that had come to avenge the invasion of their territory. The old man shook his head. No, this was all his fault. His fault was that he had abandoned his wife when she needed his support the most. He had abandoned the man he loved and chosen the city. He had obeyed nothing but his own principle. A girl who had once been a beautiful woman, his wife, stood before the man's eyes. Now he had lost her forever, leaving behind only memories. The Count lowered his eyes and brought the mug of alcohol to his mouth again. I can see why that old man drowns his sorrows. Surely she called him crazy. She never understood how he could prefer her mother's town. She was understandable too. Now the old man realized it too. After a few days, she left the place, and the old man was left alone. All he had left was a shattered memory that would remain forever in his heart. And beyond that, what's worst of all is the incredible guilt he feels towards his wife and daughter for not being able to protect them. And in the end, this is what was the result of defending the city. The old man began to shake. He was ready to cry right there. It was obvious that these memories were causing him just inhuman pain. It was all a heavy memory for him, however. It would never leave his head. This is what has become of his life. His wife died. He lost his daughter. Now he is all alone, and all he has to do is drink alone. He's rotting here, and he'll probably die in this cursed place that has become a grave for his family. The old man looked up and said that this was just one example out of dozens, if not hundreds. The boy looked at him with serious eyes. He seemed to understand everything now. He didn't have the strength to say anything back to him, for he had a lump in his throat. The old man said that he probably knew why the town was called that. The boy asked, "City of Graves?" The old man nodded his head and looked at him good-naturedly. Yes, that's exactly what he thought. A city built on bones. It too would soon force the boy to make his choice. The old man folded his hands in front of him and said that in order to protect this cursed place, he would sooner or later have to make a choice, to sacrifice something very dear to him. Now, it was his destiny too. The old man had been through this before, and it pained him greatly to see history repeat itself. The boy fell silent and stared at the old man. Of course it didn't sound like a curse, but more like a prediction. He didn't want to believe it, but the old man spoke quite convincingly, but it didn't inspire him with hope for a bright future. As a prediction of the inevitable causes and effects of the future. Funny story. Their family had fought back at this sacrifice for years. It was a difficult confrontation, but they can't take it anymore. Their spirit is broken. The will is undermined. Enough sacrifices. They are sick of enduring. The old man squinted his eyes. His whole body seemed to group together. He said bitterly that he couldn't pass this job on to his daughter. This is the only memory of what his life was like before this tragedy. Now he can't let it all happen again. It's too painful for the old heart. The boy looked at him with a squint in his eyes and nodded understandingly. Yes, it was all clear to him now. This old man simply did not want to repeat the tragedy. It was understandable. He, on the other hand, did a very noble thing. It turns out that he left his position because he wants to keep his daughter from being haunted by the curse, so that she wouldn't be able to inherit his position. The old man nodded his head. That's right, that's the way it is. The old man looked at his trembling hand and nodded again. It was like this. He wants his daughter out of these cursed lands far away. For her to live free and happy, he couldn't let that cursed fate catch up with her. It would be horrible. Then he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for living on this earth at all. Yes, this is the tank Evangeline Cross, the best tank that the player needed so badly, and whom Graf wants to keep away from the line and the front so that she will never face that nightmare again. As a father, he did a very honorable thing, but still there was no choice. Suddenly the old man changed and poured alcohol into his mug again. Now he wants the old man to help him with the defense of the city, the loyal one. Something changed in his voice for a second. Suddenly, he loudly placed the bottle of drink on the table. The prince even twitched from such a sudden movement. What on earth was that? It seemed the old man was definitely in a bad mood today. The man looked at the boy with a serious look and said that he had already defended himself enough. At the cost of his family and friends, he could no longer afford such a monstrous expenditure. The boy silently looked at the old man and realized that he could hardly change this man's mind. And in principle it was quite understandable. No one would not want to make such sacrifices again. It would be monstrous of him. The old man said he'd never want to get into this mess again. No more sacrifices, no more wasted suffering. In the eyes of the Count, which were reflected in the glass with alcohol, was not an expression of pride that he devoted his whole life to the military trade, the defense of the front line. There was only unbearable grief that he dragged through his life like a cross. The old man said that he wanted to die within the walls of this city, not at the front. He just wants to end his life in peace. In his eyes was only regret that he was not there for his wife when she was dying. The old man could no longer accept all this. Naturally, he would never agree to make such sacrifices again. The old man coughed and said he thought that was reason enough for him to refuse. In principle, he could be understood, but it was not that simple. Night had already dominated the sky, and the fat moon had crept out. The lamp was about to burn out. He told him the truth, thanked him for staying with him all this time, and tried to relieve him of his loneliness. The old man had already mellowed and spoke as kindly as possible. He was not like himself at this moment. He looked at the boy. There was only unbearable sorrow in his eyes, and his voice became quite quiet. Now let him go. And lastly, the old man said he would give him one important piece of advice that would probably help him in the future. The boy frowned and prepared to listen. The old man said that if he had to make a choice, he should first think carefully and not make a mistake in his choice, as the old man had done in his time. Don't you dare regret your decision like him. At this time, Demian was enjoying his stay within the palace walls. He was restoring his spiritual aura, and a beautiful nun was standing beside him. There were 2 days left before the next stage began. The wall had already been repaired through joint efforts. Now they had to prepare even better, as they might have to defend even harder than last time. There were sword shards scattered around the wall, which served as a kind of barrier unit. The guy was approaching the others. In a loud voice he said that they were doing a great job. Everything was going just fine. It was necessary to cheer up the workers so that they would not lose his spirit. As soon as the workers saw their ruler, they cheered up. Let them take a break and have a snack. Many treats were brought to them, so that they could finally regain their strength after working for days. Yay! Food! Their happiness was unbounded. Now they could afford a welcome respite. They began to rejoice, as expected of his prince, generous when needed. Why is there no alcohol? People began to resent it. They were very thirsty. The guy gave them all an annoyed look. Do they have the conscience to be displeased? Let them eat what they are given. The workers laughed and surrounded the prince, who was holding a bottle of drink. He poured one of the workers a glass and asked how the building was going. The worker clucked and accepted the gift. A smile appeared on the face of the chief builder, and he said in a cheerful voice that since they had provided them with more workers than they needed, it looked like they would make it on time. It won't be a problem. The fortress will be repaired. Everything will be fine. They will be fully prepared to repel the attack. The repair of the wall will be finished within 2 days. Basically, it was just fine. The hardest part was over. The wall was almost ready. All that was left was to wait to repel the attack, and one could consider the stage passed. One of the main alchemists stood in front of him, literally shaking with anticipation. The guy cast a sarcastic glance at him. Now this? He asked it with some sort of anticipation, as if he realized what was in store for him. It was like the alchemist was glowing with joy. They would finally use it. That's just great. The old man didn't know where to put his joy. He was holding the very scroll they had so recently found in the cave. It was the same magic summoning scroll they had found in the sewers. It could only be given a worthy use, to be used after studying the alchemical workshop, and just today, the study of the scroll had been completed. One more stage had been passed. A sign popped up in front of the player, whether or not they wanted to use the summoning scroll. Automatic defense turret. Of course he did. He grasped the scroll with his hand, which immediately began to glow with a bright blue light. Everyone literally trembled with anticipation. This was going to be great. The turret would help them a lot in the big battle that was coming so soon. The guy's hand lit up, and he received the skill, Automatic Defense Turret. Now, it could be used in battle to fight the rats. In front of them lay a small pile of construction materials that apparently were left over from the previous construction site. It would probably be enough. This stuff could be used to build a turret. It would make a great material. Finally, he would be able to use the item obtained from the chest. He was over the moon. The guy couldn't wait for the upcoming battle. His chest was filled with excitement. Soon, very soon, everything would happen. All the necessary ingredients had been gathered. On top of that, he would be able to use a magic mana core of rank PE. It would be just fine. A small sphere glowed in his hands. It was the core. An automatic defense turret. A sign for installing the turret appeared in front of them. The guy put his finger somewhere near the entrance of the fortress. He thought that this would be the best place for the defense turret. The place immediately lit up, and a small mark appeared there. The very same building materials immediately flew up into the air, like the rocks that would rise as soon as he was about to use the teleport. Guy watched all this with great enthusiasm. Soon, very soon, he would see everything. The stones began to poke into the ground as if gathering themselves. It was like a big builder, only it was assembling of its own accord. The player watched as a large defensive turret formed from a pile of ordinary building materials. The outline of a turret, concrete, and various metals formed a cannon-like structure. Eventually, a huge turret appeared exactly where the guy had poked it. It had a huge barrel. It looked like the turret of some kind of tank. It looked kind of out of place. This is the Middle Ages, and here is such a huge thing. The turret immediately began to turn its turret, as if it had a consciousness. The metal creaked, and the muzzle began to twitch in different directions. It was just a beautiful sight. The guy realized that at this rate, victory was not far off. He clapped his hands together. What a beauty! The alchemist who was standing next to him literally cried with happiness. This was a lost technology. It had disappeared over 100 years ago. Magical architecture, just beautiful. The old man couldn't find himself from happiness. The player turned to the others, and with a wave of his hand, patted the turret. He thanked everyone present for their hard work. Thanks to them, all these defenses were getting stronger and stronger every day. At this rate, they would be able to easily defeat the impending threat. Everything was going according to plan, even though they were working under time constraints. He cheerfully told the other workers to keep it up. People immediately started jumping in their place and waving their hands in a burst of joy. They themselves felt the result of their work, and it made them happy. That's a good attitude. At this rate, they could do well. The guy smiled and looked at the people. He hoped that this would be the only way they would be able to do it. Well, their next stop is the forge. This is one of the most important elements for the defense, and in principle for the entire industry of the city. It's where all the manufacturing power is concentrated. This is where weapons, ammunition, and other things are made. The smithy was a large building, from the chimney of which there was thick smoke. Inside there was a large blast furnace with flames blazing. There was a huge fever and a huge pump that pumped air near it. On the walls hung various weapons, swords, axes, shields, that sort of thing. They stepped inside, and the distinct smell of hot iron immediately hit their noses. The boy asked Lucas how he felt about all this. The knight was overjoyed, glitz and glitter and beauty. The knight appeared to be incredibly pleased. No wonder so many weapons in one place. They had ordered the armor, and now he was clad in new armor. It literally shone in the sun. This sturdy armor was made from the mana cores he had managed to find in the dungeon. Ghost armor, level 30, armor type, protection 50-55 units. Resistance to physical attacks is increased by 33%. The wearer gains the ghost skill. The player certainly did not like that the durability of this armor is like glass, but nevertheless, it is more useful than he thought. Ghost, level 1. The user gets invulnerability for 5 seconds. During this period of time, the user is not only immune to all types of attacks, but also cannot attack himself. Lucas almost cried. From such a gift, he sobbed, and said that he would use this gift wisely. The player looked at him and smiled. Of course, let him use it. He had ordered it especially for Lucas. Such a confession made the man completely teary-eyed. Lucas even almost cried when the measurements were taken. The guy smiled at the knight. He should give gifts more often. The man was very loyal, incredibly loyal, never asked questions, and was always on the front lines. He deserved this gift more than anyone. Then the boy turned to the blacksmith and thanked him for the excellent armor. The old man grinned and thanked the boy for the opportunity to work with good material for the first time in a long time. It was an honor for him, as he had only worked with some kind of cheap stuff up to this point. A smile of happiness literally shone on the man's face. He was completely ready to work. He was incredibly excited that for the first time in a long time he would be able to do something meaningful. If they trusted him again, he would do it to the best of his ability. Let him order any time. The old man said this with some unnatural excitement. The forge was already level 3. The level of the structure was growing, which meant everything would soon come to a fairly high level of combat readiness. Creating gear plays a big role in this game. He would definitely look into the forge often. The guy folded his arms across his chest and addressed the knight. Lucas answered readily. Ash Yi said that they should go to the eastern part of the city. Something important is going on there. The boy frowned. Apparently something serious was going on there. Bright flashes of explosions were flying upwards. On the west field of the fortress city, the sounds of cannon fire echoed in the air in remembrance of the fallen soldiers. It was the funeral of soldiers who had fallen in battle during the last defense. They stood in front of a large number of people. Everyone had a mournful look. Flags hung everywhere, and in the background was a cemetery. The corpses became more and more. The earth was falling on a beautiful wooden coffin. New coffins were covered with earth underneath the neatly placed headstones. There weren't so many deaths this time, however. Still, everyone's death was a great tragedy. However, the boy couldn't say for sure whether it was good or bad. Still needed to preserve as much life as possible, or else it would just be an unacceptable omission. His face was gloomy, just like the weather in the background. And here again were the singers, singing for the fallen soldiers in battle. These wistful songs spread throughout the neighborhood, sowing sadness and longing. The smell of death was everywhere. It was impossible to get away from this odor. It haunted the inhabitants of the city even in their sleep. The player stood in the cemetery and silently contemplated on the tombstones that towered above the expanse of land. It was an incredibly sad sight after all. These people did not die in vain. He could not let their resistance cease. All these people had to remain in the memory of the living. Today flew by in an instant. Soon, he and Lucas were already in the backyard, which was a huge cemetery. The moon had crept into the sky and illuminated everything with its pale glow. They stood for a few more seconds in silence, as if honoring the memory of the dead. The first to speak was the Count. He said that they had spent most of the town's budget on the funeral. There was an incredible sadness in that voice, and they had even organized compensation for the families of the dead. That was very, very commendable. That's a really good way to spend money. He would even say royal. The Count appeared literally out of nowhere. The boy turned to him and stared at the old man in surprise. He was approaching them with a shaky gait. The old man was still sullen. He was staring straight ahead at the ground, contemplating the countless numbers of graves. But this is a passing line, a place where life washes away like a dam during the rainy season. There was some truth in those words. There would come a time when he would no longer be able to cover up what was happening with good deeds. The player sighed heavily. All he needed at this time was a lecture. He turned to the old man and asked, "Did he come here to say that begging sign? Then it is not the best option for this kind of talk. If there's something of substance, then let him speak now." The guy asked wryly, had he run out of alcohol at home that he came here? The old man grinned. You can never have too much alcohol. Sometimes he comes here alone to buy a couple of bottles, but that's not why he's here today. Talking in riddles, there was something strange about his tone. He asked his former comrades for their opinion. The old man came closer and closer to the boy, asked if they would like to defend the city. The boy even stammered for a second and stopped breathing. What a thing! Did he have some kind of clarity? It was quite unexpected. The guy honestly thought he would have to persuade the old man for a long time. He looked at the old man with a fierce look, and what was their answer? This answer depended on the future fate of the city. The old man sighed heavily, and after a second's hesitation said that they all agreed. They want to return to service again. After these words, the player literally jumped out of his pants. Yes! And his shout went out all over the manor. He was incredibly happy about this turn of events, something he could not have expected even in his wildest fantasies. A wide smile stretched across his face. This was the best news he could hear today, even in the last week. The boy was simply ecstatic, his face literally shining with joy. Is this really how it should be? The Count continued to speak in his calm and sad voice. He didn't know how these grandfathers could help the boy, but they are in charge of the preparations right now. They were now under his jurisdiction and responsibility. Smiling, the old man continued to speak. Let the boy treat them well, like a true military superior. They are willing to give their lives for protection after all. They are as old as the Count himself, so let him not be too cruel after all. But the boy didn't even seem to hear that. He ran up to the old man and grabbed his hand. The boy began to thank him from the bottom of his heart. Thank him? Really? The Count was even a little taken aback by this. It wasn't him who needed to be thanked, but these people who had agreed to come to the rescue. This man was too strict, and the boy didn't even know how to approach him better. But who would have thought that he would still help to ask or not to sign honestly? It was completely unexpected, but the boy was grateful. Purely from the bottom of his heart, he was grateful to this man that despite everything he agreed to come to the rescue. They were standing on a small hillock where they had a spectacular view of the city. The city lights were already on, illuminating the entire neighborhood with a warm, bright light that spread even into the sky. The boy didn't stop. He wanted to thank the Count as best as he could, but he had talked to him himself. The old man sighed and said that he thought it was all he could do to help them now. He fell silent, as if searching for the right words, and then told the boy to take good care of the town, since he was the new lord. And besides, good luck to him. The old man was calm, but his voice looked sad. The boy was determined. He once again thanked the old man for not helping me, and said he would do his best. The old man could have confidence in him. Ash said he would visit the old man as soon as he needed some more of his wisdom. His voice was so cheerful that he now sounded like a child who'd been bought a long-awaited toy. What the hell wisdom? Let him just bring the booze. The old man snorted irritably. The old man began to shuffle back to his house. The boy shouted after him that he would send him more herbs. You have to worry about your health. The old man shouted that he'd rather he didn't bring him anything than that kind of crap. He stood there for a while and looked at the player. His eyes were sad. The old man sighed heavily and gave him one last sad look. Then he waved his hand in farewell and continued to walk away with his hot, slow gait. His silhouette began to fade away, gradually dissolving into the distance, and eventually it was to disappear around the nearest corner. The boy thought that the old man was probably going to his garden, and he wanted to stop him to say something else, but he didn't want to disturb the old man. He'd already done enough for the common good. After all, this is the Count, albeit old, but he still defended the front all his life. He would be a great help to him in the game after all. He had experience, unmeasured combat experience that was unrivaled. But you can't be so cynical. This man has lost too much in this town. His family, everything he valued and loved. Let the old man be alone. He deserves a rest after so many years of hardship and unbearable suffering. That's why the boy didn't dare to stop him. He wouldn't have had the conscience. The boy just stood there and watched the old man walk away. He watched and believed that next time they would talk more. And this time, their conversation wouldn't center on some war and hard things. That he would again give him some advice, some life lesson that would help him overcome this obstacle. However, at that moment, the guy could never even think that there would never be another time like this. That was the last time he saw the old man in such a state. After 2 days of even more hard work, the repair of the wall was still completed. Now, the fortress had a more or less presentable appearance. Workers and materials were enough to completely restore the integrity of the structure. Now we can say that this place is ready for defense at 100%. At the top of one of the towers towered turret, which was ready to destroy any enemy. The player was already met by the chief engineer, who in shaky hands held a hammer. Some things they certainly rushed, but the wall will hold its duty. There were bags under the man's eyes. It was obvious that this man had not slept for a long time, and worked hard for a long time. The player was already met by the chief engineer, who in shaky hands held a hammer. Some things they certainly rushed, but the wall will hold. The materials were plentiful. There were arrows, cannonballs, and other war material. The army had grown by leaps and bounds. The people the Count had talked to had come to their aid after all, and now the number of knights was almost double. By about 300 soldiers, their total troops had increased. The men were dressed in green clothing, as well as armor. They carried with them the flags of their empire, and stood on the roof of the castle, prepared to perform their service. On the wall stood a man, about the same age as the Count himself. He put his hand to his heart, with full combat readiness to do his duty to this place. They said that their numbers had originally been about 1,000 men, but what was left was what was left. Some died, some just couldn't make it. The guy looked at the soldiers with a smile. However, even so, the final number was still more than he had asked for. There were now completely enough soldiers to finish off these things. The turret was on full alert. It swung its huge cannon in different directions, looking for a reliable target. A single shot of this gun could destroy entire hordes of monsters. The player ran up to the gun and began to hug it as if it was some dear person. He even started kissing the gun and kept saying, "My baby, I trust you." Killbox was ready too. They had built an equally small room out of large wooden barriers that formed a tunnel so that the monster population would be smaller than originally. Everything was going just perfectly. Everything was ready for the battle. All that was left was to wait. The guy smirked contentedly. He was incredibly pleased with himself. Everything was going perfectly. If they succeeded, the fortress would stand. They could defeat these hordes of rats. However, he still had that image of the rat catcher in his mind. He really didn't want to meet that type face to face. That ghastly mask on his face, the openings of his eyes, and the black smile. It reeked of some kind of hopelessness and coldness. He appeared literally out of nowhere, to the Pied Piper standing firmly on his feet and casting a barely perceptible shadow on the ground. He stood a few hundred meters away from the fortress and saw it perfectly. The man was all in the same clothes in which he had been met there, deep in the dungeon beneath the water. Behind his back was still the same horde of rats. He was preparing himself for the challenge of storming this great fortress. One of the soldiers was riding a horse approaching the fortress. He was galloping at full speed. Something terrible must have happened there. The horse was literally exhausted. The soldier clung to the body of the beast and drove it as hard as he could. Dust burst out from under the horse's hooves. It was rushing forward. The horse was literally on its last breath, but the soldier was straight whipping it through the water. As soon as he approached the fortress, he immediately shouted with all his might that he had information from the scout. With his entire appearance, the soldier made it clear that something terrible had happened. His face literally radiated fright. His eyes were wide open, and drops of sweat were building down his face. In a trembling voice, the man said that the monsters were coming, running straight towards him. Soon they will be here. A little more time would pass, and the monsters would come dangerously close. The rats were already running. There were just some countless numbers of them. My voices were burning with red fire. The player could see it all clearly. He was standing on a hill, and from there he had a wide view of a field cloud forming in the distance. Apparently a large army of monsters was already approaching them. A chill ran down his back. Stage 2 had begun, 10 minutes to go. As soon as the guy saw the pillars of dust in the distance, he shouted for everyone to get ready immediately. "Don't let your guard down." He himself was fully prepared for battle, but a slight chill of fear still ran down his spine. Everyone responded in unison that they were ready. The fortress was fully prepared for defense. The men got into a fighting stance and prepared to repel the attack. The preparations were perfect. Everything was running smoothly. And it's all because he's been playing this game for so long. He had learned everything about it. There's never been a situation like this, when everything was right from the start. Everything was perfect. The soldiers were plentiful. The fortress was ready. Come on, let the monsters come here if they're not afraid. A smile shone on the guy's face. He was completely confident in his abilities. It was not worth it for him to destroy this army. He thought he could handle it no matter what. The dust cloud slowly began to dissipate, and there appeared a familiar shape. It was the same man they had seen in the dungeon. The Pied Piper was already here. He had gathered all his troops to attack the fortress immediately. He had the same mask on his face. It inspired some kind of fear and invisible awe. A smile stretched from ear to ear, the black apertures of his eyes frightening with their obscurity. As soon as the guy saw him, goosebumps ran down his back. His eyes literally popped out of his orbits. The man stood in the dust cloud, and with a smiling face looked straight in front of him. His gaze was deadpan. His appearance did not bode well. His figure was clearly visible from afar. He was approaching closer and closer with each passing second. Lucas immediately noticed the confusion on his leader's face and ran up to the boy. He started asking him what was wrong. The boy pointed his finger to where he saw the stranger. Does he see him over there? However, he did not have time to finish his sentence. 615. Suddenly the guy noticed that there was no one else in that place. There was only dust. The silhouette was gone, as if it had vaporized, dissolved into thin air. It was unthinkable. Ash immediately turned to his gunner. He asked the boy if he saw a person there. Lucas also began to look ahead, trying to see something in the distance, but everything was clear and empty. There wasn't a single soul there. Demian activated his eye, however. He couldn't see anything, no matter how hard he tried. Even the player himself was a bit confused. If this person couldn't see anything, then this stranger was also like this? Ash shook his head in different directions. Is this a hallucination? He firmly hoped it was, because if he wasn't mistaken, they were in very big trouble. For a second, doubt settled in his mind. What if it wasn't a hallucination? What if there really was someone there? If he wasn't imagining it, and this army of rats was being led by someone? That would be a terrible oversight. If it was, who the hell was it? The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, indicating that the army of rats was gradually approaching the distance. The torch began to shake. Everything was covered in vibrations, even seemingly in the air. They're here! A huge cloud was coming closer and closer. Through it could already be seen the silhouettes of huge rats, which were approaching the walls of the fortress in an endless stream. The boy stood at the top and watched everything that was happening from on high. For some reason, doubt, even a little fear, settled in his heart. He clenched his fist and ordered himself to calm down. No matter what, he must remain calm, as he is a military leader. He must set an example for everyone else. If he is not calm, panic will start to spread amongst the troops. He must be calm regardless of whether it was a hallucination or not. No matter how many damn rats there are, the only thing he can do is stop them. The boy put his thoughts in order and stared piercingly off into the distance. He tried to see the approaching threat as best he could. He evened out his breathing and tried to come to his senses. Guy ordered the artillerymen to get ready, and several soldiers began diligently pulling their cannons up to the defenses. They were preparing cannonballs to hit the hordes of rats with the cannonballs at all costs. After a second, the guy ordered open fire. Many deafening shots rang out. Flames began to burst out of the cannons. Cannonballs flew at an unimaginable speed, and there was such a rumble that you had to cover your ears. The rats stopped for a second, otherwise they raised their heads. The monsters saw the burning cannonballs coming towards them. They flew at a tremendous speed, and in a second were ready to hit the monster. The explosions, the cannonballs flew precisely to the target, but despite the fact that they still killed the rats by the dozens, they did not become less. They still ran unstoppable stream. Explosions were heard here and there. The monsters began to scream. The fire began to burn them by the dozens, but they did not stop advancing. A distinct odor of burnt leather and meat hung in the air. There was a rumbling sound everywhere, and the squeaking of monsters. The monsters were approaching exactly where they had planned. They advanced, and the cannonballs immediately caught up with them. Guy watched from above as the explosions tore apart the bodies of these creatures. The kill count had already passed 90. Almost 100 rats killed in the first salvo. Not bad. Ash grinned. They only know how to take numbers. They're ugly weaklings, aren't they? Those rats are worthless after all. Kill them all. The guy ordered to kill all the monsters. He was completely sure that these rats are not dangerous. The numbers of these rats are ridiculously large, so large that they are forced to crowd together in clusters, which definitely plays to his advantage. Now, these monsters could be easily defeated by simply shooting at large clusters. In other words, by directing all attacks at a single target, they could destroy entire piles of these scum in one volley. The rats ran exactly into the kill box, and the projectiles immediately hit them, killing them by the dozens. After 30 minutes of defense, the guy opened the plate to see how many of these creatures they had killed in that time. A sign came up that showed that there were 924 rats left that they had already killed. On top of that, there were still 3 bosses whose level was unknown. At this rate, there shouldn't be any problems at all. However, the guy hesitated half a word. Somewhere in the distance, he saw something strange. The rats started doing something strange. They started climbing up these small walls, using their sharp claws to deftly bound upwards. He grabbed his telescope and pointed it to where the main battle was taking place. From what he saw there, the guy gritted his teeth with rage. There were mountains of corpses, rats were climbing up them and beginning to climb over the barrier. That was bad. At this rate they wouldn't realize, and soon they'd be close to the castle. The artillery wouldn't be able to get them. Shit! The rats stopped more and more. They were climbing over the barrier, their little bodies too fast to be hit. At this rate they can climb the wall with their corpses. There are too many of them. Devil! The rats were starting to get smart. Despite being mostly dumb creatures, it wasn't difficult for them to sneak forward. Soon, a few of the barrier walls fell, and the rats were now moving forward unhindered. They had spread out and were now very difficult to hit. The collapse of the kill box was definitely not in his plans. What a devil. The guy yelled for the artillerymen to change their aim immediately. Needed to focus. The guy yelled for the Blistrarians to get ready. Of course, the situation was getting worse by the second. The place where the rats congregated was located quite far away from the walls of the fort. Plus, there were sharp shards lying on the approach to the fort, so they were relatively safe for now. So far, so good. The cannons continued to fire from all guns. There was an unimaginable rumble and the smell of gunpowder all around. The artillerymen were firing. They didn't spare the shells that were still in abundance. In addition, crossbows began to fire. A round began to form with unimaginable whistling. Arrows flew out and headed straight to the center of the cluster of rats. Although the artillerymen did hit the target, however, the boys still missed something. Despite the fact that the shells reached their target, the rats did not become less. They continued to break forward. The gunners looked at their commander with horror and said that the rats are too fast. It is difficult to hit them. Also, they are at a decent distance, so it is too difficult to aim. The military was horrified. The situation was getting worse. The guy gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the wall. What a fucking rat. Too nimble. Normal arrows wouldn't be able to hit them. The situation was getting worse by the second, and the rat's body consisted mostly of muscles, which allowed them to move very nimbly, the speed of rats. Why the fuck didn't he think of this beforehand? This could be a decisive turning point. At this rate, the rats that reached the castle walls would be far more than he expected. At this time, the furry monsters were approaching the castle at an unimaginable speed. They were running, and there seemed to be no barriers for them at all. Immediately, a turret burst into the battle. It began to spin its guns, choosing a suitable target. All this cannon began to glow with green light, gaining magical energy. Immediately, there was a loud gunshot sound. Several beams of green energy burst out of its muzzle. Like tentacles, they began to spread further and further. The beams of energy flew straight forward, and after a few seconds, they reached their target. The guy seemed to have forgotten that he even had such a weapon. He shifted his gaze to the side and opened his eyes in surprise. For a second, goosebumps ran down his back. He hadn't expected such power. The rat that had been hit by the projectile began to squeak. Its body was covered in blue-green light. Its skin began to melt. It opened its mouth and let out a death squeak. A second later, the ground shook underfoot, and there was a colossal explosion. Green smoke rose behind the fortress, and shreds of bodies from the rats began to fly up to incredible heights. Holy shit, I gotta get up! The player didn't even know what to say. He was simply taken away from what he saw in front of him. His eyes reflected the incredible shot. The explosion was so powerful that his ears even popped. The guy looked in front of him and realized that the defensive turret is the best gun for this kind, the number of rats. Still, the turret was coping. But there was one small nuance. No matter how good it was in combat, it would not be able to hold the entire front. Sure, this cannon had destroyed a decent amount of rats, but there were still plenty of them left. Some of them were already approaching the castle walls almost closely. On top of that, there was another one. The turret had used up all of its shells and was now simply useless. It went into recoil. Smoke began to ooze from its large muzzle. The turret was overloaded. The guy looked up in horror and saw an unimaginably large number of rats approaching him faster and faster. A lot of them, even too many to handle. A chill ran down the boy's spine. The rats were making their nasty squeaks. They were already almost at the castle walls. The front was advancing faster than he had anticipated. Sure, the shrapnel they left behind there doing poorly. However, this is no panacea. It's only a matter of time before the rats reach the wall. The guy at this point realized that it seems a close fight was inevitable after all. He realized that he would have to fight these rats face to face after all. But then, there would be casualties among the soldiers. He was interrupted by an explosion. The ground shook under his feet, and the boy stammered half-heartedly. The explosion was repeated. A cloud of black smoke rose into the air. Several dozen rats scattered in different directions, torn by the blast wave. The guy didn't know what to say. What else was it? He definitely didn't expect that someone could hit directly into a cluster of rats with such precision. It was simply unbelievable. Then, a few dozen more explosions rang out, all of which hit the target with general surprise. The projectiles flew past with a muffled whoosh and landed in the very hordes of rats. What the hell is that? Who's firing these things? The lad shifted his gaze to the side to find who could do it after all. To his surprise, he saw the Count holding the head of one of his soldiers. The soldier, in turn, just glistened with fear. He got in. The soldier was happy that he was suddenly shooting so clearly at the target. This is the Count's army after all. The guy at this moment realized that the result of him recruiting these old men was beyond his expectations. These people were incredibly experienced. In addition, they could train his own military, which would naturally have a positive effect on the outcome of the battle. The Earl's army commander started shouting for everyone to finally wake up. What amateurs! Let them unclench their buns already. Cheer up, they have work to do. This speech had an effect, and the soldiers went wild. The soldiers cheered each other up. It's nothing. Let them keep firing. Even just firing the cannon will help a lot. And did not stay close to the soldiers and acted as mentors. It was just wonderful. Such a tandem was paying off. Now, their army would be much stronger. The soldier said that there was nothing to worry about. They would take care of it. Everything would be fine. There was a wide smile on his face. Apparently, the man was completely confident in his strength now. It was just a matter of continuing to fight at the same pace. The guy smirked. All right, he'll trust them, you. Anyway, this is just an unimaginable leap. The cross defense is still going smoothly. Everything is just fine. The shells are hitting the target precisely. The guy stood on the high ground and watched the rat army thinning every second. Thanks to the help of the Count's army, thanks to their guidance, the rats were inexorably dwindling. Yes, these creatures were undoubtedly dangerous, but from the looks of it, dealing with them was not a difficult task. Thanks to their mentorship, the player's soldiers had become much more experienced, and now they could easily deal with the hordes of sewer rats. Maybe they wondered what his teammate was doing at the moment. The guy stood and watched the battle. His face was calm. He realized that so far, everything was going according to plan. Everything was under control. There was nothing to fear. Lucas commanded the rest of the soldiers as best he could. Left line of defense. The range in your firing range is too short. Get your asses up out of your seats and shoot properly. He assisted the frontline leaders. The soldiers followed his order strictly. When he proposed a general plan of action, Lucas gave commands to match my instructions. He followed his plan and step by step brought them closer to victory. This synergy played an incredibly large role in their victory. Even if his ignorance of the battle techniques of this world led to vague instructions, Lucas miraculously grasped the essence and gave precise instructions to the soldier. But still, it was given to him with great difficulty. He sometimes almost could not understand what was required of him. The guy stood behind and smiled at the way his subordinate skillfully commanded the army. What a capable protagonist. It's unbelievable. He has great talent. The guy once again thought that he should have well rewarded this man for his battle merits. Demian firmly held his crossbow in his hands, loading the arrows one by one. He fired, accurately hitting the target. Of course, his firing speed was rather slow, but it was still compensated by the fact that he hit the target accurately. Thanks to his eyes, he could hit rats in the very eye, despite the fact that they moved at an incredible speed. He was incredibly adept at maintaining his fire and putting holes in the heads of rats that could still break through the wall's defenses. The arrows hit them squarely in the eye, killing the vile monsters. Since the boy's strength lies in long-range shooting, it seems that his ability is less important in large-scale events. But it is not, because in this case, the number of kills does not play a role. The player looked at his shooter and thought in his head that he was doing a great job. The boy was shooting with all his might. It was as if there were no obstacles for him. At this time, somewhere in the depths of the fortress, something strange was happening. A magical sphere had formed here, glowing with a purple light that filled the entire space. Lily is responsible for controlling the magic artifact. She was directly present at the place where this huge magic sphere was. The girl was faithfully doing her duty, although she whined a lot. But still, she was indispensable in battle. The girl waved her arms in different directions. Lower gravity artifact number 1 in 3 minutes. Prepare gravity artifact number 2. Seeing her raising her voice and going back and forth in a businesslike manner was mind-boggling. The girl turned around to the player and smiled her smile. This time, it was kind of frantic. It was as if she had gotten into the excitement and was skillfully leading everyone else. She stuck her thumb up. It seemed as if she was saying, "Look how hard I'm working." She seemed to have entered the courage of battle. There was no trace left of the former girl, and it was as if she was enjoying it. However, despite all the girls bragging, the player turned away than made her embarrassed. In his mind, he apologized to her. No matter how hard she tried, he still needed her on the front lines. Well, next, and one of the most important members of his team, is Jupiter, the most experienced of them all, and the woman who could take out this entire horde with one blow. The guy smiled, turned his head, and looked at the woman. At this time, she was just lying down. Yes, indeed, it was an old woman resting. She had a glass with some drink in her hands. She didn't seem to be exerting herself. I smiled. The woman said, "No way. Everyone is somehow working, constantly shouting, somewhere in a hurry. It's horrible." The man was furious and looked at her with a look that made even her, a seasoned bounty hunter, feel cold inside. After all, he had told her to sit here and take a break, but still be ready, and she had just gotten comfortable. As soon as she saw that look, it immediately snapped her out of her seat, and she began to fake sigh. Oh my goodness, why does her back hurt so much when she tries to collect mana begging sign? The guy started gritting his teeth in rage. Can't even yell at her because she's their precious mage. She better not slack off after her break. The guy smiled and looked after her. The woman raised her glass with some kind of drink upwards and nodded her head with a smile. Of course she would, after all. It seemed to be pure entertainment for her. He doesn't like this babushka. Somehow she's acting too arrogant. All in all, thanks to the help of everyone but Jupiter, of course, the defense was moving along smoothly. The rat hordes were being destroyed, and at this rate, they could win a landslide victory. Everything is going well, even though the front line is closing in. By then, the automatic turret had already reloaded and was firing again at the rat hordes. The vile creatures flew in different directions like toys. They immediately vaporized in the air and giving up a death squeal. The power of the automatic one was staggering. It was hardly the most valuable unit of their army. The guy started hugging that turret again and acting like it was his lover. From afar, it looked a little strange, if not frightening. The guy was really out of it. He had gotten this artifact, and now he was going to make the most of it. At this rate, mopping up this stage would go smoothly. At the foot of his castle, there were already several hundred corpses of these rats lying at the foot of his castle, their numbers immediately increasing. There was the smell of burnt meat everywhere. Soon, very soon, they would be able to gain victory. In his heart, the guy rejoiced. If it went on like this, would this really be the first stage that they would pass through without any damage or losses? He smiled and anticipated a speedy victory. Soon, however, a silhouette appeared in the distance, which made him look away from his size and stare straight ahead. Someone was approaching. The boy looked into the distance, and his heart seemed to freeze. A familiar silhouette appeared there, getting closer with every second. The fog began to clear, and in the distance appeared the silhouette of the very man who stood dressed just like the jester from the Middle Ages. He was approaching faster and faster. It turned out that he was moving at some incredible speed. The very same man, so it's not a hallucination. The player finally realized that everything he was seeing was real. He grasped his interface and ordered the map to be shown immediately. He needed to know the exact location of all the enemies on the map so he could destroy them as quickly as possible. What he saw made him go into a stupor. His eyes went wide and a chill ran down his spine. Something in his chest twitched. He realized that the situation was now worse than ever. Was what he was seeing now true? He really didn't want to believe it. The map opened, and in addition to the hordes of rats that were approaching him at an incredible speed, another icon appeared on the map. The same red mark, only a little bigger. It looked like it was a hostile NPC. But how? Who was this NPC? It was completely incomprehensible. He literally appeared out of nowhere on the second stage. How on top of that, it was simply impossible. Of course, during the defense, many different events can start. Variables make the game interesting. The invasion of a hostile NPC is just one of those. It was certainly strange, but understandable. There was only one question left, that NPCs from the Lake Kingdom, that from the Empire, all these freaks could ruin the fight. How did he end up here? But they're only at the second stage right now. That's just not possible. The game rules don't take this into account. Or is this game not subject to any rules at all? There were more questions than answers. He clenched his teeth and prepared himself for the fact that he would have to fight someone else after all. The image of a bespectacled man popped into his mind. It wasn't time for an event yet. Could it be that this was the workings of that developer again? He doesn't even have that bastard headmaster around him. He can't even explain to him why the hell did he even make the game like this. In his head was the distinct image of that bespectacled man who had been ruining his mood all this time. Yes! What the fuck is this? Why is everything going so wrong? Ash turned to the gunman and asked, "He can see that guy, right?" The boy was even startled by this influx of emotion. It was the first time he had ever seen the commander so agitated. The boy pulled back a little. The boy activated his gaze, and it was the degenerate who stood at a great distance but still could be seen. He was still smiling the same way, his mask now more annoying than intimidating. He appeared literally out of nowhere. Damien looked and saw the guy standing in the distance. That's a bard, right? A bard is a singer or poet, usually a solo performer of songs of his own composition. Also, he is one of the classes of this game. The player nodded his head and immediately ordered the boy to shoot. They only had one chance to hit this brat. Apparently he is the one leading this horde of rats. If they don't deal with him now, who knows what consequences might await them later on. Damien was horrified by this order, but he's just an ordinary man. He doesn't look like a monster at all. The guy couldn't believe his ears. Would his commander order him to shoot this man? It doesn't matter. He has to shoot. The player ordered him to shoot immediately. He was absolutely certain that this was the character from the Lake Kingdom. He's the one they saw there, and he controls the rats. And his costume It's the bard's signature outfit. He's the one who controls the rats. The guy pointed his finger where the man was standing and yelled that he really should shoot him before he started playing his flute. That's why rats move. The boy looked fearfully at his commander and could not say a word. The crossbow in the boy's hands rattled from squeezing it too tightly. His hands were shaking. The boy could not gather his thoughts. He could not believe what was happening, because he realized that he would have to kill a man. It was unthinkable for him. His whole body was shaking with fear. Ash leaned over to him and shouted he told him to be his trigger man. If he didn't want to see him lie to more people, let him shoot immediately. The boy looked at him fearfully and couldn't control his emotions. He was very scared at this moment, as he realized that the situation was escalating with every second. The boy had no time to do anything, as everyone heard the shrill sound of a flute, which began to merge into a song. Too late. It was all too late. They hadn't had time to shoot, and now this musician was starting to lead his horde of rats. Ash dazed with fear. He realized that they had made a mistake. Now, the rats would obey this creep. If they didn't do something, these things would sooner or later climb over the fence. He turned his head as far as he could. He slowly looked toward the musician, who continued to play his tune. Goosebumps ran down his back with the realization that something unimaginably terrible was about to happen. The musician brought up his musical instrument and began to play. The music spread farther and farther. If the rats heard it, it would be a disaster. The rats heard the music and all at once turned their heads towards their master. Their red eyes began to glow even brighter. It was clear that something terrible was about to happen. The rats stopped. At the top of the fortress stood the guards, who were ready to use their weapons at any cost. But to their surprise, the rats stopped. They stood frozen as if frozen, and waited for instructions. The men stood at the top of the stairs. I didn't know what to do. They just watched as a huge number of rats stopped just a few steps away from the fortress. No one realized what was happening. The rats suddenly stopped, and there was a look of bewilderment and fear on people's faces. They realized that all this is not just for nothing. There is no way that the rats would start to retreat. Suddenly the beasts began to go crazy, not screaming. The air was filled with their squeaks, which mixed with the melody, and now there was a real cacophony. After a few seconds, the beasts, as if obeying an invisible conductor, began to approach the fortress. Now using an organized formation, they clustered together and moved forward towards the gate. Now they were moving in a group, which gradually turned into a line. What's going on? They're all moving toward the same point. Ash watched in horror as the rats moved straight towards him. Where are they going? The guy didn't understand anything. Why did these animals suddenly change their direction? What changed? Their behavior is definitely obeying someone. Lucas noticed it too. He said that the rats were moving towards the center of the wall, and a clear fear appeared on the knight's face. He realized that something terrible was about to happen, but it was impossible to prevent it. Absolutely all the rats piled up in a single pile and formed a single formation moving straight towards the center where the gate was. Apparently, this was the weakest point of their fortress. The rats under the control of the musician realized all this, and now they were moving straight there. Ash shouted for them to change the aim of all cannons and all guns. Use all firepower to destroy the rats coming at them. The guy was furious, and fear appeared in his soul. Now, for the first time in a long time, he didn't know what to do. The cannons started firing all the guns, the smell of gunpowder spreading all around again. There was such a rumble that even his own thoughts could not be heard. It was horrible, but despite all efforts, it was almost in vain. Although the shots were hitting the target, the army of rats did not stop. They were getting bigger and bigger. They were moving in an organized formation, moving straight towards the center of the fortress. No, they can't keep up. The rats started moving much faster than usual. They ran in an organized hulk, their eyes glowing with rage, teeth glistening in their mouths and split tongues. The change in their movement was too sudden. It was too difficult to readjust to their movement. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? The rats were running at an unimaginable speed, as if this tune was giving them more and more strength. They had become fierce. Now, These monsters were more dangerous than one could guess. One of the rats that moved first rushed at the castle wall with a monstrous squeak. It rushed there, as if there was a living creature, not even thinking that they might die when they hit it. Now they were out of range of the cannons. They had gotten too close, the fire had died down, and now there was the smell of smoke in the air. The boy looked down in wonder. What were they even up to? It's just unthinkable, isn't it? Why are they acting like this? A look of bewilderment mixed with fear appeared on his face. He saw a very funny picture. The same rat that had been running from the first one crashed into the wall and immediately died, breaking its neck. In its place was a bloody stain. What? They're trying to break through the wall? What are they going to do? A few more rats rushed after her. With a monstrous squeak, they moved straight towards the wall. It was a strange sight. The rats were running straight to their death without sparing themselves. They hit their heads right into the wall and immediately died. However, despite all this, their numbers were still frightening. Rats ramming their heads into the wall. That's ridiculous. However, because there were too many of them, they still posed a danger. The other soldiers looked at all of this with surprise and fear. What are they doing? They've gone crazy. Bewilderment and fear appeared on the faces of the men. They had never encountered something like this before. The rats came more and more. They hit their heads against the wall and rammed into it, even though they died immediately. They went head first into the wall, and although it didn't do any good, it looked horrible. The player looked at it all with horror. What crazy freaks! It's a wall. Its repairs had only finished a few hours ago. Are they going to destroy it again? It was simply unacceptable, because in this case, they would be left without any defense. The boy realized that even though everyone had worked hard, it was impossible to do anything normal in such a short period of time. And now, they were in great danger. The walls weren't too powerful to withstand such an onslaught. They only focused on the side towers and completely forgot about the rest, so the occurrence of a crack was inevitable. Indeed, the wall began to crack, and light began to shine through, sewer rats trying to squeeze through the resulting gaps. Although they were small, their numbers were enormous. They banged their heads against the wall, destroying it at the base. They were tearing the metal with their huge claws. Surprisingly, their paws were incredibly strong for such a small size, suggesting that the wall wouldn't hold up for long. In addition, they gnawed at the concrete with their teeth. These animals were incredibly resilient. In addition, their numbers were staggering. They're splitting the wall of the fronto. A horrible realization visited the boy's head. It hit him like a thunderclap. Now, it would be a nightmare. The crack in the wall stopped more and more. Now, the defense is about to break through. If that happens, then they are definitely finished! This simply could not be allowed. The guys knew that if this happened, it was going to go down in flames. This could not be allowed to happen under any circumstances. If the rats could still break through, then this city would definitely be finished. Although the arrows reached their target, there were still no fewer rats. No other monster did a better job than the rats. They live in the sewers all the time, feed on waste, eat concrete all the time, and to top it all off, I'll say it again, their numbers are just enormous. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. Only a suppressed wheeze escaped from his mouth. He realized that the situation was getting worse and worse. He could not allow the number of victims to increase. It was simply impossible. The guy was furious. He stared into the distance, from where more and more hordes of rats were arriving. Guy clenched his teeth. His rage was unbounded. Maybe he had imagined something at that moment, something that made his heart beat even faster. Or perhaps when that degenerate began to play his flute, the moment his rats began to approach the walls of the fortress, he was laughing. He was mocking them. Yes, that was it. Well, this NPC from the hostile underworld, a bard who controls monsters with his flute, an incredibly stubborn psycho who won't back down from anything, a living degenerate, and his name is the Pied Piper. We must kill him. That was the thought that popped into the boy's head at the last moment. It was like thunder at the bottom of the sky. This Pied Piper was laughing, definitely laughing at him, feeling his superiority. There was no way this degenerate could win. Ash turned to the boy gunner. He ordered him to shoot this guy. Now! The boy grasped his crossbow with trembling hands and tried to control his emotions. He took aim as far as he could. The boy could clearly see the man standing in the distance, playing his flute. The crossbow in his hands was trembling. His heart was beating with incredible force, and fear had settled in his soul. The outcast stood somewhere far away, but still, you could see him laughing. Perhaps there was a smile under his mask as well, though his face might never be seen. Grinning once more, the Pied Piper adjusted his hat and snapped his fingers. It was like a game to him now. He would disappear, once again putting his opponents with his nose. Ash yelled at the gunslinger to shoot here immediately. His face was burning with rage. This was the only chance. When was the only chance to kill this bastard? Otherwise, those rats would get inside. However, it was too late. Once again, the mysterious figure was swallowed up by a cloud of dust, and a moment later, there was nothing else in that spot. Only the wind developed dust that swirled in a small cloud. The player fell silent. The gunslinger stood beside him, lowering his head in fear. He felt guilty. Ash was ready to just tear him on the spot. He tried to control his emotions that filled his soul. The poor boy started crying with fear. He started apologizing and saying that he couldn't shoot the man, even considering the fact that he was the enemy. The boy was crying, his voice breaking into a scream. You could see that the boy was very much affected by this. The player looked at him with a stern look. After all, it was expected. After all, this boy is just a support. But there were quite a few among their enemies. This boy couldn't be allowed to be so afraid. Otherwise, he would end up dying. Someone would kill him, and it would be on the player's conscience. He quickly cooled down as he realized that he couldn't indulge in emotions right now. However, he would have to face human enemies in the future anyway. The gunner stood and guiltily squinted at him. If he couldn't overcome himself, his ability would be halved. Ash put a hand on his shoulder and said softly that they would probably talk about it later. Right now there was a much more important task. This problem needed to be dealt with. He looked down where the rats were already trying to break through the defenses, and they were succeeding despite the fact that they were dying literally by the dozens to tear the wall apart. The boy ordered the artillerymen and archers to focus on the center. The cannons immediately lowered down and began firing all their guns directly at the cluster of rats. Arrows whistled through the air, which immediately reached their target. The battle was heating up with renewed vigor. The rats were no less, and they needed to concentrate all their power to finally end it all. Finally, the guy turned to Jupiter and told her to get to work. At this time, the woman was already in full combat readiness. She had finished fooling around and was now ready to deal with these bastards. Her whole body was literally ablaze with lightning. The woman was overflowing with power. Now, she was ready to experience the courage of battle. She crunched her fingers and said that now she was more ready than ever, because she knew that sooner or later he would say it. A smile spread across her face, and the cigar burned with energy. The guy put his hand out and ordered everyone to concentrate, fry them all. Now the lightning would do its job. He remembered how they had fought the rats, and Jupiter had knocked out a huge rat with just one blow. There was a clap of thunder, and lightning bolts began to rain down from the sky, which descended directly into the hordes of rats. There was a squeak. The air smelled of fried meat again. The monsters screamed in pain, but the lightning bolts killed them on the spot. Then, the boy turned to Lily and ordered her to prepare the flamethrowers and magic artifacts at full power. This was the last decisive battle that would determine the outcome of their lives. The girl nodded her head and immediately ordered everyone to activate the flamethrower artifacts. And her voice sounded incredibly strict. It was hard to imagine that just a while ago, this girl was shy and timid now. She was like a real leader. The other soldiers rolled large spheres filled with fire onto the castle walls. They were going to roast all those rats with it. They were incredibly hot now. Everything would be much easier. The artifacts went into full power. There was a large explosion, and the jets of fire immediately rushed down straight into the hordes of those rats. Combined with the lightning was just monstrously powerful. It would literally vaporize these rats, no matter how many there were. The artifacts were working at full power. Their strength was enough to destroy dozens, even hundreds of rats in one volley. The guy was smiling again. Everything was going exactly according to his plan, just like that. That's it. He rejoiced. For now, victory was just around the corner. They still hadn't used their trump up their sleeve. The rats are gathering in one place? Then they'll just fry them. Just BTW. Just so they're all together, fire and lightning will just destroy them in 1 second. Then they'll just make a new kill box. The guy stood on top and watched as the lightning and the powerful fire jet just incinerated the many rats that were approaching his fortress. His face was overflowing with joy, his eyes burning with rage. Did they think he wouldn't outplay them? Yes, he will destroy them all, you miserable creatures. The guy was already celebrating victory in his heart, realizing that the rats would not be able to withstand such an onslaught. That was just great. Suddenly, he was distracted by a notification on the map. The guy stopped freaking out and shifted his gaze to the side. What he saw made a chill run down his spine. His eyes widened. The information about the bosses that were previously under a question mark was displayed. They were rat warriors. They were just incredibly powerful, level 30, elite warriors, a quantity of 3 pieces. If their name was revealed, then those things were somewhere nearby. And indeed, suddenly there was a terrifying scream, as if woven from many different voices. A huge warrior appeared from somewhere and opened its huge, toothy maw. It was a rat that was just a huge, colossal size and probably had just monstrous strength. It was the same creatures they had seen in the dungeon when they had gone on the raid. The rats were several meters tall, with sharp spikes on their backs and tails that looked like some kind of sting. Its eyes burned with the same red fire. Now, they were simply a colossal danger. In addition to them, there was a second wave of sewer rats behind them. Naturally, they would try to continue what they had started. If these rats died, more would come to replace them. They would break through the door after all, and then it would be very bad. The guy in a trembling voice ordered them to stop. For the first time in a long time, he was scared, really scared that he might die now. Of course, there had been many such instances, but dealing with such hordes of rats would be a nightmare for him. He trembled with fear. The guy, for the first time in his life, didn't know what to do. They had already used up everything they had. The warriors were closing in. They were so powerful and heavy that their posture cracked the earth. It shattered, and shards of rock showed outward. Their legs were just incredibly powerful. They had huge claws on them. One of the warriors rushed towards the entrance and put his powerful clawed paws forward. Is he going to break this door down now? The guy looked at his soldiers and shouted at them not to stand there. The soldiers seemed to come to their senses and rushed down. They realized that something unimaginably terrible was about to happen. Don't let them do it. The cannons started firing again. They were trying to hit the warriors to distract them from the main entrance. If these things could break through, it would be the end of them all. The projectiles were hitting their targets, but there was some doubt that they could do any damage to these things. Even though they were taking damage, the rats continued to move forward with even more fury. They were simply indomitable beasts, creatures that constantly lived in danger, now breaking free. The boy took a closer look and realized that these warriors looked at least twice the size of the one they had met in the dungeon. So if they had handled it with great difficulty then, what could be expected of them now? This was simply unthinkable. If such a monster crashed into the wall, it would be hard to even imagine the damage it would cause. It was unimaginable. We had to stop this thing with all our might. They would use it as a battering ram. If it broke through, it would definitely be the end of everyone. Besides, there were several thousand more of these rats behind him. They would also break through inside. Then they definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. The turret continued firing. The shots sounded like thunder. Flames erupted from its barrels, shooting straight at the enemy. Several energy projectiles flew straight at the warrior, who was already preparing to break through the wall with his powerful body. The rat didn't even seem to notice that its death was approaching it as well. In a few seconds, the projectiles reached their target and immediately exploded on contact with its huge armored body. The monster let out a scream. Smoke that was a bright green hue spread everywhere. The monster fell to the ground with a clatter, its bright red eyes slowly fading at first. It had taken a tremendous amount of damage. The monster stuck out its tongue and lay on the ground, seemingly dead. The boy looked down at it all and realized that this was all just the beginning. Even though the monster had been defeated, it wasn't all that easy. Smoke was spreading everywhere, and there was a disgusting smell in the air. He clenched his teeth and ordered no one to relax. "There's more to come. Be ready." The guy realized that these things would not give up so easily. It was necessary to concentrate all his strength to finally deal with them. That was the key to success. The other two monsters rushed to break through the castle walls. A cloud of the remaining rats rushed after them. They were approaching faster and faster. It was simply monstrous. Killing these warriors was a priority. One could forget about the small army for a while. He shouted for everyone to fire. "Don't save shells. This is a battle on which their lives depend." The cannons were firing. They were already at their limit, and the shells flew with astonishing speed. They reached their target, hitting the rats with bright, righteous fire. There was an unimaginable rumble. You had to cover your ears not to go deaf. They activated the mana multiplier so Jupiter could fully utilize her powers. The woman prepared herself. She put her hand forward, which was already fully engulfed in lightning. She prepared for something fun to start now, her body overflowing with energy, a smile spreading across her face. She smelled something fiery coming. The woman smirked and prepared to deliver her crushing blow. It was kind of fun for her. Her body was overflowing with energy. The power was enormous. The woman unleashed all her energy on the rats, transformed into electric discharge. It was as if the gods themselves began to descend from the heavens. There was a rumble everywhere. Lightning bolts struck the ground where the rats were accumulating. These monsters were literally dissolving into thin air. The power was so strong that nothing in this world could withstand such an onslaught. There was an unimaginable squealing, screaming, and the smell of fried meat everywhere. However, that was not all. Despite all this power, a few giant rats were still able to break through. They were moving at an incredible speed. The endurance of these creatures was simply unimaginable. It had already approached the borders, and in a second, it was ready to hit them. Jupiter looked forward. What a bunch of freaks, and not enough. The woman didn't believe in autos that anyone could have survived such an impact. This was the first time she had ever encountered something like this. She didn't believe that these monsters could withstand even half of her power. Considering the damage distribution, even that wasn't enough to knock these monsters dead. The rats were approaching. The warriors stood in vanguard. They were ready to break through the castle's defenses in a single blow. Just to be defensive. Guy shouted to get the flamethrower ready immediately. The rats were getting closer. If they did get close enough to the castle walls, they would be finished. The girl looked at him. The artifact hadn't recharged yet. The player nodded his head and said that he knew everything. Suddenly, it dawned on the woman what he meant. She realized that the flamethrower would be herself. The girl shook with horror. "Is this what she thought it was? It's a mockery, and I'm just gonna have to do it again." But still, there was no choice. Either she did it, or they would all die. The girl concentrated all her power. A column of flame burst out of her hands, which even began to burn her body. The girl screamed in fear, but released a jet of fire forward. She almost cried. She knew it. She knew it. She knew it. The pillars of flame ripped out of her hands and flew straight into the hordes of rats. Still, she had to act as a living weapon again. She didn't want to do that, but she had no choice. The fire reached its target and began to burn the rats. There was a deafening squeak. The monster screamed in fear and pain, but was unable to resist such power. His whole body was consumed by fire. His skin began to melt. The monster screamed with unbearable suffering, but could not stay on his feet, no matter how hard he tried. The fire was consuming all living things in its path, as if God himself had come down to earth and was now sizzling all living things right. The monster couldn't stand on its feet and died instantly. Its red eyes ceased to blaze with fire. Its huge body began to lurch to the ground, and in a second, it was ready to fall. Another warrior rushed after him. They substituted for each other like a human shield. These things had phenomenal stamina. Despite all the damage they didn't take, the monsters weren't going to retreat back. It was just a nightmarish sight. There was one more left, the last one. The player shouted for them to kill him immediately. His eyes were blazing with rage. Terror overwhelmed his entire body. He realized that if they didn't deal with them now, they wouldn't get another chance, as they would all be dead. As if he heard this order, he drew his sword and prepared for battle. This would be the fateful battle that would decide the outcome. He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter and prepared to strike. He swung his sword straight at the warrior. It flew with the blade straight forward, slicing through the air with an unimaginable whoosh. The man had charged it with his energy, and now the sword was flying, leaving behind a bright light. The sword hit the monster in the neck. The monster screamed in pain but did not fall. A sticky, nasty saliva came out of its mouth. Then, the knight ordered the gunner to immediately shoot and finish off the monster. One more shot. His heart jumped out of his chest as the knight realized that the outcome of the battle depended on it. It was an unimaginably nightmarish sight. Everyone was worried. Now, there was only hope for the arrows. Ash turned to the boy and shouted for him to shoot quickly. He didn't have much time left, so he grabbed his crossbow and prepared to aim. This time, he felt no fear. All he had to do was make one last shot. The guy activated his eye and took aim as best as he could. He used all his power to put it into that shot. The boy realized that if it didn't happen, they would all die here. He couldn't allow any more casualties. Soon, he pulled the trigger. The arrow flew out of the crossbow and with a whistle began to cut the air, inexorably approaching the monster. The boy was ready for anything. The arrow flew a few meters and crashed right into the creature's eye. The monster screamed. The shot was accurate. Could this be victory? The rat began to thrash in agony. Blood flew out of his mouth. The wounds were incompatible with life. The player shouted, "Eat!" Did they really defeat him? A grimace of rage was reflected on his face. He realized that just a little more and the final denouement would come. However, his words were not destined to come true. He hesitated half a word and looked forward. Surprisingly, despite all the injuries he had received, the rat warrior was moving forward with him at an unimaginable speed. How is that possible? He still had the strength to move? The monster was approaching them in huge strides. Even though it had an arrow sticking out of its eye, the monster spewed blood from its mouth forward. The guy was terrified. Did he still have the strength to move? That's just impossible. Now, he really didn't know what to do. They had already spent all they could. Why wouldn't this guy die? All of them seemed to be numb with fear, unable to move from their seats and just silently watching the armored monster coming closer and closer to the fortress. The monster began to roar. His eyes were bloodshot again. He was coming closer and closer. No, that's just impossible. They didn't have time to do anything. There was a deafening rumble and crack. The monster had reached its goal. It had broken through the wall. And now, the way for the rest of the army was free. The castle had failed. The wall had collapsed. And now it was all over. There was a hole in the middle of the building, just a huge hole through which the rats began to crawl. There were no more defenses left. Something was wrong. While the fortress was fighting against the rat hordes, the Count was standing somewhere nearby on his horse, watching his fortress on fire. Something was wrong. He was a commander that had fought monsters all his life, and not once could he understand. He couldn't realize that there was something different about this battle, something forbidding that he had never encountered before. It was strikingly different from the ones that had taken place in the days when he held the position of Commander-in-Chief. It wasn't the number of monsters at all. It was the combination of them. These things that were coming closer and closer were incredibly powerful points. Instead of a group of different kinds of monsters, came a unified army. He stood on a small dais and watched. Only one thing was swirling in his mind. Had the prince already participated in 3 such battles? From what he saw, fear settled in his soul. The old man couldn't believe it. Now the old man understood everything. He understood why the young lord was so desperate to ask for his help. He hadn't realized it at the time, but now he was beginning to realize the enormity of the situation. Of course, it was hard for him to believe that a man like this lord, the way he was, and the way he had proven himself in the city, could do badly. It was simply unbelievable. But from now on, he could see for himself how dangerous it was. The old man put his hand on the saddle of his horse, where his sword was already. He was making up his mind. Should he help him? Should he get involved in this battle? He hesitated, recent events still on his mind. Coming to his home farm and seeing his wife, his men simply killed, torn to shreds. He remembered it with pain. So much pain that he couldn't fight it. The old man looked away and sighed heavily for the last time. He couldn't make up his mind. Two people were fighting in his head, a soldier who should fulfill his duty, and a simple man who just wanted to live normally. No! He made up his mind a long time ago. It's over. He's no longer in the military and just let him have a normal life. He's been through enough in his life. He's lost everything he loves. Now he just wants to end his life in his hometown. He just wants to die in his garden. How hard can it be? The old man turned around and led his horse deep into the forest to get away from this place as fast as possible. He didn't want to get involved in all this. It's not his business. It's not his war. He had served his time. No, no, no! But something stopped you too. Something that sat in his soul for too long, imprisoned, and his memory. The old man opened his eyes and seemed frozen in place. He still couldn't come to terms with what he was seeing. Would he just give up just like that? Why can't I move? The old man felt something. He felt something in his back. Something very sharp. It was as if a knife had gone through his memory, cutting into the most private of corners. His eyes widened, his breathing hitched. No, I'm not fighting him anymore. He didn't want to go back to his past, which with such effort he wanted to forget, to erase from his memory. Too much pain he had endured in his life to go back to that viper's den again. The old man stopped and frowned. Something had stopped him. He couldn't understand why he couldn't just leave it all, because his life should just end. He wanted to die in his garden, surrounded by grapes. Why couldn't he? My memory still sparkled with memories of days gone by. He must go back to his garden. Wait for me, my dear. It was as if he mentally addressed his dead wife, who never waited for him, left unprotected. This time, he would protect her. He swore it. He would now spend the rest of his life by his wife, whom he could not protect in life. So after death, he would stay with her. And, at this time, there was a nightmare going on in the fortress. The player was commanding his army with his last strength. Give the order to evacuate, immediately. He had no choice but to get as many people out of the city as possible before the rats ate them. The walls were collapsed. There was a gaping hole where these creatures could freely enter. Now there was no way out. If he didn't, all those people would die. He couldn't let that happen. He had to save what he had. The boy turned back and saw the second wave of these vile monsters already approaching the castle walls, which were now left unprotected. This army was simply huge, seemingly even bigger than before. So close. He realized that he couldn't resist now. Save yourselves. He ordered everyone except for the minimum number of artillerymen to go down and fight to the end. Even in such a situation, he remained true to his conviction. The soldiers prepared to take the last battle, many of them realizing that they might not be able to go back anymore. The boy turned to Lucas and said that the command of the A soldiers now rested with him. The soldier put his hand to his chest as a sign of understanding. He had accepted the command and was now ready to fight to the last man. The remaining men must continue. The cannons continued to spew flames, and now most of the soldiers went down to do something to protect the fortress. They had to set up a palisade in front of the ruined wall. There had to be any way to stop those things, and the cannons kept firing. There were not many shells left, but there was no choice. It was a nightmare that was happening to him. He turned to Jupiter, who was at the limit of her power. The woman was concentrating an incredible amount of magic in her hands. She was already preparing the next room. The guy shouted that he was giving her complete freedom of action. The main thing was to kill as many at a time as possible. Let her, as soon as she accumulates the necessary energy charge, shoot it right away. The woman, breathing heavily, said that his wish for her laws. Now, she's going to give it her best shot. He turned to Lily and asked what artifacts were ready. The woman replied that there were only for speed. What about the flamethrower artifact? The girl bit her tongue and said there were still 10 minutes left. She already realized what was waiting for her. However, she didn't want to believe it. The guy shook his head and told her to use haste on the soldiers right now and let her activate the flamethrower artifact as soon as it recharges. the girl replied in a stammering voice that she understood, and then the guy approached the gunner. He wanted to give him an instruction. He even took a few steps towards the boy, but immediately stopped. The boy saw something he really didn't like. He looked at the boy with eyes full of despair. Something had to be done. Damien stood there dead or alive. The boy's eyes were full of horror. He could not even take a normal breath. His heart was pounding. The boy was stuttering. He seemed to be out of his mind. The player realized that the boy probably thought that this whole situation was his fault for not finishing off that rat catcher in time. No wonder the boy couldn't function properly now. He was about to cry when suddenly the player gave him a powerful flick right in the forehead. The guy could hardly stand on his feet and yelped in pain. Smiling, the guy said that he had done pretty well so far. It was necessary to, at least, cheer this boy up somehow. Otherwise things would be completely bad. No need to think bad thoughts. No need to think bad thoughts. This is bad. Damien looked at him with frightened eyes. Your Highness. He couldn't believe that this was happening to him on his. The boy was very much afraid. Obviously guilt was tormenting him now. He couldn't work properly, shoot, yes, even breathe. The player put a hand on his shoulder and told him he wouldn't blame him for a couple of small mistakes. It's all nothing, so don't let him lose confidence. The case is still full. The boy bit his tongue and tried to pull himself together. This is a shooter who never missed his target, a real cheater. He must be kept safe. The question here is whether they can survive. The boy approached the shooter and said that for him, his mere presence is already a huge advantage over the enemy needed to let the boy realize that he is really important. The shooter looked at him with a frightened look and could not believe his ears. Therefore, he must trust the player, just as the player trusts him. Damien looked at him with eyes full of tears and nodded his head. Yes, Your Highness. The boy realized that he didn't have much choice. The boy walked over to him and put his hand on his shoulder. There's the glorious one. Now the most important frontier is left to him. He led the boy to the edge and told him to shoot the rats that were breaking through the soldiers' defense line. The boy looked down the city and saw the soldiers fighting countless rats. The boy trembled with fear. Now, after the player's words, it was as if the boy had changed. He nodded his head. Yes, he would do his best. It was as if there was an added confidence in him. Well, that's better than nothing. Ash looked at him with a serious look. Well, now we just have to hope that everyone does their job well. This was the last frontier, if they made a mistake. Here, the next time they might just die. That couldn't be allowed to happen. Guy looked down and saw a huge horde of rats moving straight towards the breach. There were too many of them. One could only hope that everyone would make it through. Otherwise, this city would just drown in blood. The guy shouted that the rats were coming. The whole army must be ready. I am the foundation of the sky that struck all the military points. Absolutely all the soldiers were shaking with fear. They realized that perhaps not everyone would return home. However, they didn't have much choice. The monster was only getting bigger. They couldn't let these things destroy the city. The huge body of the dead monster lay in the opening, and the soldiers immediately stood behind it. They displayed their shields, preparing to meet the enemy face to face. Each of them had fear in their hearts, but they were eager to fight. The first paw of the rat had already entered the ground of the city, and now they were already inside. There were simply countless numbers of them. The monster was tearing, and they could smell the scent of blood. They wanted to destroy everything in their path. As soon as the first rat crossed the threshold of the city, its head was immediately cut off by a sharp swing of the ball. It was Lucas who was the first to rush into battle. With one powerful blow of his jagged sword, he cut off the rat's head, which immediately flew in the opposite direction, choking on its own blood. The man had fought like a true knight. Now it was up to them to win. The blade of the sword was covered in rat's blood. Thanks to the enhancement, this sword could deal 20% more damage to rats. It was literally smoking. Now, the real fun would begin. The man stood in front of the other soldiers and said that the passage was narrow. Don't let them panic. Destroy the rats one by one as soon as they appear in the passage. The man seemed to glow with rage, and this color gave the others strength. The soldiers prepared to repel the attack. They grabbed their swords and shields, and now they were raring to fight with fury in their hearts. At this time, the commander-in-chief stood above and watched from above. He watched in silence as his soldiers heroically defended the city at the cost of their own lives. He realized that it was an unthinkable task. If they could not hold the defenses, they would all be finished. Suddenly he saw something strange. The number of rats coming through the hole at the same time is growing. There's more and more of them. Something very bad seems to be coming. It looks like the rats have gotten the idea to widen the passageways. They gnawed through the concrete and went further through. At this rate, it would be impossible to deal with them at all. Ash clenched his teeth. What kind of rats are they, anyway? They're not rats, they're badasses. A chill ran down his spine. What the hell is this? It's impossible. How do they do that? Why are these rats so smart, bastards? Lily shouted the artifact flamethrower was ready. The sphere began to fill with energy, emitting a bright light just a second before it would rain down righteous fire on the remaining rats. All that was left was to activate it. So what was she waiting for?